Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, present the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Leet Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, tonight's guest, Miss Marlena Dietrich, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Costello. Oh, Abbott, will you stop that noise? What are you doing here in the studio dressed in your bathing suit?
Well, I spent all day trying to get my car out of the swimming pool.
What was it doing there?
Don't you read the papers, Abbott? The government says you have to pool your car.
No, you dummy. They mean share the ride. You have to pick up people.
Oh, I did that yesterday. I picked up Helen, Mary, Rosie, and Josie.
But your car holds more than that.
Yeah, but now they only allow you 4 gallons a week. They only allow you now because you can't get it.
Well, never mind that, Costello. Where have you been all week? What have you been doing?
Oh, boy, have I been having fun with Connie Haynes.
No kidding.
Last Saturday, I took her to a football game. What a game! What excitement!
Any passes?
No, her mother was with us. And another thing, Abbott, there was a man sitting next to us with a 6-month-old baby. All afternoon, the kid was crying. He was so hungry.
Well, didn't the father bring a bottle?
Yeah, but the kid wanted milk. Finally, to shut the kid up, I give him a penny.
Well, did that keep him quiet?
Yeah, but he kept waving the penny in front of my binoculars. It ruined the game.
How did it ruin the game?
All afternoon, Lincoln was playing in the backfield.
No. Well, forget the football game.
Much better this afternoon, huh?
Yes, a lot better. We've got other things to worry about. You know, our announcer, Ken Niles, is complaining because he didn't have enough to do last week. Isn't that right, Ken?
Yes, it is. After all, I could give the program a lift. I'm a shot in the arm.
You said it. You're a dope.
Now, don't be silly, Costello. Niles is very popular.
Why, sure. Right after the broadcast last week, a lot of women chased me up Hollywood Boulevard, and one of them caught me and threw her arms around my neck.
I saw that.
You did?
Yeah. Why did you snatch her pocketbook?
Now, cut it out, Costello. Now, I talked to Ken's wife, and she says he should have more lines. She says he's got talent. She says he's terrific. She says he's colossal.
She says this, she says that. I don't care what his wife says.
Well, I do. My wife is a wonderful person. She's as necessary to me as an umbrella in a rainstorm.
I'll take the umbrella. It's easier to shut up.
No. Now, why don't you be reasonable, Costello? Mrs. Niles is a very sweet girl.
Yes, she is. You know, she's a great deal like Sonia Henny.
You mean you have to keep her on ice?
Now, please.
Are you folks hearing us?
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Now, that isn't fair, Costello. Now, let's get together here. Give Ken a chance to show what he can do.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Thanks, Bud. I'd like to read a little tidbit that I just happened to bring along.
Oh, this is going to murder you.
One night as I sat rocking on my chamber floor, came a knocking, gentle knocking on my chamber door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Hello, everybody, and hello, my fat little sugar man.
Oh, this voice of this kid is temporaneous. Shh, quiet. Hello, Connie.
Mr. Costello, honey, I'd like you and Mr. Abbott to meet someone. This is my Aunt Ruby.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Aunt Ruby. How do you like California?
Connie doesn't have enough to do.
Wait a minute. After all,
I listened to the program last week, and there should be more music. Connie ought to sing 4 or 5 songs. There's nothing but talk on the program. And who wants to hear a lot of talk?
Hold your hat. Here comes another raid.
After all, Mr. Costello, I taught Connie to sing. Why, even I sang in New York, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Chicago.
What about St. Louis?
They beat the Yanks. Ha-ha. I really struck you out that time.
You struck me out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just the old bat that can do it.
Now, here. Wait a minute. Now, just a second, Costello. You can't talk like that to Connie's Aunt Ruby. Maybe she's right. Maybe this program needs more singing.
Exactly. Everyone loves singing. Something like this. All through the night, there's a little brown bird singing. Oh, well, of course. You know I just had my tonsils taken out.
Have them put back in.
Costello, what right have you got to criticize? What do you know about singing?
Now, look, Abbott, if I hadn't come from such a large family, I'd have been a great singer.
What did the large family have to do with it?
I could never get in the bathroom.
Oh, no. Come on, Costello, make up your mind. Are you going to give Niles and Connie more to do or not?
Why should I? If I give them more to do, the first thing you know, even the sound man will want more to do.
And why shouldn't I? What did I have on last week's program? Nothing. Not even a door slam. I understand doors. I know doors inside and out. I talk to doors, and they talk to me.
What do you hear from the knob?
Ah, well may you laugh. Little do you know how important every little sound is to me. Even the sound of a moth chewing on an overcoat. Like this.
What's that funny sound?
That's the moth spitting out the buttons.
Don't you think sounds are fascinating? Here is a sample of my day. When work is through, I walk home at night in the rain. I open the door. I go in and shut the door. Then I walk upstairs in the rain.
It's raining in the house?
Yes, we're waiting for a government ceiling.
He must have a better rider than us, huh?
Yeah, I imagine so.
I jump into bed and sleep. It's morning.
What a night!
I've got to catch the train. I kiss my wife before I go to the office. My wife kisses me. I kiss her, and she kisses me.
Wait a minute. What about the office?
With a wife like that, why should he go to the office?
Lou Costello.
Yes, sir. For me?
Yeah. How's your spelling this week?
I can spell anything.
Okay. Spell crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah, crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah.
Crumpets. Crumpets.
Wait a minute. You left out the T.
Today, I gotta have crumpets without tea.
Well, why?
I lost my sugar ration card.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Lou.
Ration card.
Yeah. But anyway.
Ration
or ration. Look, around here, you can't forget any T's.
Why not?
Well, because with us, it's important. In fact, with any cigarette smoker, T ought to be one of the most important letters in the alphabet.
Is that right?
Why, sure. T stands for taste and throat. That's anybody's own personal proving ground for cigarettes. The T-zone. Now, of course, most people have tried Camels. But have you tried them lately, since you've been smoking more? Give Camels the T-zone test now. Ask your taste about Camel's flavor. You'll find it wears well, doesn't go flat. Ask your throat about Camel's mildness. It's the best judge you can find. Thousands of smokers who are making their own T-zone test advise Camels suit them to a T. Just remember that you're the one who's doing your smoking. For steady pleasure, try Camels. You'll find they're slow-burning, cooler smoking, richer tasting, milder, better. Because Camels are expertly and matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos. So take a tip from your T-zone. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow.
On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham. When he grew up, this tiny babe, folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham. In 1860, he became 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gem. That is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham, Abraham, Abraham.
Stevens Orchestra with the Camel Quintet. Doing Abraham from the Holiday Inn. And now,
Abbott.
ladies and gentlemen, oh, quiet.
Abbott.
What's the matter?
Hey, look. Look what I got. Look at all the money.
Wait a minute, Costello. Where did you get that roll of bills?
I went outside for a minute. Just when I reached the corner, a guy ran out of the bank with a bag full of money. And he gave me some.
He gave it to you?
Mm-hmm.
What did he look like?
I couldn't tell. He had such a bad cold, he had a handkerchief tied across his nose.
Well, you dumb cluck, that was a mask. The man was a bank robber.
Oh, I don't think so, Abbott. He was the president. He offered to sell me the bank for a squawk.
Sell you the bank for a squawk?
Yeah, he said, one squawk out of you and I'll give you the business.
Of all the dumbbells, why didn't you go into the bank and investigate?
I did go in. And what a way to run a business. I walked in and a couple of clerks were playing hide and seek.
That's ridiculous.
Honest. One guy was hiding in the closet. The other guy was under the counter. There was nobody around to play with him. Then there was another guy.
What other guy?
He was trying to do tricks.
Trying to do tricks?
Yeah, he was laying on the floor trying to escape from a lot of ropes.
And you thought he was playing a game?
Fine time to play games. Huh?
Yeah.
Especially when he had a toothache.
He didn't have a toothache.
No, then why did he have a plaster across his mouth?
The man had a gag in his mouth.
If he did, he never got a chance to tell it.
Listen, you should have taken the plaster off his mouth.
I did. And right away, the guy started worrying about his rationing card.
Worrying about his rationing card.
Yeah, he started yelling, they took the sugar. They took the sugar.
Oh, no, Costello. The man was yelling because he was stuck up.
Stuck up?
Sure.
A fine time to get a swelled head.
No.
Somebody might have robbed the place.
He did rob the place. Look, was there anybody with him?
Just a woman.
A woman. Why didn't you mention her before?
She didn't appeal to me.
Oh. Did you pinch her?
No.
Then you should have held her.
If I'd have held her, I'd have pinched her.
You idiot.
A little bit.
Do you realize that by keeping the money and letting the crooks get away, you've made yourself an accomplice? Ken Niles, turn on the radio. Maybe we'll get a police report. Hurry up.
Okay, Bud.
Okay.
Hey, you get it, Abbott?
What's that?
There's a message.
Well, what does it say?
Attention all citizens. The Fifth National Bank has just been held up by Black Pete and his gang of desperate bandits. When last seen, the gang was headed for their hideout at Deadpan Gulch. Also at large is their accomplice, described as 5 feet tall, 5 feet wide, that is all.
That's me, Mr. 5x5.
Costello, you know the police are after you. Now, you've got to capture that gang to clear yourself. Now, you can't do it alone, so call a posse. That's the thing.
Okay. Here, pushy.
No.
Here, pushy.
No, Lou, please. Deadpan Gulch is in the heart of the cattle country. It's the home of the western bandits and cattle rustlers.
Then I'm just a guy, Abbott. I became a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers.
Oh, how could you become a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers?
I sat on a branding iron.
But did that cause you to catch the rustlers?
Catch 'em? I passed 'em.
But this is going to be a long trip. Now, you'll have to get an outfit. What are you going to wear?
I'll wear a 10-gallon hat, a tan shirt, a leather belt, and a bloodhound.
What pants?
The bloodhound.
No, all right. Never mind the outfit. And another thing you'll need is a horse. Have you got a horse?
Have I got a horse?
Yes.
I got a horse, and he's my pal.
Well, that's swell.
I eat with my horse.
That's wonderful.
I drink with my horse. I even sleep with my horse.
You sleep with your horse?
I got it. It's his blanket.
Now tell me, can you ride a horse?
Sure, I can ride a horse. One time, Abbott, I rode 2 horses at once, standing up. I had my right foot on one horse, my left foot on the other horse. All of a sudden, we came to a fork in the road. Each horse went in a different direction.
That was a laugh.
Yeah, I thought I'd split.
Well, never mind. The first thing you have to do is find the bandit's trail. When you do, you leap into the saddle and away you go. Your face is stern, your grip is sure, your clutch is firm.
How's my transmission?
All right, listen, please keep quiet. Then you ride. You ride out across the prairie. You ride for hours and hours on end.
That sounds logical.
Don't interrupt, please. You ride and you ride until your trousers are worn thin. Finally, there you are.
I knew I'd come through.
Yeah. Well, Costello, what are you going to do? Are you going out after the bandits? Are you going to clear your name?
I'm going to clear my name, Abbott.
Attaboy.
I'll do it.
I knew it was in you.
I'm going to get it out of me right now.
Come on.
I'll get them bandits. But just tell me one thing. If I get killed, what's going to happen to that little fellow that depends on me? The poor little fellow won't get anything to eat anymore. That poor little fellow won't even have a roof over his head. If anything happens, Abbott, it'll kill him. The poor little fellow.
Costello, who is the poor little fellow?
Me?
And here's Connie Haynes with a Campbell Quintet to sing a new tune of the Old West, Cow Cow Boogie.
Out on the plains down near Santa Fe, I met a cowboy riding the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he learned in the city. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip to I. Get along, get hip, little doggies, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggies, and he trucked them on down the old fairway, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip to the I. Singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked out western accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call swing half-breed. Singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip to the I.
Singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked up western accent
with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call swing half-breed, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta ya ya. Come a ta yip it's the cow boogie, the cowboy's boogie song.
And now back to the adventures of our heroes, Abbott and Costello, as we find them hot on the trail of the bank bandit Black Pete. Leading a posse of men, they track the villain to the lawless town of Deadpan Gulch. Here they are, riding up the main street of the town.
Like the spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, 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 jingle.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
One of my spurs got stuck.
Well, Costello, what do you think you're doing? Why are you riding underneath your horse?
Well, my horse isn't feeling well, Abbott, and the doctor told me to watch his stomach.
Well, here we are, men. We'll probably find Black Pete in the Red Dog Cafe across the street. Stop your horses.
Okay. Whoa! Whoa, Nellie! Whoa! Whoa, boy! Whoa! Attaboy. Take it easy, Nellie. Sit down now. Whoa, Nellie. All right, men. Everybody into the bar for a drink. Now! Just a man! You horses stay outside.
All right, let's go in. And listen, Costello. When we go through this door, have your gun ready. If anybody moves, shoot.
If anybody shoots, I'll move.
Oh, speaking of my glory and my fame.
Hey, Abbott, listen to that. What a pair of pipes. Wish I was a plumber.
And tell them my son.
Costello, don't you recognize her?
Tell them my cry.
She's the toast of Deadpan Gulch.
Really?
Side of the same.
Oh, Marlena Dietrich.
Lou, look at that lovely face. That face has made a fortune.
Yeah, it runs into a nice figure.
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys. How big are men where you come from?
Welcome to the Red Dog Cafe. Did you like my song? What do you think of my range?
Your range is lovely. In fact, I like your whole kitchen.
Oh, you flatter me. You're probably tired after your long trip. How about a drink?
Okay. I'll have a Crosby cocktail.
What's that?
One drink and then bing.
With your personality, I would suggest straight corn.
What a fresh kid.
Just a minute, Marlena. You see, neither one of us is a drinking man. Do you have anything a little milder?
try a drink of this very mild wine.
Now, that sounds better. I'll try it.
Costello, just a minute. What's the matter?
I don't understand. That wine is made here by the Hoppy Indians.
Hoppy Indians? One of the Indians is still hopping in it.
Costello, that's silly. Come on. Let's go over and watch the boys play roulette.
Yes. Or perhaps you both would rather play a game with me. Poker, faro, blackjack.
I'd rather play post office.
But that's a kid's game.
Not the way I play it.
You know, little fat man, I could go for someone like you.
You could?
Yes. Do you know someone?
Sure. What a fresh kid, Abbott!
Now, look. Keep quiet, Costello. Don't talk like that to Marlena. She may know where Black Pete is. Try to win her confidence. Turn on the charm, you know.
I'll turn on the charm. Okay, watch me. Marlena, my love, I adore you.
You do?
Yeah. Marlena, will you let me be your slave? Will you let me do something for you that I have never done for any other woman?
What's that?
Will you let me press your slacks?
Costello, will you stop that? You just don't know how to handle these Western girls.
Oh, yes, I do, Abbott. Marlena, one time I was in love with a bow-legged cowgirl. She was too bow-legged to round up the cattle.
What do you mean?
Well, she had a terrible time getting her calves together.
What are you talking about, Costello? You've never even been in love with a girl.
Yes, I was. I can see her now. She always wore cotton stockings.
Cotton stockings? What happened to her?
Nothing. But of all the girls I got tattooed on my chest...
On your chest?
Marlena, I love you the best.
The best?
Better than the rest.
The rest?
In the West.
The West?
On my chest.
On your chest?
There's an echo in the joint.
Well, there's no question about it, Costello. Marlena Dietrich just can't be bothered with a man like you.
Marlena, is that true?
Oh, Lou. If you only had the eyes of Clark Gable.
Yes.
The nose of Tyrone Power.
Yes, yes.
The chin of Gary Cooper.
Yes.
The face.
The face of who?
That's all, if you only had a face.
You know, the kids get nervous.
Look here, Costello. We're wasting time. Did you forget why we came to Deadpan Gulch? We've got to find Black Pete's hideout.
Black Pete, he's the most dangerous character in these parts.
Oh, he don't bother me.
But he's very tough. He eats little men like you every morning when he gets up.
That's me, the breakfast of champions.
But, Lou, why don't you give up this mad search? It can only lead to your death.
I think you got something there, kid. Hey, Abbott, I am scared. Ain't you scared?
No, I'm not scared.
Then why are you biting my nails? But no matter what happens, I'm going after Black Pete, Marlena. And if I die, I want you to take this shirt of mine as a keepsake.
But suppose you don't die.
Then wash it and have it back by Monday. And no starch in the collar, either.
Listen, Costello, cut out the foolishness. Now we line up everybody in the room until we find our man.
That's right, Abbott. Everybody line up and empty out your pockets.
Why are you making them empty their pockets?
I lost my yo-yo.
Now, wait a minute, boys. It's not necessary to look any further. I am Black Pete.
You are? What a fresh kid.
What a stale plot.
I think you got something there. Marlena, I still don't believe all this is true.
It is true. I took the money from the bank, but I did not steal it. It was my own money. It was my pin money.
$100,000 pin money?
I have very expensive pins. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. I have all the money right here in my stocking. Look.
Abbott, what a cute bank. What a place to make a deposit. Oh, Marlena, if I give you all my money from the bank, will you put it in your other stocking?
Certainly.
Costello, don't be an idiot. Your money is safer in the bank. Why do you want to put it in her stocking?
Because that's where it's going to draw the most interest.
Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, do you want to find out how hitting ground feels to a paratrooper? Well, just hop off the top of a truck going 15 miles an hour. But don't try that until you're as husky as an All-American halfback and as nimble as a circus tumbler. Even then, you'd have to learn plenty to qualify for the shoot troops, fighters as tough as any in the world. And whether your job is to dangle in midair from silk cords or whether you're making the shoots, you want to get the most out of your off-duty moments. Take Helen Lynch, for instance. She works at the Pioneer Parachute Company, making some of the chutes used by our paratroopers. Like so many of us, Miss Lynch is smoking more these days, and she sticks to Camels. She said, quote,
"Package after package, Camels never tire my taste or wear out their welcome. They have such a rich, full flavor, and they're so easy on my throat."
Unquote. Camel is first in the service. Actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens show that with men in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, Camel is the favorite. Why is that? Well, just ask your own throat and taste. Camels have a full, rich flavor, the kind that wears well, doesn't go flat. Camels are milder, too, and cooler smoking because they're slow burning. The big reason behind this Camel goodness is costlier tobaccos, blended in the years-old Camel tradition of quality tobacco blending. If you're smoking more these days, try Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. Send the carton to that fellow in the service. And now a word about next week's program. You'll hear more music from Leith Stevens and the orchestra, more songs by Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, and a gripping, dramatic story of life in the squared circle with our guest star, John Garfield. Now, here is a short preview of next week's program. Thousands of people are assembled in Madison Square Garden. All eyes are focused on the two fighters in the center of the ring, Killer Garfield and Cupid Costello. There is a terrific exchange of blows. The crowd is on its feet. Costello is on his face.
Costello, get up. Get up. Get up off your knees and quit playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth.
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night at the same time for another big comedy show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, with John Garfield as our guest, brought to you with the compliments of Camel Cigarettes. Camel presents 3 great radio shows each week. Abbott and Costello on Thursday nights. On Friday night, it's the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Herb Schreiner, Xavier Cugat, and Our Town. And Monday nights, Blondie. Marlena Dietrich, who appeared with us tonight, has just completed a new Universal picture, Pittsburgh, with John Wayne and Randolph Scott. And here's the latest news about the Camel Caravans, those swell traveling shows that entertain our boys in the Army camps. 15 Army and Navy training stations will be visited this week, including Camp Gordon, Georgia, Camp Pendleton, California, and Camp Croft, South Carolina. This is Ken Niles speaking for the makers of Camel Cigarettes, and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Ever see a pipe wearing a muzzle? No, sir, and you never will, because that won't keep it from biting. Thing to do is get Prince Albert, the brand that's no-bite treated for real smoking comfort. Another thing, PA's crimp cut, and that means it packs firm and easy and gives you cool, one-match burning. You'll find around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls in every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for Pipe Appeal. You'll agree it's the national joy smoke. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Good evening to you folks. Hang up your hats and coats. Pull up a chair and shed your care. He's on the air, Bob Hope.
Ah, thank you so much.
Hello, here we go with our fun show. Wear a grin to get in through the wicket, where thereafter your laughter's your ticket, and smiles will last a season's pass. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope, the fellow who helps makes Tuesday night such a swell night to go to the movies. I want to thank you folks for taking such an interest in the program. My fan mail has been so heavy these last few weeks that I had to get another cigar box. Well, Halloween is gone, and so is my house. Halloween is really for the kids. They have so much fun. They're so cute. Angels with dirty soap. They came around. They're marvelous, those kids. They come around to the house, and they send one kid up to the door, the one without the axe, and the kid looks at you. And the kid looks at you and says, treat or tricks? Then you give them some cookies, and they take your cookies in your front porch and run away. When they got through with my house, it looked like a testing ground for termites. No kidding. I had a piece of every billboard from 10 miles around. The first thing I saw when I stepped out of the house this morning was 30 motion pictures every Thursday are your best community chest. So vote now. Even this morning, a kid came around and threw some garbage on my lawn. I said, hey, what are you doing? He said, pardon me, I forgot this last night. When I asked him why I was throwing garbage, he said, what do you think you throw at us every Tuesday night? But enough of that. I think we have a nice show here tonight that consists of...
the foremost singing comedian of the motion picture world, Miss Martha Raye. And in the regular lineup, we have Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss. Jerry Colonna through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. And Bob Hope through the courtesy of his landlord.
That's Bill Goodwin. He gave a Halloween party last night, 25-cent cover charge. We had a nice party at Bill's place. Of course, his room is a little small. More of a closet that made good. It was so small that Bill didn't have room for pumpkins, so he cut faces in grapes. And he had a midget witch riding around the room on a toothbrush. What a room. You've heard of sunken living rooms? Well, Bill's room has a sunken ceiling. Nice, but it got a little tiresome dancing around on our knees. And the music was nice, too, but we ran out of nickels. I used to tell that joke in vaudeville with Fibber McGee. You remember Fibber, huh? When you and I were young, McGee. But anyway, we at the party last night, we ran out of nickels, and of course we played ducking for apples. I put my head in the tub and came up with Johnny Weissmuller. Then to keep the party alive, we got in the tub and made the apples duck for us. Sort of an underwater Lambeth walk. Bill won the prize for pinning the tail on the donkey. I don't know whether he peaked or whether he's a Democrat. And all the girls came to the party with dresses that matched their boyfriend's hair. Kay Francis came with Jimmy Cagney, wore a red dress. Sonia Henney came with Jerome Power and wore a black dress. Jeanette McDonald came with Jean Raymond and wore a gold dress. And Gypsy Rose Lee came with Guy Kibbe. Oh, it was a swell part. Bing Crosby that was there. He was dressed cute. His suit was so loud, the Moors were wearing dark glasses. Well, I finally got that out. Marble mouth. And Jimmy Fiddler was there. Jimmy Fiddler was there, too. By midnight, he was so sleepy he could hardly keep his ears open.
Say, Bob, how did you like my Halloween party?
Oh, fine, Bill. What hamburger stand did the catering?
You know, Bob, my girl thought you were made up as a spook. When you were eating, she said, boy, look at that goblin.
Yeah. Well, I had fun, Bill. Did you see me chasing Martha Raye around the room? Wasn't that a laugh?
Yeah, Bob, that was one laugh after another.
How'd you like the way I was dressed, Bill?
Well, Bob, that was a novel idea, coming to the party in a suit made out of old insurance policies.
Not so novel. Every time I started dancing, 2 of them expired.
Hello, fellas.
Hello, Skinny. Hi, Skinny.
Hey, Bob, how'd you like that white sheet I put on for the party?
Oh, that was fine, Skinny, but what was that big bulge in the back?
Shucks, man. You wouldn't want me to wake my father up.
No, Skinny, but you didn't have to sit on him all night. There's only one fellow in this program who knows how to act at a party.
Greetings, Gate. Let's celebrate. I love parties, I love girls. That is why my mustache curls.
Take off your mask, Professor. Halloween is over.
Ah, Halloween. What merriment, what gaiety. I spent the entire night stealing gates. Gates?
Tell me, Professor, why did you attend Goodwin's party with a frankfurter around your neck?
Ah, yes. I wanted to look Halloweeny.
I get it, Professor. Halloweeny.
Hot dog.
Professor, jokes like that can end my radio career.
Goody.
1 minute. I smell something smoking. Is it you, Professor?
Ah, yes. I bought this suit at the fire sale, and it's still burning. One of my quirks. I've always wanted a light suit.
Next time you have a headache, Professor, doubt it.
Quiet, knave. I passed 4 black cats on my way to the studio. They meowed at me, and I was awfully embarrassed.
Well, Professor, why should that embarrass you?
My mustache meowed back at them.
Incidentally, Professor, how do you keep that mustache pressed so nicely?
I sleep with my head between a book.
You intrigue me, Professor.
Ah, Halloween. How I recalled my first Halloween party. We were ducking for ducks.
For ducks?
Yes, Kate. They'd already eaten the apples. In my youth, I was afflicted with a poor memory.
You handled that nicely.
When it was my turn to duck, I put my head under the water and forgot to take it out.
Really?
Days passed. Autumn vanished into the winter. The water froze into a cake of ice. The ice company came out and chopped. Chop. Chop. The next thing I knew, I was in an ice box. Time staggers on. I am now in a highball, balancing a cherry on my nose. The end. A fellow drank me down.
If a fellow drank you down, what are you doing here?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
And now, while the professor slips into his straitjacket, Skinny Ennis, our quivering baritone, sings Heart and Soul from the Paramount picture A Song is Born. Take it, Skinny.
Heart and soul, I fell in love with you, heart and soul, the way a fool would do gladly. I guess it served me right to steal a kiss in the night. Heart and soul, I longed to find romance, saw my goal, and took the fatal chance gladly. There on that night we kissed, there in the moonlit. Oh, but your lips were thrilling, much too thrilling. What in the world were they so strangely willing? Can't you see what one embrace can do? Look at me, it's got me loving you madly. That little kiss I stole cost me my heart and soul. That little kiss I stole cost me my heart and soul.
Would you like to try an interesting experiment? It really won't take more than a minute of your time. Just do this. After the broadcast tonight, stand squarely in front of a good-sized, well-lighted mirror. Next, put on your biggest and broadest smile. Yes, the very best smile in your repertoire. Then ask yourself these questions quite frankly. Am I proud of my smile? Is it bright and sparkling the way I want it to be? Is it a fetching, irresistible, magnetic sort of smile? Of course, I don't know what story your mirror will tell you, but if you're the least bit disappointed in the sparkle and gleam of your smile, I have a little tip for you. You really should try New Day Pepsodent toothpaste or powder containing irium. There's a combination that really does wonders for your smile. How? Well, you see, irium is a marvelous new cleansing agent found in Pepsodent alone of all dentifrices, which helps Pepsodent to gently brush away unsightly surface stains from tooth enamel. With these masking surface stains gone, your teeth then reveal their full natural luster, so that they shine and sparkle with all their glorious natural beauty. Furthermore, Pepsodent is safe in its action on teeth since it contains no grit, no pumice, no drugs. Start using Pepsodent-containing Irium right away, and in a short time, look in your mirror for the happy results.
How'd you like love me? How'd you like it? How'd you like kiss me? How'd you like it? Try to dare to learn if I could bear my way.
How'd you like to love me? On the level, how'd you like to miss me? Like the devil, would you be so kind as to keep me on your mind all day?
I told my doctor, my lawyer, to see what they think.
Why, the moment they saw you, were they tickled pink?
So how'd you like to love me? How'd you like it? How'd you
Here
like
she is,
to
ladies
kiss
and
me?
gentlemen, that latest glamour girl from the Paramount Studios. We take pride in bringing you that demure, alluring, bashful...
Has he gone nuts?
That seductive, sweet, captivating...
He's wacky.
That charming, lovable glamour girl...
Amen.
Miss Martha Raye!
Oh, thank you very much, Robert. I'm awfully glad to be here. Awfully. I've heard your program several times, and in fact, my husband and I have listened in and...
Oh, your husband. Here it comes. Martha just got married, folks. That's not him, is it?
I hope not. Yes, my husband. Doesn't that sound thrilling? Oh, Mom!
Hey, Martha married a very good friend of mine, by the way, Dave Rose. How are you tonight, Mrs. Rose?
Mrs. Rose. Oh, gee whiz. Why, I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Holt.
You know, I can just see your little cottage, Martha, with all those little rambling roses running around. Isn't that cute, huh?
Oh, Bob.
Where'd you get married, Martha?
Well, we went to Ensenada to get married, and Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy Fiddler went along with us.
Really?
See, Jimmy was the best man.
You took a columnist on your honeymoon?
Yeah, and he gave it 5 bells.
Well, I have to hand it to you, taking Fiddler on your honeymoon. But why a columnist?
Why not? My life's just an open letter, really.
Well, I haven't lived enough for a whole letter yet, but...
Wait a minute. You get around. You haven't got that bicycle for nothing.
You can't mean me, Martha.
Yeah, well, you're awful fickle, Bob. Look, you've been playing opposite that Shirley Ross.
Who?
Shirley Ross, that other woman, you know.
Oh, Shirley Ross, yes.
Well, you've been in 2 pictures with her, and this is the 3rd with me. What I want to know is, Bob, which one of us do you enjoy kissing the most?
Well, Martha...
Think fast, you liar.
Well, it's not a fair question, Martha, because I've never really graded my osculatory efforts.
Oh.
Where do I find that, huh?
Well, all I know is that your kisses have been kind of weak lately.
It's not true, Martha. My kisses always have power.
Yes, but not enough to roam.
Yeah. Well, Madeline Carroll didn't think so.
You kissed Madeline Carroll?
Yeah, I kissed her so hard I went right through the frame.
Oh, boy. Kick that around. Oh, I'd like to see you play a love scene with Hedy Lamarr.
So would I.
Why, the minute she'd take you in her arms, you'd forget everything.
Ah, but think of that minute.
Now, if you were Ronald Coleman...
Oh, yeah? What's he got that we both want?
Why, if you were Ronald Coleman, I'd help you make mistakes so we could do the scene over.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine doing one love scene 20 or 30 times a day. Picture it. Just picture it, Bob. My arms. Quiet, Pat. My arms about his neck. And I look into his eyes and say, "Oh, Ronnie boy."
Ronnie boy?
"Oh, Ronnie boy. Do you mind?" And he says, "Martha, gal, our lips meet. And from then on, I just hang."
Okay, Martha, you can wake up now. It's time for your song. Do it.
Old Man River, that old man river, he don't say nothing, must know something, he just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along. Ah, he don't plant potatoes, and he don't plant cotton, and them that plants them is soon forgotten. But old Man River, it just keeps rolling along. Now you and me, we sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Tote that bar, lift that veil, you'll get a little drunk and you'll land in jail. I get weary, I'm sick of trying, I'm tired of living, and I feel just like dying. Oh, Man River, it just keeps rolling hard. Shoot the lick to me, John boy. Shoot the lick to me, John boy. Oh, Man River, don't say nothing, but must know something. It just keeps rolling, keeps on rolling along. Don't plant potatoes, don't plant cotton. Them the plants soon forgotten. Oh, Man River, just keep trucking on down. Now you and me, with sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Shoot that bar, lift that veil, get no drops and get out in jail. I get tired, sick of living, I feel like dying. Oh, Man River, just keeps rolling hollow. Don't not it dip, oh, not it dip, oh, not on day,
Anytime you're Lambeth way, any evening, any day.
And now, Bob Hope, with apologies to the British Empire and practically everybody else, brings you his version of that latest international complication, the Lambeth Walk.
You'll find them all doing the Lambeth Walk.
Say, Bill, where's all that music coming from?
Why, Bob, that's that new dancing school next door.
Well, let's go over there and make them cut it out. This is no way to run a broadcast.
Well, okay, but they got a lot of pretty dancing girls over there, and I was wondering...
Listen, I don't care what they... Oh, pretty dancing girls, huh?
Well, yeah, Bob, and I was wondering if you'd come back...
Yeah, listen, Bill, we can't have a dance studio play loud music while we're on the air, even if there are pretty girls up there. We'll have to go up there and find out about this thing, even if there are pretty girls up there. How many are there?
Say, look at the sign on that door, Bob.
Yeah, Professor Colonna, Terpsichorean Intricacies. Turkey Trot, Bunny Hug, The Castle Glide, Charleston Tap, trucking done local or long distance.
Well, let's go in.
Okay.
Greetings, Gate. Let's syncopate.
Are you Professor Colonna?
If I'm not, he'll be awfully surprised because I'm wearing his head.
Where are the girls, Professor?
They're doing an underwater ballet in the tanks.
Oh, the tanks.
You're welcome.
Say, Bob, now that we're here, this is a good chance to learn the Lambeth Walk.
Oh, Bill, I hate the switch. I'm just mastering the Charleston. Next week, I'm starting the Black Bottom.
The first part? Say, Bob, have you forgotten we're going to a big party tonight given by the Duke and Duchess of Stuff?
Of Stuff?
Yeah, of
Oh,
Stuff.
well.
And very, very English, and they'll expect us to know the Lambeth Walk.
Perhaps I can be of some assistance, Gates. I'm going to the party myself. I shall give you a lesson immediately after the Duke's dinner.
Oh, Professor, you mean duck dinner.
Silence, knave. I know what I mean. I helped the Duchess prepare it myself. I went duck hunting with the Duke, and the Duke forgot to duck. A Duke's dinner.
I hope the dinner isn't as old as that gag, Professor. Well, let's duck out of here, Bill. We'll see you tonight, Professor, if we're not careful.
Here's the place, Bob. Did you find a place to park?
Yeah, right over there in that stand with the other bicycles. I'll ring the bell.
Are you guests?
Yes. Stop hissing us. Here, take our cards and announce us.
Announcing the arrival of Mr. William Goodwin in Uncle Jakey's pawn shop.
Oh, wait a minute, wait. I gave you the wrong card. This one here. I'm sorry.
Cancel Uncle Jakey. Make that one Bob Hope coming up.
Well, here comes the Duke.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Delighted to know you and all that rot. Yes. How do you find yourselves?
Well, my friend generally looks at me, and I look back at him, and there we are.
Oh, yes. Jolly. May I present her ladyship, the Duchess? Skinny old bag, eh, what?
How'd you do? And I do mean you do. I'm so glad you came. You're just in time for dinner.
Oh, that's swell. I'm so hungry I could eat like a horse.
You know, that's very odd. I'm afraid we'll have to take pot luck. We're almost out of hay.
Well, if you could run short, I could graze on your mustache, old boy, right there.
Yes, quite. I say, old fruit, I hear you're on the wireless.
Yes, I do a broadcast every Tuesday night for Pepsodent.
You know, that's awfully sporting of you, old chap. Do they do anything for you?
Well, in a way, I collect a stipend every now and then.
Say, that's awfully sporting of them, too.
Oh, quaint! Imagine commercial payments for broadcasting.
We don't do things like that in Britain, you know, old boy.
I know that's the reason I'm not in Britain, old boy.
But it's a pleasure to be over here. Such refinement, such elegance and culture.
Dinner is served. On your mark, get set, go.
Here, I say, Duchess, watch where you're sitting. This is my place.
Why, Duke, I was here first.
Say, will you both get off my lap?
I say, old boy, will you pass me the watermelon? 2 will be enough.
Righto, do you mind if I roll them to you? I'm somewhat of a bounder myself. Coming up, Duke.
Oh, I say, good shot, old boy, a strike.
Say, Duchess, did you see any of Mr. Hope's pictures in England?
Oh, yes. Hardly a day passed that I didn't stroll into the Penny Arcade. Oh, I always enjoyed him. Did quite a bit of cinema work myself.
Just what was your experience in the English films, Duchess?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I appeared in Scotland Yard Goes to Town, Scotland Yard Comes Back, Scotland Yard Rides Again, and Dick Tracy at Bay.
What happened in that last picture?
We ran out of scotch.
Greetings, Gate. I guess I'm late.
Oh, Professor, do sit down and have a bite. We were just in time.
What a dinner. What a repast. There's nothing like a festive board loaded to the gunnels with rare delicacies.
Professor, will you please pass the hay?
What a dinner. I remember well the famous dinner they gave me on the day my mustache came of age. First we had truffles, and then a trifle later, trifles. Then a glorious dish of filet of East Indian possum and casserole à la française or petit pâté with a dash of lard.
How do you feel after a dinner like that, Professor?
As a famous gourmet once said after eating a heavy meal, quote, burp, unquote.
Well, that sounds tasty.
Oh, excuse me, Professor. We're ready for our lesson in the Lambeth Walk. Mr. Hope, won't you take the first lesson?
Well, I don't like to be a stand-in for a guinea pig, but what do I do first, Prof?
Take your left foot and put it in midair. Mm-hmm. That's it. Keep it there. Now do the same thing with your right foot.
Ouch.
Strange. Nobody seems to get that at first. Let's try it again.
Say, Professor, perhaps you can show us how that step should be done.
Watch me, Gates.
This ought to be good, Goody.
Watch me very closely. First, I raise my right foot. Now I raise my left foot. See? Help! I'm in midair! Well, don't stand there and stare at me, Gates.
This is impossible, but it's funny. Or is it? Professor, how are you going to get down?
I just do my imitation of Fred Astaire and walk down. Astaire walk. Does anybody get it? Does anybody want it?
That's amazing, Professor.
The last time I did that, magazines came from all over the country for interviews and pictures. I turned them all down except one magazine which I allowed to photograph me from all directions, including South by East, East by West, and Spawn of the North.
But, Professor, if you turned down so many others, why did you let this one magazine take so many pictures of you?
Because I love life. I love life.
That's all right, pal. Bring it up, Rob. Bring it up.
Put your feet together. Place your hands on your hips. Bend down and touch the floor.
Yeah, what do I do now?
See if you can find me a good cigar.
I'd like to find a pipe, a lead one for you, Professor.
Let us continue. Bend down. Place your head gently between your knees.
Got it?
Got it. Now rapidly insert your left elbow behind each adjoining ankle. Grab it with your right hand and tie Boy Scout knot number 682-450. If a man answers, hang up.
Bill, grab my hand and straighten me out. I feel like a pretzel with a hangover.
Any questions?
Yeah, how do we untangle ourselves?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
Take your places for the Lambeth Walk.
You feel lamby, Duchess?
Oh, I've been waiting for this merry moment. I love to dance.
All right, get off my feet and we'll take off.
Hold me tight. Oh, tighter. I can still breathe.
Oh, pardon me, Duchess. Did anyone ever tell you dance divinely?
Why, no.
That's what I thought.
The Duke says I'm as light as a zephyr.
Yeah, Lincoln Zephyr. Pardon me, did I step on your toe?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I feel as if we're dancing on air.
We are, Duchess. We just went through the window.
Oh, is this the Lambeth Walk?
No, Duchess. This is the sidewalk.
Get down Lambeth Way, every weekend, every day. Find them all, doing the Lambeth Walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a special announcement to make, and we'd all sincerely appreciate it if you would take it right to your hearts. At this time of the year, 400 American cities are raising community chest and welfare funds to maintain their hospitals, visiting nurse, child, and family welfare, and other humanitarian services. These community chests deserve your support. Give generously, won't you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the memory of Tuesdays at the mic. We hope we've made them bright. We're well repaid too if we've made you happier tonight. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memory of you, Miss Martha Raye. You take a serenade and break it down until it sounds like swing is here to stay. And thank you so much. I hope, folks, we'll always bring laughter and cheer homes from cellar to rafter. Let's remember our laugh benefactor. The fun is sent by Pepsodent.
Oh, yes. Say, pardon me, Bob, but what have we in line for next week's show?
Next week, we're really going to do it up. We're going to have one of the three famous Marx brothers, Chico Marx. And Skinny Ennis will be here with his band, our choir, 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. The memory.
Old Man River is from Jerome Kern's Showboat. How'd You Like to Love Me is from the Paramount Picture College Swing. The Lambeth Walk is from the English production Me and My Girl. Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsodent Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. The play tonight, What Every Woman Knows. Our guest, Miss Helen Hayes. Except that Helen Hayes is now so regular a visitor to the Campbell Playhouse that we're bold to call her a member of the family. But I think I've told you she's promised to appear with us, and only with us, as many times this year as she can manage. Last week she was busy getting ready a new play which opens soon on Broadway. But tonight, openings notwithstanding, she kept her promise, and here she is to play Maggie for you. Maggie in the beautiful, warm-hearted comedy, What Every Woman Knows. J.M. Barrie wrote no better play. And if you saw Miss Hayes in the play or the moving picture, you will never forget it. I'd like to tell you more about it. I'd like to talk about Barrie, about Miss Hayes, too, but I'd rather give the time to show itself. And I hope when it's over, you'll agree with me. Now, just before we begin, here's a word from Ernest Chappell.
The other night, I had an opportunity to look over a real old American family cookbook. And as I turned the pages, I was particularly struck by the number of different recipes for preparing chicken. Just for the fun of it, I counted them, and would you believe it, there were 88. Now, of course, some of us like chicken prepared one way, some another. But however we prefer it, roasted to a delicate brown, crisply fried in Southern style, or tenderly fricasseed, there's just no denying that we in this country do like our chicken. Now, I think it's because we like chicken so well that Campbell's chicken soup continues to grow so steadily in popularity. Here, indeed, is a chicken that is chicken, through and through. From your first appreciative sip of the golden gleaming broth to the last delicious drop, you'll taste real chicken. And there are whole pieces of tender chicken meat in it and fluffy white rice full of the flavor of the chicken to add still more to your hearty enjoyment of this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And so I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Won't you have it for dinner, perhaps tomorrow night? And now Helen Hayes and Orson Welles tell us what every woman knows.
A few minutes ago, the clock in the Wiley home struck 10. And a few minutes before that, Alec Wiley and David, his son, came in from outside wearing black coats and their Sabbath boots. Now they've sat down in the little room which David calls the West Room, while his father calls it the Room, which is to him the natural name for any apartment without a bed in it. Maggie Wiley, who is David's sister, calls it the Library, because there's a bookcase of pitch pine along one wall which contains 600 books with a glass door to prevent you from getting at them. We could describe Maggie Wiley for you at great length, but what's the use? What you really want to know is whether she's good-looking. No, she's not. She has soft Scotch speech and a more resolute manner than is perhaps fitting to her plainness and, well, in a few seconds she'll be with you herself. Maggie, who is not good-looking.
Who was at the meeting, Father?
Well, Maggie, was the Minister of Galashiels. He has to be remembered to you.
Father.
I mean...
I suppose you mean what you say, Father. I hear, David, that the Minister of Galashiels is to be married to that Miss Turnbull.
Well, I can see she's made a poor bargain.
How can you say that, Father, when you don't know her? I expect she's full of charm.
Charm? What is that exactly, Maggie?
Charm? Oh, it's a sort of bloom on a woman. If you have it, you don't need anything else. And if you don't have it, it doesn't much matter what else you have. Some women, the few, have charm for all, and most have charm for one. And some have charm for none.
Well, I have a sister that has charm.
No, David, you haven't.
But, Maggie, you...
Oh, come now. Let's be practical. Let's go to our beds. It's 10:15.
Well, I don't feel very sleepy yet. Nor me either. You go along, Maggie. Good night to you, Maggie.
Both of you unsleepy? When is this well-known 10 o'clock? Is our regular bedtime?
Yes, it's common knowledge that we go to our beds at 10, Maggie. That's what we're counting on.
Counting on?
You stupid young whelp. Now go outside and watch.
Yes, Father.
There's something up. You've got to tell me, Father.
Maggie, there are burglars about.
Burglars?
We hadn't meant for to tell you till we nabbed them, but they've been in this room twice of late.
Oh.
The policeman saw a man climb out of this window last Tuesday.
Father, the silver plate.
That's safe as yet. But we were thinking that very likely he'd come again tonight. So now, if you'll go to bed, Maggie.
Me? And my family in danger?
There's just one of them.
The policeman just saw one.
I'd be very pleased if there were two of them.
I would be very pleased if there were three of them. And I watch with you.
Father, he's there. I saw him sliding down the garden wall close to the rhubarb.
Oh, what's he like?
He's an ugly customer. That's all I could see. Slunk into the rhododendrons, and he's there now, watching the window.
We have him. Out with the lights. Maggie, you go upstairs.
I will not.
Then into the hall with you. I'll stay there behind the door. David, you go into the kitchen. I'll be in the hall with Maggie.
There's a stick, Father.
Behind the door. Quick. He's coming. Silver.
No, it's not. It's the big king.
He's lighting the light. He's sitting down.
And in the fine chair, too.
Come on. John Shand.
I hope you found that chair comfortable, young man.
I have no complaint to make against the chair.
John Shand, you, a native of the town, a disgrace to your family. I feel pity for the Shands this night.
I'll thank you, Mr. Wiley, not to pity my family.
If you're looking for a good clout in the head, John
Now,
Shand.
David, I think you should let the young man explain. It mayn't be so bad as we thought.
Explain away, my Billy.
Only the uneducated would need an explanation. I'm a student, and I'm desperate for want of books. You have all I want here on that shelf, no use to you but for display. Well, I came here to study. I come twice weekly.
That the window?
Huh. You think a Shand would so far lower himself as to enter your door? Well, what about it? Is it a case for the police?
It seems to me it's a case for us all to go to our beds and leave the young man to study, but not on the fine chair.
Thank you, Miss Maggie, but I couldn't be beholden to you.
Tell me, Mr. Shand, are you a poor scholar?
On the contrary, I'm a brilliant scholar.
What's your professor's opinion of your future?
They think me a young man of extraordinary promise.
You have a name here for high moral character.
And justly.
Are you serious-minded?
I never laughed in my life.
Are you a Sabbath school teacher?
I am.
One more question. Are you promised?
To a lady?
Yes.
I've never given one of them a single word of encouragement. I'm too much occupied thinking about my career.
So, Father, if you'll come outside just 1 minute, there's something I'd like to talk to you about.
Yes, David.
Do you want me to, Father?
No, Maggie, just Father. You stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Shand.
Well, I don't know what maggot they've got in their head, but sit down, young man, till they come back.
My name's Mr. Shand. Until I'm called that, I decline to sit down again in this house.
Then I'm thinking, young sir, you'll have a weary wait.
Sit down, Mr. Shand, and pull in your chair. You'll have a thimbleful of something to keep the cold out. Glasses, Maggie. You're not a totaler, I hope.
I'm practically a totaler.
Well, so are we. How do you take it? Maggie, will you get the glasses?
Yes, David.
No, David, quick, before she comes back.
Mr. Shand, we have an offer to make you.
No patronage.
Strictly a business affair.
Leave it to me, Father.
Here are the glasses.
Maggie, don't you see you're not wanted?
I do, David.
Why do you not go, then? I have a proposition to put before Mr. Shand, and women are out of place in business transactions.
I think I'll stay here, Father.
Well, you'll have to let her bide, David.
Very well, then. But, Maggie, sit here at the table and don't interfere, mind. Mr. Shand, we're willing, the two of us, to lay out £300 on your education.
Take care.
On condition that 5 years from now, Maggie Wiley is still unmarried, can claim to marry you should such be her wish. The thing to be perfectly open on her side, but you to be strictly tied down. Now, what have you to say? Decide.
I regret to say...
It does no matter what you regret to say, because I decide against it. Oh, and I think it's very ill done of you to make any such proposal.
Quiet, Maggie.
Seeing that I've refused the young man.
Refused? That's no reason why we shouldn't have his friendly opinion.
Oh.
Your objections, Mr. Shan?
Simply, it's a one-sided bargain. I admit I'm no catch at present, but what could a man of my abilities not soar to with 300 pounds? Something far above what she could aspire to.
Oh, indeed.
The position is that without the 300, you can't soar.
You have me there, Mr.
Yes,
Wiley.
You see, you're safeguarded, Maggie. You don't need to take him unless you like. But he has to take you.
Yeah, that's an unfair arrangement also.
I wouldn't dream of it without that condition.
Then you are thinking of it.
It's a good arrangement for you, Mr. Shan. The chances are you'll never have to go on with it, for in all probability she'll marry soon.
She's tremendous run after.
Well, even if that's true, it's just keeping me in reserve in case she misses doing better.
That's the situation in a nutshell.
Another thing. Supposing I was to get fond of her.
It's very likely.
Yes. And then suppose she was to give me the go-by.
You have to risk that, Mr. Shan.
What's her age? She looks young, but they say it's the curls that does it.
Well, Maggie's one of those women who are eternally young.
I can't take that for an answer.
She's 25.
I'm just 21.
Reading a book about 4 years difference in the ages is the ideal thing.
Well, Mr. Shan?
I'm willing if she's willing.
Maggie?
There can be no if about it. It must be an offer.
Ah, shan't give a Wiley such a chance to humiliate him, never.
Then all is off.
Come, Mr. Shand, it's just a form.
Well, Miss Maggie, will you?
Is it an offer?
Yes.
Oh. Before I answer you, I want first to give you a chance at drawing back.
Maggie.
When they said that I'd been run after, they were misleading you. Nobody's ever been after me.
Oh, they will be it.
And there's one thing more. David said I'm 25. He's wrong. I'm 26.
Aha.
Now be practical, Mr. Shand. Do you withdraw from the bargain, or do you not?
It's a bargain.
Then so be it.
I'll have the document ready for you. I think, Maggie, you might see Mr. Shand to the door.
Certainly. This way, John. Have your muffler, John?
Yes, I have it.
I think you'd better put it twice around.
Well, it's a most romantical affair. I wonder how it'll turn out. She's queer, Maggie. I wonder how some clever writer has never noticed how queer women are. It's my belief you could write a whole book about them. It was very noble of her to tell him she's 26. But I thought she was 27.
"6 years have elapsed, and John Shand's great hour has come. Perhaps his great hour really lies ahead of him. Perhaps he had it 6 years ago. It often passes us by in the night, with such a faint call that we don't even turn in our beds. But according to the trumpets, this is John's great hour. He's standing for Parliament, and this is election night.
I'm in. I'm elected. Majority 244. I'm John Shand, MP. Majority 244. I've beaten the baronet. I've done it, Maggie. And not a soul to help me. I've done it alone.
Yes, John.
I'm as hoarse as a crow, and I have to address the Caucadans Club.
Will you stay right there, John, and rest yourself a minute? What are you frowning at?
I was thinking of the Peregrine. Just because I beat him, he took mean advantage and congratulated me in French.
Oh. Would it help you, John, if you were to marry a woman who could speak French?
Not at all.
Mon cher John, laissez-moi parler français. Je suis la seule française de ma famille écossaise.
Listen to her, John. Listen to her. She's been learning French without knowing it.
Very good, Maggie. Very good.
Wait a minute, John. Look at me. Look at me. This is London. And this is our first reception, and Mrs. John Shand is receiving at the door. How do you do, Sir Peregrine? J'espère que vous êtes très bien. So sorry we beat you at the polls.
I'm thinking the baronet would sit on you, Maggie.
I've invited a lord to sit on the baronet.
Maggie, you're daft.
Mr. Shand! Mr. Shand! What is it?
It's some swell. They're outside, a carriage and pair. Two ladies, and they asked to see you.
You know who they are?
One of them is Lady Sybil Tenterden.
Lady Sybil, eh?
Who's she, John?
That's the sister of the baronet.
A married woman?
No, Maggie.
And there's an older lady. Foreigner, she sounds like.
What you better say to them, Mr. Shan?
Say I'm very busy, but if they care to wait in here, I hope presently to give them a few minutes.
Good heavens, Mr. Shan, you can't do that.
You heard what I said?
Yes, Mr. Shan.
Come on now. I'll go up and let the crowd see me from the window.
That's what I'm shouting for.
I'll be back in a moment, Maggie.
Yes, but John, what are we to do with these ladies?
Your reception, Maggie.
Oh, but John, David. Oh, Father, I'm afraid. I don't...
This way, my lady. Yes, my lady. Mr. Shan said for you to wait.
Oh, did you really insist on seeing him? Yes, I do, Sybil. I insist on seeing the great man. Oh, dear. Will you have a chair, my lady? Oh, thanks. Ah, so these are Mr. Shan's headquarters, eh? They are. Ah, how fascinating. If you'll excuse me, ladies, I'll go and tell Mr. Shan you're here. Oh, really, there is no hurry. I'll tell him now. He seems so agitated. Perhaps he is some relation of Mr. Shan's, eh? Sybil, I believe you're asleep. No, I'm not, Auntie. Sybil, don't you love a strong, self-made man, eh? I never met one. Ah, neither have I. But if you did meet one, would he wake you up? How do you say he'd find there were two of us? Yes, I think he would. Ever been in love, you cold thing? I've never shot up in flame, Auntie. Think you could manage it if Mr. Wright came along? Yes? Mr. Chandler will be right down directly. Oh, thank you. Lady Sybil and I were wondering, is this Mr. Shan a married man? No, he's not married. But he will be soon. Oh? Is she a friend of yours? I don't think much of her. Well, in that case, tell me all about her. There's not much to tell. She's common. Stupid. Oh, but it is not that sad. Oh, figure to her yourself how many men with greatness before them have been shipwrecked by marrying in the rank from which they sprang. I've told her that, but she will not give him up. No. Why should she if he cares for her? What's her name? It's Maggie. Well, that is very, very sad, is it not? I am afraid this Maggie will be the ruin of young. Oh, that's him now. He's coming down.
Sorry to have kept you ladies waiting. Lady Sybil.
Oh, Mr. Chan, this is my aunt, the Countess de la Bruyere.
Countess.
What a triumph, Mr. Chan.
Oh, pretty fair, Countess, pretty fair. Lady Sybil, I hear you think I'm vulgar.
Oh, my dear Mr. Chan, what absurd.
I was told you said that after hearing me speak.
Well, it's quite a mistake.
Is it not true?
Well, you seem to know, Mr. Chan. And you pressed me so unnecessarily. Well, yes, that is how you struck me. Oh, my child, you would have it.
I just wanted to know, Lady Sybil, because if it's true, I must alter it. Of course, it can't matter to me what you think of me. What I mean is that I must not be vulgar if it would be injurious to my career.
I see. No, of course, I could not affect your career, Mr. Shan.
That's so, Lady Sybil, meaning no offense.
And we are friends again.
Certainly.
Then I hope you'll come and see me when you're in London.
I'll be very pleased.
Any afternoon, about 5.
Much obliged, Lady Sybil.
Goodbye till then. Auntie, I do think we'd better be getting back to the hotel. Very well, my dear.
Maggie, the ladies are going.
Oh, goodbye, Lady Sybil. Goodbye, Countess.
Lady Sybil, if you'll allow me to see you through the crowd, I think perhaps...
Thank you, Mr. Shan. Are you then the Maggie? Oh, the one that John is going to marry? Oh, but if I'd known, I would not have said those things. Please, Miss Maggie, forgive an old woman. Oh, it doesn't matter. I admire your courage. And I dare say you will be very happy. Thank you. Bon voyage, Miss Maggie. Goodbye, Countess.
Countess. Well, that's that.
Have you more speaking to do, John?
I must run across and address the Cowcats Club.
Oh, yes.
I wonder if I am vulgar, Maggie.
Oh, no, John, of course you're not. John, you couldn't stay and have a little talk a few minutes, huh?
Yes, if you want me, Maggie. The longer you keep them waiting, the more they think of you.
When are you to announce that we're to be married, John?
I won't be long. You've waited a year more than you'd need to have done, Maggie. So I think it's your due. I should hurry things up now.
That's noble of you. Is it terribly hard to you, John?
It's not hard at all. I can say truthfully, Maggie, that all or nearly all I've seen of you in these 6 years has gone to increase my respect for you.
Respect?
And a bargain's a bargain.
If it wasn't that you're so glorious to me, John, I would let you off.
In my opinion, Maggie, it will be a very happy pair.
Yes, John. But can you look in my face and deny that there's surging within you a mighty desire to be free?
Leave such maggots alone.
If I were John Shand, I would no more want to take Maggie Wiley with me through that beautiful door that's open wide for you than I'd want to take an old pair of shoes. Why don't you bang the door in my face, John?
A bargain's a bargain, Maggie.
You say one word about wanting to get out of it, and I'll put the lawyers on you.
Have I hinted at such a thing?
The document holds you hard and fast.
It does.
You missed the prettiest thing in the world, John. And all owing to me.
What's that?
Romance. All's cold and grey without it, man. Those that have had it have slipped in and out of heaven.
You're exaggerating, Maggie.
You've worked so hard, John. You've had none of the fun that comes to most men long before they're your age.
I never was one for fun. I cannot call to mind, Maggie, ever having laughed in my life.
No, you've no sense of humor.
Not a spark.
Mm-mm. I sometimes thought if you had, it might make you fonder of me. I think one needs a sense of humor to be fond of me.
You feel sure, I suppose, that an older man wouldn't suit you better, Maggie.
I couldn't feel surer of anything, I'm afraid. You're just my ideal.
Yes, well, that's as it should be.
David has the document, too. It's carefully locked away.
He would naturally take good care of it.
John, I make you a solemn promise that in consideration of the circumstances of our marriage, if you should ever fall in love, I'll act differently from otherwise.
There is occasion, Maggie.
John, David doesn't have the document. He thinks he has, but I have it here. Look.
If that's it, well do I mind the look of it, Maggie.
You don't ask why I brought it.
Oh, why did you?
Because I thought I might have the womanliness and the courage to give it back to you. Will you never hold it against me in the future, John, that I couldn't do that?
I promise you, Maggie, I never will.
Oh, to go back to the house and take up my life there, when all these years my eyes have been centered on this night. To go back there and weazen and dry up, when I might have been married to John Shan.
And you will be, Maggie. You have my word.
Never.
Maggie.
Never.
Maggie, what have you done?
I've torn up the document. That's what I've done.
Maggie.
Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool to let you go. Oh, John, you'll rue this day. I could have helped you in your career.
In no circumstances, Maggie, would I allow any meddling with my career.
I pledge myself to the preservation of human liberty. But, gentlemen, one may have too much even of freedom.
No.
Yes, Mr. Adamson, and Mrs. Adamson, one may want to be tied. I say yes, Willie Cameron, and I have found a young lady who I am proud to say is willing to be tied to me. I'm to be married. Her name's Miss Quiet. Her name's Miss Wiley. She's here now. She was here. Where are you, Maggie?
I'm here. But I'm so little you can't see me.
Father, have you got a grip of her? Yes, David, I got her. Then hoist her up.
Gentlemen, the future Mrs. John Shan. No. Being a lady, she can't make a speech.
Yes, I can make a speech, and I will make a speech. And it's in 2 words, and they're these. My constituents.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of What Every Woman Knows. I want to take just a minute to talk to the best home cook in the world. I don't know who she is, but if she lives at your house, I hope she's listening to me. She's the good home cook whose boiled frosting, for instance, is just right every time, and whose years of cooking have taught her how to make a cream sauce that's a miracle of smoothness. Naturally, we all honor her for the pride she takes in preparing her fine dishes. And so it's to her especially that I want to say this about Campbell soup. all the skill, the patience, the careful tending of the kettle that you would give to the making of soup, we at Campbell's give to the blending and cooking of our soups. Years and years devoted just to soup cooking have helped us learn how to make them as fine as soups can be. You'll understand why we're proud of our soups and why we'd like to make soup for you. Will you give us a trial? Try, for example, Campbell's chicken soup, a soup with deep, rich chicken flavor clear through. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup, a soup that's almost a meal in itself. If you'll do this, I'm almost certain you'll join the many, many other good home cooks who've put away their soup kettles for good. I believe you'll let Campbell's make soup for you, too. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
A few minutes ago, the Countess de la Bruyere, who has not recently been in England, was shown into the London house of the Shands. She had presumed that the Shand scheme of decoration would be as themselves. She is agreeably surprised. In a small but charming room, she is now engaged in listening to Mr. John Shand, M.P., read the peroration of a speech he is going to make before the House of Commons. Mrs. Shand is there, too, in a little gray frock that not only deals gently with her personal defects, but is in harmony with the room. Evidently, however, she has not risen with her husband, for she is as stupid as ever. The Countess, who remembers having liked her the better of the two, could shake her now for being so stupid.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there are the reasonable demands of every intelligent English woman. I'd better say British woman. And I am proud to nail them to my flag.
Oh, the fighting leaders.
So long as I can do so without embarrassing the government.
Mr.
I warn the front bench loyally but firmly.
Now, sir, him again.
That though I will not bring this matter to a vote just now, I will bring it forward again in the near future.
But not to bring the matter to a vote is hedging, isn't it, John? Is that strong?
To make the speech at all, Maggie, is stronger than most would dare. They'd ruin me if I pressed for a vote.
Bark but not bite.
Now, Maggie, you're out of your depth.
Yes, I suppose that's it.
And now I think I'd better go to my committee. Maggie, I'm ready. Will you open the doors?
Yes, John.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. And now, Mrs. Smithers, if you'll kindly call this meeting to order.
Well, Miss Maggie. Well, as I looked through the door at the ladies' committee just now, I caught sight in there of my dear niece. Since when has my dear Sybil become one of Mr. Shand's committee ladies? It is not like her. I think it was about the time that my husband took up their cause. Mrs. Shand, excuse me for saying that if half what I hear is be true, your husband is seeing that lady a great deal too often. Mrs. Shand, why do you not compel yourself to take an intelligent interest in your husband's work? I typewrite his speech, but do you know what they are about? They are about various subjects. I see.
Mrs. Shand, a gentleman to see you.
To see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, will you ask him to come in, please?
Yes, ma'am.
The card says Mr. Charles Venables. Charles Venables? Mr. Venables is a minister of your cabinet and one of the most powerful men in the country. Really, Countess? But since you know him so little, why should he call on you? I wonder.
Mr. Charles Venables. I hope you'll pardon my calling, Mrs. Shand. We had such a pleasant talk the other evening.
I think it's very kind of you. Do you know each other? The Countess de la Bruyere?
Countess, how delightful.
Mrs. Shand, I warn you, Mr. Venables is an old friend of mine. He is here for some crafty purpose. Oh, surely not.
I hope your husband is well, Mrs. Shand.
Yes, thank you.
You know, Mrs. Shand, I admire your husband very much. He puzzles me a little. I've known few men make a worse beginning in the house. He had the most atrocious borough public park manner.
No, he hadn't.
Well, at first he did, but by his second session, he shed all that. He's now a pleasure to listen to.
I think so.
Then again, I admire him for his impromptu speeches.
What's impromptu?
Unprepared.
Oh.
They have contained some grave blunders, not so much of judgment as of taste.
I don't think so.
Well, he's righted himself subsequently in the neatest way. I've always found that the man whose second thoughts are good is worth watching.
And you are wondering, Mr. Venables, whether Mrs. Shand can tell you who gives Mr. Shand these second thoughts. I know. You have even thought it might be his wife. Me? Oh, I would like to see anybody try to give thoughts to John.
Forgive me. I see I was wrong. And now, if he's at home, Mrs. Shand, may I see him? I'm going to be rather charming to him.
Yes, he is. Yes,
Well,
but...
that is to say, if he proves himself the man I believe him to be.
He's very busy just now. He has a ladies' committee in the dining room.
I think he'll see me, Mrs. Shand.
Is it something about his speech?
Well, yes, it is.
Oh, I know it by heart. These are the demands of the intelligent British woman, and I'm proud to nail them to my flag.
The very words, Mrs. Shand.
And I don't care how they may embarrass the government. And I warn the front bench loyally but firmly that whatever the consequences may be, I will bring this matter to a vote.
Capital.
Oh, you mean you are pleased to know that he needs to bring the matter to a vote?
Delighted. The courage of it will be the making of him. Mrs. Shand, let's have him in at once.
Yes, indeed. Let us have him in.
Oh, yes, Mr. Venables. I'll tell him you're here.
And now, ladies, we come to the matter of my speech. The speech that I propose to make this week before the House. Yes, Maggie, what is it?
Mr. Charles Venables is here to see you, John.
If you ladies will excuse me for a moment. Excuse me. Mr. Venables, this is an honor.
How are you, Shand? I see you're a busy man, so I'll come to the point immediately. You may know that we're to have a big meeting at Leeds on the 24th, and 2 ministers are to speak. There's room for a third speaker, and I'm authorized to offer that place to you.
To me?
Yes.
That would mean speaking for the government. Almost like a cabinet member.
In a way, yes.
John, isn't that wonderful?
Mr. Venables, here is the speech I'm making in the House tomorrow.
Thanks.
If you still make me the same offer after you've read it.
I assure you we look on the speech as a small matter. The thing that really decided it was your determination to put the matter to the vote.
To put the what? That?
And the government agrees to that, too.
You agree to put the matter to a vote?
Yes, they agree.
But you've been threatening to excommunicate me if I dared.
All done to test you, Shand.
Test me?
Yes, Shand. Had you been intending to talk big in this speech and then back down through fear of the government, we'd have had no further use for you.
I understand.
Well, I'll take the speech along.
Which isn't really necessary, too, sir.
There's only one copy, John, you know. Let me make a fresh copy, Mr. Venables, and send it to you in an hour or two.
Oh, I couldn't put you to that trouble, Mrs. Shand.
Really?
I'll take good care of it.
If anything were to happen to you on the way home, Mr. Venables, wouldn't whatever is in your pocket be considered the property of your heirs?
No, there's all thought, Shand. I think after that you'd better take your speech back immediately. You see, Countess, Mrs. Shand is Scottish, too.
So I observe.
Well, I must be going now.
I'll take you to the door, sir.
Goodbye, Countess. It's been a great pleasure.
Goodbye, Mr. Venables.
Goodbye, Mrs. Shand.
Goodbye, Mr. Venables.
You see, Mr. Shand, one never knows until a man faces a definite decision.
So, madame. I beg your pardon? I said so, madame. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. I mean that there is someone who helps our Mr. Shand. There's not. And it is a woman, and it's you. Oh, I help in the little things. The little things. What I want to know is whether your John is aware that you help at all.
Well, Maggie, Countess, congratulate me. You heard what he said. I've done it again.
I'm so glad, John. And all because you made up your mind to bring the matter to a vote, Mr. Shand.
They just guessed I'd be for him because they knew I'm a strong man. As to you, Maggie, you little saw what a good turn you were doing me when you said you wanted me to make a copy of the speech.
How, John?
Because now I can alter the end.
Oh, so you can.
Countess, I tell you, there's a little cherub who sits up aloft and looks after the career of John Shand.
Where does he sit, Mr. Shand?
Well, it's just a figure of speech, Countess. Well, now I'd better be going back to my ladies' committee. Goodbye, Countess.
Goodbye, Mr. Shand.
I'm sorry, ladies. Sorry to have kept you waiting, but Mr. Venables.
This little cherub we speak of. You are sure it is not down here she sits, Mrs. Shand, right in this room? No, it isn't. Goodbye, Scotty. Goodbye, Countess. And thank you for coming. Maggie, why do you do it? He loves to think he does it all himself. That's the way of men. I'm 6 years older than he is. I'm plain, and I have no charm. I shouldn't have let him marry me. I'm trying to make up for it.
Lady Sybil. Sybil. It is you who inspires my work.
Oh, John, you mustn't talk like that.
Sybil, let us declare our love openly. Oh, my dear, my dear.
John,
Yes, my love?
did you hear anything? Did you hear the door shut?
It was shut already.
Well, it seemed to me that...
There was nothing, but I think I hear voices now in the hall.
Just give them to the maid. To know where to put them. Oh, John, dear, I'm sorry to bother you, but I brought some flowers. I bought them from a man in the street, and he has no change. Will you come out and take them?
I will, Maggie. I'll be back in a minute.
How do you do, Lady Sybil? This is nice of you to come in to see us.
I was so sorry not to find you in, Mrs. Stan.
Thank you. Will you sit down?
I think not. I'm late as it is. I really ought to be...
I'm glad you're so beautiful, Lady Sybil.
I mean, I had no idea it was as late as it is, and... Mrs. Stan, why do you look at me so? The door did open.
Yes.
What are you going to do?
That would be telling. Sit down, my pretty.
Well, Maggie, I paid the man with the flowers.
John, I think I'll go upstairs now. I'm sure you have something you want to talk over with Lady Sybil.
Maggie.
Or would you prefer, John, to say it before me?
No.
Yes. Yes, I prefer to say it before you, Maggie.
Then sit down.
Maggie knows. Don't you, Maggie?
Yes, John.
I'm mortal sorry, Maggie.
And I also.
I'm sure you are. But as it can't be helped, I see no reason why the three of us shouldn't talk the matter over in a practical way.
If you could understand, Maggie, what an inspiration she is to me in my work.
Indeed, Mrs. Stan. I think of nothing else.
That's splendid. That's as it should be.
Oh, Mrs. Stan, I think you're very kind to take it so reasonably.
That's the Scotch way. When are you thinking of leaving me, John?
I think now that it's come to a breach, the sooner the better, so long as it's convenient to you, Maggie.
Oh, it couldn't well be before Wednesday. That's the day the laundry comes home.
And it's the day the House of Commons rises. It may be my last appearance in the House.
No, please don't say that. And you love the House, don't you, John? Next to Lady Sybil. It's a pity you couldn't wait till after your speech at Leeds. Mr. Venables won't have you there if you leave me.
What a chance it would have been. But let it go. It wouldn't be fair to you, Maggie, if I was to stay on now. Oh, what shall we do, Maggie?
Now's the time, Lady Sybil, for you to have one of your inspiring ideas.
Yes. Yes, but what?
John, what do you think of this? I can stay on here in London, and you can go away somewhere and devote yourself to your speech. Yes.
That might be, but where could I go?
Where? I know.
Maggie, what are you doing?
Hello. Give me Gerard 5072, please. Yes, 72, thank you.
Well, don't be in such a hurry, Maggie.
Hello? Is this Lamb's Hotel? Put me on to the Comtesse de la Brière, please.
Maggie, I wish I was fond of you.
I wish you were, John. Hello, is that you, Comtesse? This is Maggie. Yes, Maggie Shand. Oh, I'm very well, Comtesse. I never was better.
Why, Maggie Shand, you dear abominable one. Why did you not let me know you were coming?
It's a surprise visit, Connie. I walked up from the station. Well, how is everybody?
Yes, quite well. But, my child, he seems to me to be a most unhappy man.
Really, Countess?
What does that please you, oh heartless one?
I won't tell you.
Oh, I could take you and shake you, Maggie. Here have I put my house at your disposal for almost 2 weeks now for some sly Scotch purpose, and you will not tell me what it is.
No.
Very well, then. At that game, two can play as well as one. Maggie, I have a nasty surprise for you.
For me?
Yes. I want Mr. Venables to tell you what he thinks of your husband's latest speech.
Oh, that speech. Oh, yes, John wrote me that Mr. Venables was dissatisfied with it and that he was writing another.
We have heard nothing of that, Maggie.
Well, you know, Mr. Venables says that John's second thoughts are sometimes such an improvement on the first.
Yes, I remember his saying that.
Well, then, when John shows him his second speech...
What are you up to now, Scotchy? You know as well as I do that there is no such speech.
Countess, please.
Put your cards on the table, Maggie Shand. What precisely is that?
What?
What you've got there, those papers.
John's speech?
You have written it yourself.
I typed it.
You guessed that the speech he wrote unaided would not satisfy, and you prepared this to take its place.
Oh, not at all, Countess. It's a draft of his speech that he left at home, that's all.
With a few trivial alterations by yourself, I swear. Can you deny it?
Countess, these insinuations are unworthy of you.
Oh, Scotchy.
You rang the lady.
Oh, did I? Oh, yes. Take this envelope to Mr. Venables, please.
But, Countess, you must...
And say it is from Mr. Shand.
Oh, Countess,
How could you? I've a good mind to... Come now, your husband.
Oh, and she's with him.
My niece, Sybil, shall I get rid of her?
No. I want her to be here, too. Now I shall know.
No, what?
As soon as I look into his face, I shall know. How do you do, Lady Sybil?
Maggie.
How pretty you look in that frock. You're a feast to the eye.
Maggie, you never wrote you were coming.
Oh, no, John, it's a surprise visit. I just ran down to say goodbye.
To say goodbye? To who, Maggie? Oh, Auntie, do leave us, won't you?
I tried. It's becoming far too interesting. I suppose there's no reason why the Countess shouldn't be told. She'll know so soon at any rate.
Oh, that's so.
It's so simple. You see, Countess, John and Lady Sybil have fallen in love with one another, and they're to go off as soon as the meeting at Leeds has taken place. I think that's putting it correctly, John.
Well, in a sense, Maggie, but now it turns out I'm not to attend the meeting at Leeds after all. My speech doesn't find favor with the government. There's something wrong with it.
Oh, well, now, since you won't be speaking at Leeds, Mr. Shan, there is nothing to detain you here any longer, is there? You and Sybil. Should I send for a carriage? Auntie, please.
I promised Maggie to wait till the 24th. This is only the 21st. I'm a man of my word.
But I give you back your word, John. You can go now.
Maggie.
My things are all packed. I think you'll find the house in good order, Lady Sybil. I've had the vacuum cleaners in. And I'll give you the keys to the linen and the silver plate. They're in that bag. Oh, and the carpet on the upper landing is a good deal frayed.
Please, I don't want to hear it.
And the ceiling of the dining room would do for a lick of paint, I think.
Can't you stop her?
She's meaning well. Maggie, I know it's natural to you to value those things because your outlook on life bounded them. But all this jars on me.
Does it?
Why should you be so ready to go away?
I promise not to stand in your way.
You needn't be in such a hurry. There are 3 days to run yet. To the Countess, all this is just a joke.
And it seems to be no joke to you, Mr. Shan. Oh, Sybil, my pet, why don't you let him off? Let him off? What is it? Do you?
If you come with me, Sybil, I'll do all in a man's power to make you never regret it.
So I can make my arrangements for Wednesday.
No, you can't. Auntie, I'm not going on with this. I'm very sorry for you, John, but I see now. I couldn't face it.
Sybil.
I'm wary of you, John.
Sybil.
I find you, so dull.
Sybil.
I'm sorry, John, but I had to tell you before it's too late. Auntie, I can't stand it. I'm going to...
Sybil.
Sybil.
By heaven. It's more than I deserve.
Congratulations to you both.
Yes. Oh, what's that?
It's Mr. Venables.
Oh, there you are, dear. Then coming down. Stay where you are. Don't go. What on earth?
You know what I think? I think it is about your speech.
Mr. Venables has said all he needs say on that subject and more.
I think it is about the second speech.
What second speech?
Countess, you gave it to him, wasn't I meant to?
What is it? What second speech?
Oh, John, it's a drop of your first speech that you left at home, and I brought it here with a few little things I'd added myself.
That?
Just trifles, you know, things that I was to suggest to you while I was knitting. And then if you liked them, you could have polished them and turned them into something good. And now she's shown it to Mr. Venables.
That's my work, Countess.
It is your work, John. 9/10 of it.
You presumed, Maggie Shan.
Yes, hello.
Very well, and there he comes, and now we'll see to what extent you've helped me.
Thank you, Sam. I congratulate you. Give me your hand.
The speech?
You've improved it out of knowledge. The same speech, but those new touches make all the difference. Mrs. Shan, be proud of him.
I am, John, I am.
Oh, Shan. Oh, this will go with the government.
You always said that his second thoughts were best, Mr. Venables.
Didn't I? Excuse me, Countess. I'm off to read the whole thing again. It's amazing the difference a few touches.
I too would like to read this speech, Mr. Venables. I will go with you.
You heard what he said, John. It's a combination. You and me, John. Oh, is it so terrible to you to find that my love for you has made me able to help you in the little things?
Little things? It seems strange to me to hear you call me by my name, Maggie. It's as if I looked on you for the first time.
Look at me, John, for the first time. What do you see?
I see a woman who has brought her husband low.
Only that?
I see the tragedy of a man who has found himself out. I can't live with you again, Maggie. Oh.
Why did you shiver, John?
It was it myself for saying that I couldn't live with you again when I should have been wondering for how long you've lived with me. And I suppose you've forgiven me all the time.
Yes, John.
And forgive me still.
Yes, John.
Heavens above.
John, am I to go or are you to keep me on? I'm willing to stay because I'm useful to you if it cannot be for a better reason. Oh, it's nothing unusual I've done, John. Every man who's high up loves to think he's done it all himself. Every woman knows that. It's our only two. Oh, John, if I could only make you laugh at me.
I can't laugh, Maggie.
Oh, John, look at me. See how easy it is. Laugh, John.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. In just a moment, they will both return to our microphone. But first, if you could make the trip with me to Campbell's Kitchen to see them make their chicken soup, I know you'd need no urging from me to try it. You'd see that Campbell's use not merely some, but all the good meat of carefully selected plump-breasted chicken. You'd see them patiently simmer the broth long and slowly in true old home kitchen style till every fragrant drop gleams with chicken richness, deep and full and golden. And then you'd watch them add whole pieces of tender chicken and measure in snowy white rice to make this chicken soup really nourishing as well as tempting. But after all, when it comes to judging a chicken soup as downright good as this, tasting is even better than seeing, so why not plan to have it tomorrow? Once you do try it, I think you'll want to have it time and time again. Because just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, here is Orson Welles.
In a very short time, ladies and gentlemen, at the Martin Beck Theater, a bouquet's throw from these microphone emplacements, there's an opening. This means the Broadway season has really begun. Also, it means our star will want to get to bed early these nights because it's Helen Hayes' new show that's opening. The name of the new play, Ladies and Gentlemen. I saw it this summer when she tried it out on the West Coast, and I'd like to tell you about it, but she won't let me.
Oh, it's not that I don't want to have the story given away, Orson. It's just that somehow one hates to talk about an opening until it's open. Sometimes even then you don't talk about it, unless you can help it.
I know just what you mean. Well, I hope you break a leg.
Oh, thank you very much, Orson. But maybe you better explain that to our listeners, I mean.
I wish you your biggest hit.
But you asked me to break my leg. I think we should make your intentions quite clear. Ladies and gentlemen, our producer isn't rubbing his hands and chuckling fiendishly in the hope that I'll end up in the hospital.
It's an old backstage ritual. We're superstitious about wishing our friends good luck in the theater, so we wish them the opposite. A compound fracture is likely to interfere slightly with a good performance, so broken bones are the favorite sentiment. They used to kick me in Ireland.
Orson, who kicked you?
All the Irish actors.
Using this good luck business for a pretext?
Almost invariably. And now, Miss Helen Hayes, before we say good night, allow me to extend in the best tradition of these things our worst wishes. Your new comedy, ladies and gentlemen, needs no such mumbo-jumbo, but we throw it in to keep up appearances. Please fall down a deep, dry well. Have hay fever from the flowers you'll get, and may the runs in your stockings be as long as Victoria Regina. You'll break records. Your radio producer and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse entreat you to break a leg.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of What Every Woman Knows, the role of Maggie was played by Miss Helen Hayes. Orson Welles played John Shand. The part of Alec Wiley was played by Alfred Shirley, David Wiley by Everett Sloane. Agnes Murad was the Countess, and Naomi Campbell was Lady Sybil. The part of Mr. Venables was played by Eustace Wyatt and Willie Cameron by Ray Collins. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson Welles, will you please tell us about next week's story?
Well, next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ad-libbing this. Hard to tell you about next week's show because everything that could be said about it has been very well said before me. We've gotten hundreds and hundreds of letters from people all over America asking for adventure and romance on these programs. So to satisfy this evidently increasing appetite for these, we are bringing the favorite work of the world's favorite writer of adventure, Alexander Dumas. We're bringing you the story of the man who was imprisoned on his wedding day And don't tell me you guessed it. And to return 20 years later for his revenge, the man who was known in Paris as the Count of Monte Cristo. And so, ladies and gentlemen, until next week, until the tragic wedding day of the Count of Monte Cristo and his terrible and exciting revenge, until the swords and daggers and cloaks and poison, concealed murder and revenge, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you Alexander Dumas' masterpiece, one of the most colorful and adventurous stories in all romantic fiction, The Count of Monte Cristo. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
Buy it where, when, how you will, you'll find Campbell's tomato juice always the same. In color, flavor, tang. That's because of Campbell's experience in growing and selecting tomatoes, Campbell's skill in pressing them, Campbell's canning method that retains the fresh tomato taste, safeguards the fresh tomato vitamins. Turn to Campbell's, America's largest selling tomato juice. Drink a breakfast glass of Campbell's, take a happy step towards health. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A gang of quick-trigger gunmen have moved in on your city. They've given public notice that they'll kill the first cop who tries to take them. You know the risks. Your job, apprehend the suspects.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, April 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My partner's Ben Romero. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau. It was 4 minutes to 6 when I got to room 42. Homicide. Say, Ben, I pulled a package on the Raymond killing.
And that proves you can still read, Friday.
He said it, Joe. Your pal, Fred Lindsay.
Hiya, Fred. What's doing?
Busier than you are. We know what we're looking for. Just having a little trouble finding them.
That's the way it is with automobiles. They misplace so easy.
Not normally, they don't. We've got a small-size epidemic on our hands.
Well, don't let us keep you, Fred.
Just ducked in here for a breath of calm air and to invite you to dinner for the last time.
The wife and I are still waiting for the first time.
How about it, Joe? Ruth's got a new pressure cooker.
Your sister-in-law visiting you again, huh?
No, on the level. Not selling a thing.
Come on. Who is it this time?
My cousin. But she's awfully pretty, Joe.
Oh, why do you guys insist on trying to marry me off?
Me and Fred went down fighting, but it kind of grows on you after a while.
Now, tell me, what is it about a married man? Just can't stand to see one single man left in the world.
How about it, Joe? Tomorrow night at 7, okay?
Okay. Tell Ruth I'll be there.
It figures that he's got to run out of kinfolks pretty soon.
Fine, we'll be expecting you. Got a stakeout tonight, but tomorrow I'll be clear.
Anything big?
Nothing definite, Ben. Just to follow up on those stolen cars.
See you, men.
So long, Lindsay.
Joe, you'll like my cousin.
Oh, never say die. What a character.
You just catnip to women, Joe.
Yeah. Well, here's that Raymond package. Let's check those dates that Backstrand wanted, huh? Wednesday, April 17th was just routine. A dinner date I tried to get out of, some paperwork that the chief wanted done, and a hot, sticky day. Too hot to wear a suit of clothes. Sometimes it's like that. A day starts out being routine, and by the time it comes of age, it's got a personality all its own. At 10:23 that night, Ben and I were just finishing up the paperwork, and Ed Backstrand opened his office door.
Righty, Romero, just got a hotshot call.
What you got, Skipper?
Hold up and shooting at Hooper and Esperanza, code 3.
Code 3, that means red light and siren. It was 10:32 when Ben and I pulled up at the corner of Hooper and Esperanza. It was a bar in the basement of a building on the south side of the street. A radio car was there, and the two officers were holding the crowd back. A man was talking to one of the officers who turned and pointed to us. As Ben and I got out of our car, the man hurried over to us.
You're the detectives?
That's right, Sergeant Friday.
My name's Cummings, R.L. Cummings. I own the bar. This is terrible. There was a gunfight downstairs.
Uh-huh, come on. Where's the ambulance?
One of the officers in the radio car said we needed the coroner.
Did you see the actual shooting?
No, I didn't. Here's the fellow that was shot.
Oh, there's Jones from the crime lab.
Hello, Friday. Romero.
Hi, Lee. What do we got here?
Pretty bad. Looks like a shotgun. Close range.
He really got in the way of it.
Ben.
Yeah.
It's Fred Lindsay. Motor theft.
He was on a stakeout, Lee.
Tell us about it, Mr. Cummings.
You know this fellow, Sergeant?
Yeah, we know him. What happened?
We had a holdup tonight. 3 men.
Yes, go on.
Well, business was good, real good. We had a large crowd, and I was happy about that because I've been trying to sell out for a long time now. I've been showing the place to different parties all week long. I had a fellow coming over tonight to take a look at it.
What time was that?
A little less than an hour ago, about 9:30.
I see. Go ahead.
It was almost time for this man to show up, so I called Eddie, that's my bartender, and I told him to kind of keep a lookout for the man because I was going back to the office to get the books ready to show. You know how it is when you want to sell a business. You'll watch for him, Eddie?
You bet I will.
If you want me, I'll be back in the office.
Keep your mouth shut and stand still.
Huh?
You own this bar, don't you?
Well, yes. What is this?
You're the boy we want to see.
Which one are you?
All 3 of us.
What's going on?
What's it look like, genius? Just a stick-up.
I haven't any money.
You go to the bank on Thursdays, don't you?
Well, I made my deposit today instead.
I've been watching you for a month now. Don't give us that. You go to the bank on Thursdays. Now, come on, hand it over.
I'm telling you the truth. I usually go on Thursdays, but I went today instead.
You're lying, Ace, and we ain't got much time.
Look, you can have all the money I've got on me. I think it's about $200. But that's all I have. Here.
Why argue with him? Take what he's got and we'll shake the customers down.
No, please don't do that. You got my money. Isn't that enough?
No, it ain't. Oh. Come on, let's go out front.
That's about all I remember, Sergeant. When I come around, I was lying on the floor of my office.
You better have somebody take a look at that cut on your face.
Yeah, I'm going to right away. There's my bartender. He saw the fight.
What's his name, Eddie?
Yeah.
Eddie.
Yes, sir?
These men are detectives, Eddie. Will you tell them what you saw?
Oh, it was pretty rough.
And tell us what happened when they started the shooting.
That fellow the coroner just took out of here sure was long on nerve. Took on all 3 of them single-handed.
Uh-huh. Tell us what you saw.
You ought to get that fellow's name. Sure had a lot of nerve. Took over just like he was a cop.
He was a cop. Now, what did you see?
I pegged him for a cop. Well, he was sitting up at the bar. Been nursing a bottle of beer for about an hour. I was keeping an eye on the front door, watching for this fellow the boss wanted to see. So I didn't see the 3 hold-up men come through from the back. But I heard them. All right, let's knock it off. You can all see this shotgun. Anybody make a move and I'll blow your head off. Demons cover the front door.
Got it.
Tickle, shake them down. Okay, gents. You guys in the band keep that music going. The rest of you people turn around and face the bar. Put your hands on top of the bar and leave them there till we tell you to move. Come on, hurry up. Knock it off. Okay, Sickle. We'll take your money, your watches, anything else you got. Now, don't try to be cute and hold out. All right, you, take off the watch. I'll get your billfold. You, lady, let's have the ring.
This man they called Sickle went right down the line. Took everything he could lay his hands on. This cop, your friend, was facing me at the far end of the bar. He was standing there just like the others. He kind of leaned toward me a little.
Can you see the guy with the shotgun?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Center of the room.
The other guy still at the door?
Yeah.
Got his gun out?
Holding it in his right hand.
How far down the line is the other guy?
About 10 people away.
Hey, you two down at the end there. Knock it off. Hurry up, Sickle.
Doing the best I can. Come on, let's have the push, lady. You next to the lady here, get the watch off. I'll take this load over.
How far away now?
Getting closer. But we better set up like he says.
I'm going to take the one with the shotgun first.
He'll blow you to pieces.
I got a gun. How far away is that guy now?
I thought Jans told you two to shut up.
All right, Sickle, try to move and I'll break your back.
Let me go. Go ahead and shoot, Jans.
Stay away from him, Sickle.
All you people at the bar, down on the floor. Okay, you with that shotgun, drop it.
Bemis, can you get a shot at him?
Not without hitting Sickle. Come on, you, I'm waiting.
You got us all wrong, boy. We like Sickle, but not that much.
The cop was holding Sickle as a shield. When the big guy let go of the shotgun, both the cop and Sickle ducked. The cop didn't get hit. This man, Sickle, fell over on his face, grabbed at his arm. The man with the shotgun went down on one knee, holding his stomach. The man at the door took a shot at the cop, but he missed. Then the cop fired 3 shots at the man by the door. Looked like the first 2 missed, but the last one caught the man in the leg and he went down. Well, by this time, the big guy with the shotgun had recovered enough to hold his weapon again. I tried to warn the cop.
Look out! The guy with the shotgun!
I see him.
The cop pointed his gun and pulled the trigger, but he was out of shells. Boy, Sergeant, my stomach knotted up when I heard that hammer fall against those empty chambers. The cop threw his gun at the guy with the shotgun and then ran right at him. You know, it was just as if that cop was trying to run right down the barrel of that shotgun. I glanced at the cop on the floor, then I tried to follow the 3 of them as they made their way out of the bar. They jumped into a car out front and drove off. As a kid, I used to watch Bill Hart take on a whole gang in the movies, but this way, right in front of my eyes, Sergeant, he was an awful brave guy.
Did you get the license number of their car?
No, I didn't. I couldn't see very well.
You got a pretty good look at all 3 of the men, though, didn't you?
I believe I'd recognize any of them.
Thanks, Eddie. What's your last name?
Bowers. Eddie Bowers.
Got that, Ben?
Yeah.
You'll be hearing from us, Eddie. We may want you to look at some pictures for us.
Glad to help any way I can, Sergeant. I hope you get the men that shot this cop. You're sure going to try, aren't you?
Yeah, Eddie. We're sure going to try. The next step was for Ben and I to make a complete report to Chief Ed Backstrand.
They got Lindsay, huh? That Fred Lindsay an auto theft?
Yeah, that's right.
Good cut. You say he wounded 2 out of the 3 in that holdup?
Yeah.
That means they'll have to have medical attention in a hurry. We'll check all the small hospitals, cover all the drugstores to get a line on anyone who's bought medical supplies in the last hour.
Uh-huh. As soon as medical detail notifies Miss Lindsay, I'd like to go over and see her.
Smith from the medical detail's out there now. By the time you get back, we may have a flash in the drugstores or hospitals.
We'll be back in 30 minutes.
Call in when you get out there.
Right, Ed.
You might carry this with you.
Yeah?
I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach about this thing. I want you to get those 2-bit punks. I don't want them to see another sunrise. Got that, haven't you?
Yeah, Ed.
Let's go, Ben.
Chandler?
Yes, sir.
Put out an APB. Have communications broadcast the descriptions of these suspects every 30 minutes until further notice. Get that to communications right away.
Hello, Joe. Come in.
Thanks, Ruth.
Sit down.
Ruth, you know how we all feel.
It's all right, Joe. You're married to a cop. I guess you're meant to expect things like this.
He'd like that.
Fred and I used to discuss the possibility of this. Used to worry about him. I used to worry a lot, Joe. All those nights when he was away and the days, I used to worry. Now I know he's safe.
Anything you want or you need?
Thanks, no, Joe.
Anything at all that I can do?
Yes, Joe. I think there's something you can do. You and Ben are assigned to this case, aren't you?
That's right.
Then be careful. Thinking that you and Ben will have to face those killers. Ben's wife. Be careful, Joe.
Yeah, Ruth, we will.
Oh, sure. I want to see you get the men that did this to Fred. More than anything, I want that. No more heartaches.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, Joe.
How'd you take it, Joe?
Let's go.
Joe, how'd she take it?
You're married, Ben. You figure it. It was 11:30 when we got back to Central Division. As we walked into the squad room, Backstrand was waiting for us.
Friday, we just got our first lead. We've located a druggist who said he sold some medical supplies to a man about 45 minutes ago. There's the address. Pretty close to the scene of the shooting. Hop out and see him right away.
The Rex Pharmacy was exactly 14 blocks from the Red Feather Bar where the shooting took place. Rex Pharmacy was like your corner drugstore, complete with apothecary jars and shower curtains. The druggist was the same little man who's been prescribing sulfur and molasses since you were a kid in school.
Just about ready to close. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
We're from the police department.
I've been halfway expecting you fellows.
We got a report that you sold some medical supplies to a man about an hour ago.
Yes, sir, that's right. It's like I was telling those other officers that were here a while ago. There was something funny about that little fellow.
How you mean?
Well, for one thing, he came in here sweating quite a bit. Of course, it's a warm night, but he seemed terribly nervous.
Anybody with him?
No, he was all by himself.
What did he buy?
Well, it wasn't so much what he bought, but how much.
What do you mean?
You know how most people buy iodine, a little 10-cent bottle. He bought a couple of pints. Then there was all that gauze and adhesive tape. Bought enough to repair a small army. Cotton, box of swabs. Then he asked me something that made me wonder.
What was that?
Asked me if I had something to probe with. That's just the way he said it. Something to probe with. I asked him, what do you want to probe for?
What'd he say?
Said a splinter. I told him a sewing needle would do the trick. He said, forget it, and then he paid me and walked out.
Uh-huh. Could you describe the man?
He's a small man, dark. Like I said, awful nervous.
You think you could identify him?
Oh, sure I could, if I ever saw him again.
Well, did he leave on foot, or was there a car outside?
Left in a cab, parked right out in front. Couldn't miss it.
Did you happen to take down the license number?
Well, no, I didn't. But I did jot down the taxicab number. Would that help?
Taking down cab numbers isn't exactly in a druggist's line, but because he had the presence of mind to do that one small thing, we accomplished in 10 minutes what could have well taken as many weeks. Maybe with this small wedge, we could do what Backstrand wanted us to do. Get the killers before another sunrise. Well, it was close to midnight when we stepped into the drugstore phone booth. I called the cab company, got the night supervisor. I gave him the number of the cab, and he checked his location chart. Cab 375 was operating out of a stand at Wilshire and Greenhaven. He was the right driver, and he remembered the fare.
Sure, I know who you mean. A little guy seemed in a big hurry. It was a long fare, though. I took him out to Inglewood. Wait till I check my log sheet. I'll give you the exact address. Here it is, Joe. 1523 Imperial. It's the rooming house.
Yeah, come on. We'll check with the landlady.
Kind of late, Joe.
Yeah, let's stand away from the door, huh? Might not be the landlady who answers.
Yes, what do you want?
Police department.
Oh, just a minute. Let me see your badge.
There you are, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Friday. This is Romero. Homicide.
All right. Now, what do you want? I run a good, clean rooming house
It's
here.
not the house, lady. It's one of your tenants.
Which one?
That's what we want you to help us on.
Look, do you men know what time it is? Come back here in the morning.
Sorry, this can't wait till morning.
Well, I'm not going to invite you in. We'll talk right here on the porch and keep your voices down. My tenants work during the day.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Now, what is it you want to know?
We're looking for a small, dark man.
Well, I got 3 here. Could fit that description.
No, he came in late tonight, about 45 minutes ago.
I wouldn't know about that. I don't spy on my people.
This is very important.
You'll have to keep your voices down.
Sorry. He's dark and he's small.
Oh, I didn't just say he was dark. You must mean Mr. Tyndall. What's he done?
What's his room number?
He's in room 10, but I can't allow you to tramp up and down the stairs at this hour. You'll wake all my roomers.
We'll be as quiet as he wants us to be.
Now, what do you mean by that? Is there going to be trouble?
I don't know, lady.
Where do we find number 10?
The end of the hall, last room on the right, and keep your voices down.
If you'll just wait in your room, lady, we'll call you for won't you.
Okay, here we are. Now keep the door clear, Ben. We might have trouble.
Think they all in there?
We'll know in a minute.
Who is it? What do you want?
Police department. I'll try this closet, Joe.
What do you want with me? What are you looking for?
Closet's empty.
What'd you say your name was?
Tyndall, Bob Tyndall.
New name, but same face, huh, Joe?
Yeah, how long you been out of jail, Tenny?
My name ain't Tenney, it's Tyndall.
Your name's not Tyndall, it's Sam Tenney.
We sent you up on a robbery charge 4 years ago. Now, isn't that right, Tenny?
No, it's not right. You got the wrong man. I never been in jail.
Yes, you have, because we sent you there.
Now, come on. Who'd you buy the medical supplies for?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, Tenny, it's a hot night and it's late, so let's cut out the smart talk, huh?
Who'd you buy those medical supplies for?
Tenny, look, you're a two-time loser right now. Who are you shielding?
You got nothing on me. I ain't done a thing.
We can prove that you bought those supplies tonight, and it can go kind of hard on you. So let's open up.
I haven't been out of this room all night long.
We got a druggist and a cab driver who will make a liar out of you.
I still don't know a thing.
That cab driver hauled you home here 45 minutes ago. Where were you?
I was out on a date.
Is that who you bought the medicine for? Ben, call the druggist and get that cab driver. We'll take Tenny downtown.
All right. All I did was buy the bandages and stuff. I got nothing else to do with this.
Who'd you buy the stuff for?
Now, you know everything else. You figure it.
Oh, now, look, punk. We know there were three of them. One of them killed a cop. We're going to get to him, and Tenny, you're not going to stand in our way.
He killed somebody. He didn't tell me that.
Who didn't tell you?
I don't want any part of murder. I'm going to tell you who it was, but I'm clean. I got nothing to do with it. I was trying to help him out of a jam.
Who were you trying to help?
It was Roy Bemis, Charlie Sickle, and Red Jans. They didn't tell me nothing about murder.
Well, why'd you help?
They offered me a pretty good piece of change to run an errand for them. You know I got paid for. That's all I had to do with it.
Where did you deliver those medical supplies?
I have to tell you that. I'm afraid of Jans. He's awful free with that shotgun.
We'll give you protection. Now, where are they?
Can I go to jail till you get them?
You'll get protection. Give us the address.
It's an apartment house. Just around the corner from here. The Blue Eagle.
We took Sam Tenney down to Central Division with us. On the way downtown, he told us that Red Jantz and the other two had their room at the Blue Eagle barricaded. Tenney said that they told him that they'd kill the first cop who tried to take them. Well, we knew they were wounded. He told us that Sickle had an arm wound, Bemis got it in the leg, and Jantz had a slug in his side. We figured they'd be weak from the loss of blood, and we could take them easy.
You'll never take those guys easy. Sure, they lost a little blood, but they had enough fight left to stack that room. And they got enough left to kill you if you try to take them. On the way to headquarters, we stopped at an all-night drive-in and called Ed Backstrand. We told him we had a radio car watching the Blue Eagle. We gave him the whole story and told him we were on our way in. By the time we checked into homicide, Ed had the plan all mapped out. It was 2:25 a.m.
Here's the map from the city engineers. It's one city block bounded on the north by Hawthorne Street, on the south Lawndale Avenue, on the east 16th Street, and to the west 17th.
The Blue Eagle apartment house is right here, on 16th and Hawthorne.
West of the Blue Eagle is a private residence. South of the Blue Eagle on 16th is a vacant lot. There are 12 apartments in the building. The men we want are on the second floor, number 11. And that apartment faces east on 16th.
How do you want to handle it, Ed?
Now, Baker and Moorheim will evacuate the private residence. Friday, and Romero clean out the apartment building.
Right, Skipper. All
traffic is being diverted. The entire block is completely isolated. We'll throw up a cordon. As soon as we clear the residence, nobody goes in, nobody goes out.
Will you brief us again when we get there, Ed?
I'll give you all the briefing you need right now. Get this. These guys have already killed a cop. I don't want to lose any more. You know they're heavily armed and they're desperate. Have the men draw shotguns, tear gas, and Tommy guns.
I'll take care of that, Skipper.
All right. Now, we're not going in after these punks like tin horn heroes. We're going after them, and we're coming out alive. All of us. What time is it, Friday?
2:37.
Not much time till sunup, is it?
It was a code 2. That means red light and move fast. Backstrand figured we needed 6 squad cars, 4 men to a car, the police public address truck, ambulance, and floodlights. Ben checked out the weapons to the men, and by 2:46, we pulled out of the Central Division garage. We slid into the area at 3:20 a.m. The 6 squad cars and the public address truck took up their positions. The floodlights were rigged and ready to turn on at Backstrand's command. The machinery was set to roll as soon as we got the neighborhood cleared. Ben and I evacuated the Blue Eagle apartment house.
How many does that make, Joe?
Well, we've cleared 9. 2 to go. Here's apartment 10.
The killers are right next door. Joe, I'd like to kick that door in right now.
Take your time, Ben. We'll get to him. Quiet now.
What is it?
Police department. May we come in?
Yeah, of course. What's the trouble?
No trouble. We're evacuating the building. Now, we'll have to ask you to leave by the back door. We'll notify you when to return. Please leave quietly and lock your door.
What's going on?
No time to explain. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Okay, now, we'll skip 11 and go to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah? Who are you? Police department. Can we come in? Sorry to disturb you at this hour. We're evacuating the building. Please hurry and leave quietly by the back door. You'll be notified when to return. Lock your door when you leave, thank you.
It was 4:10 a.m. Everything was set now. The neighborhood was completely cleared. The entire block was empty except for apartment 11 on the second floor of the Blue Eagle. I left Ben to watch the door of apartment 11. I went downstairs and across the street to join the rest of the men. It was Ed Backstrand's show from here on. That's it, Ed. All set.
Baker, Morheim, all clear?
All clear, Chief.
Baker, you and Morheim take 3 men and cover the rear of the building.
Right.
Is that detail covered Hawthorne Street?
They're all set, Ed.
How about the vacant lot?
Taken care of.
The rest of you men? Yeah. Friday and I are going into the building. We'll try to get him to come out now. Johnson.
Yes, sir?
Come with us and keep us covered. Let's go.
Apartment 11's up at the head of the stairs, Ed.
Right. Any action, Romero?
Not a thing, Skipper.
Keep down, all of you. I'll try to get him out. Gents, Demas, Stickle, you're all alone. The building's clear. Come on out with your hands behind your head. Come on out, gents, or we'll come in and get you. You hear me?
I hear you, Ed.
Come on, let's get out to the street. Johnson, cover that door and be careful. Keep down.
Right, Chief.
Friday, Romero, come with me.
We left Sergeant Johnson to watch the door, and we ran out into 16th Street and ducked down behind the police sound truck. The floodlights hit the side of the building. Backstrand grabbed the microphone.
Gents, Bemis, Sickle, you've got 30 seconds to come down out of that room. Walk out backwards with your hands behind your head. Stay together. Don't fan out. 30 seconds, gents.
They're making it tough, Ed.
Romero, lob some tear gas through that window.
Right, Skipper.
Come on out, Bemis. We're giving you a chance. That's more than you gave that cop in the bar. Come on out.
That's Jance, Ed. He isn't coming out.
They must have got Johnson because they're in another room.
Shoot the gas in there.
That's not going to get him out, Ed.
Give it time, Friday.
Burn those floodlights in up there. Friday, rake that second floor with the Tommy gun. Let's keep them in one room.
Right.
Hold your fire, Friday.
George, give us a couple of masks. Ben and I are going in.
The rest of you men concentrate your fire on those 2 rooms. Hit them down.
Here's your mask, Joe. Let's go.
Come on. Put that mask on, Ben, and keep down.
Yeah, wait a minute. Somebody coming down the inside stairs.
Duck, Ben. He's got a gun.
I got one, copper. Get out of my way.
Stop it, you. You haven't got a chance.
I'm coming through, copper.
Think I stopped him, Joe.
Can you see Johnson?
No, it's too much gas in there.
All right, you 2 up there. We got one of you. The other 2, come on out.
Joe, think we got him?
I don't know. Can you see Johnson?
No, Joe. It's still too thick in there.
I'm going in, Ben. Cover me. Come on. We know there are 2 of you up there.
Just one, copper.
Throw your gun down the stairs ahead of you. Hurry up. Shotgun, Joe. Jance.
I see him. I'll take him at the foot of the stairs.
All right, I got my hands up.
I found Johnson, Ben. All right, Jance, outside. Come on. Move. Put the handcuffs on him, Ben. I'll cover you.
How's Johnson?
I don't know. Ed, get the ambulance crew over here.
Jance, who's this other guy we got?
Bemis.
How about Sickle?
I said just one, didn't I, copper?
Never mind the smart talk, Jance. Now just answer the question, huh?
Sickle wanted out of it a long time ago, so I let him out. He's upstairs. I let him out the back way.
Mean you shot him?
He wanted out, didn't he?
All right. We'll take him in. Johnson's in the ambulance. I'll see you in the office.
Yeah. Right, Skipper.
How about a smoke, huh?
No. Yeah. Here you go. Backstrand said he didn't want those men to see another sunrise.
Yeah.
5 minutes to 5, Joe. Sun ought to be up.
Yeah. But look, Ben. It's cloudy. Guess we'll never know, huh?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Edgar Red Jans, the sole survivor, was tried and convicted and sentenced to be put to death in the state penitentiary in the manner prescribed by law. have just heard the fourth in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to radio car patrolman Forrest E. Sawyer of the Denver, Colorado Police Department, who on the evening of March 8, 1937, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Territory on West. There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
Clay Richards.
Clay Richards.
Age 31. Height 6 feet. Eyes brown. Hair red.
Eyes brown, hair red. Hey, how'd you like me to print his picture on these notices? I got a woodcut. Well, let me show you. Ernie!
Yeah?
Fetch your marshal a copy of that front page. Interviewing Clay's wife yesterday, I noticed a tintype on the mantel, their wedding photograph. So, first thing you know, I snitched it.
It's very thoughtful.
Yeah. Oh, I'll take it, Ernie.
Here.
And then I propped it up in front of me and carved me this woodcut. Ain't she prime? Ain't she just elegant?
Real elegant.
Good likeness, don't you think? Of course, he was 7 or 8 years younger with the tintype.
Yeah, it's a good likeness.
That's his hair shorter.
Doesn't show what makes a law-abiding man like him try to rob a bank. Doesn't look like a man who murdered an old cashier and a Chinese cook who just happened to be
Sure
there.
sweated over it, though.
But it's a good likeness.
Yes, sir, it is. A picture like this sure dresses up the front page, don't it?
Yeah, it's a little masterpiece, Mr. Hightower, a notable contribution to the culture of Dodge City.
Well, thank you, Marshal. Does fetch the eye, don't it? I'm printing an extra 500 copies of the weekly, and I bet I sell them all. Too bad the cashier's shot went wild. If he'd managed to kill Clay or even wing him, why, I bet I could sell 1,000 extra copies.
We must be thankful for the blessings we do receive, Mr. Hightower.
Oh, I am, Marshal, I am. Why, just before it happened yesterday afternoon, I didn't know what I was going to fill my columns with, and then, like manna from heaven, 2 murders and a bank robbery.
Attempted bank robbery, Mr. Hightower. He turned and ran before he got his hands on so much as $1.
Yes.
Still, as you say, like manna.
Dillon,
I'm talking business. What is it, Chester?
Well, it can wait, I guess, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, print Clay's picture on those notices, Mr. Hightower. Now, where were we?
Eyes brown, hair red.
Oh, yeah. Also known as Red, Bricktop, and Sorrel. He didn't answer to no other nicknames, did he?
No, that's what they called him.
All right, then in big letters, $400 reward. Dead or alive. And at the bottom, apply Matt Dillon, Marshal, Dodge City.
Mm-hmm.
Print 200 copies. How soon can I send Chester over for him?
This afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Hightower. Chester.
Think those posters will do any good? Richards is probably over the line into Oklahoma or Colorado by now. That strawberry roan of his is the fastest in the county.
He has no money. He panicked and ran out of the bank before he got a penny. I think he'll try to get help from his wife or brother or a friend the first chance he has, maybe tonight. I say he's around here somewhere. I'm sorry I turned on you like that, Chester.
Why, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. Out all night with a posse, no sleep, man's bound to get touchy.
No, it's not that. It's the way... It's the way people use a thing like this. The men riding posse last night, they enjoyed it as though they were hunting fox or possum. Hightower back there, he acts like it was a birthday treat, specially gotten up for him. Everybody finds a way to use it. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Oh, I got a kid, a little boy, locked up in the cell. Run away from home back in Cottonwood. Ed Slade turned him over to me when he come through on the stagecoach just now. Kid about 12 years old.
Whose is he?
Widow woman, Miss Bonnie. She runs a boarding house in Cottonwood. Ed says kid's always running away a little while, I guess. He flagged Ed for a ride on the road halfway between there and here. Soon as Ed seen him stand there with his bundle on his shoulder, he knowed what he was up to. So he told the kid he'd help him and then turn him over to us when he got here.
All right, we'll send a telegram to the mother to come fetch him. Well, come on in, Chester, and shut the door.
Mr. Dillon?
You're letting in every horse fly in Kansas.
Mr. Dillon, I think you better cancel the order for them notices.
What?
The Dutchman's coming up the street, and he's leading a strawberry roan, and Clay Richards is draped across his back.
Like a sack of wheat across the saddle. Last time I saw him, 2 days ago, he was standing at the bar laughing his head off. A sack of wheat across the saddle. And followed by half the saloon bums and loafers in town. All right, Chester, make him keep back.
All right, now stand back, you fellas. Come on now, back. Stand back.
Ziegler. How'd it happen, Ziegler?
My old billy goat, he pushes open the fence last night and runs away.
Forget your goat. What about Clay?
Yeah, I tell you. This morning I go to look for the goat. I walk here, there. From near the river, I see Clay. He sits there. I say, hello, Clay. Wie geht's?
You dirty Dutchman. You no good dog. Clay was your best friend. He helped you buy your farm, so you kill him for a
All right, all of you. Keep back, everybody.
Clay? Me? No, my brother, he was like... We was in the war together. Bitte, listen.
You killed him for the reward.
Not so. I killed nobody. Not since Gettysburg. Clay is dead already when I find him. I don't even own a pistol.
Ziegler, inside, quick.
Yeah.
Chester, give me a hand with Clay.
All right, all of you. Listen up. Shut up!
I will not tolerate a disturbance. You know me. I got him, Chester. Take his leg. All right, kick the door shut.
Marshal, I don't kill Clay.
On this table, Chester. What'd you do with Clay's gun? His holster's empty.
Gun? Clay's? I ain't got it. I don't even own one.
Chester, see if it slipped out.
His holster was empty coming up the street. First thing I noticed. Maybe it's over on the...
Another customer? Why, that's 3 in less than a day. Oh, bountiful harvest. My fees this month will keep me in luxury. In luxury.
Doc, I want to have an inquest as soon as possible.
Well, as soon as I finish the autopsy. Shouldn't take long with the practice I've had this week, huh? No. Late afternoon all right with you? I'll take him up to my office right now. No, thank you, Chester. I can carry 'em all by myself here. You just open the door there like a good fella. Yeah. Yeah, Marshal, tell the city fathers I'd like to make a deal when the corpses are as famous as this one. Back in 53 in San Francisco, a fellow I knew earned a fortune exhibiting the head of Joaquin Murrieta. Tell them if they'll let me keep the remains, I'll do the autopsies for nothing.
Shut the door, Chester. Ziegler, where is it you met Clay on the river?
By the fort. This side by the fort.
Ride out there, Chester, and see if you can find Clay's gun. Maybe he dropped it when he was shot.
I did not shoot Clay.
Sure.
I did not. I had no reason to. I did not.
Now, you listen to me. Maybe you think Dodge has got so big I don't know about everything that goes on here. Well, if you do, you're wrong. If you think I don't know about the bank having an overdue mortgage on your farm, you're wrong. $400 is reason enough for a struggling farmer like you.
No. Could not do such a thing. I am a human being.
To a peace officer, Ziegler, that's enough grounds for suspicion. But whether you did it or not will be decided at your trial. In the meantime, you just stop yammering about it.
Trial? Me?
Even when I shoot somebody, I stand trial. If they find it's justifiable homicide, and they probably will, Clay being a wanted man, then they'll let you off. And if not...
Please, I am permitted to go now.
Go. Are you crazy?
My farm, this stock, I must look after it.
You sit right down. You want to be lynched? You're trying to get yourself murdered? Have you forgotten about Clay's brother, Adam?
Adam would not believe I shot him.
What difference does it make whether he believes it or not? His brother's been killed. Everybody's looking to him to do something about it, and he knows it. You want me to guess where he is right this minute? He's in one of them saloons lapping up courage to come in here and ask me to give you to him for a present. You want to know who's with him? Every loafer, every bum, every slob in town. Slapping him on the back and telling him what a shame it is. Egging him on to kill you so that they can have some excitement and some fun. Well, maybe you deserve killing, but it's my job to uphold the law, and I'm not letting you out of here.
What? I tell
you might
that...
spend your time trying to think up a better story. That is, if you intend to stay in this town. All right, now think back. Didn't Clay go for his gun before you shot him?
I tell you, I didn't. If I'm not under arrest, you have no right to keep me here. I got to look after my farm. I go.
All right, Chester, lock him up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on now, Ziegler. Step out, Sonny. This cage is bespoke.
Who's in there, Chester?
That little old runaway from Cottonwood.
Oh. Yeah, come over here, son. Come over here to me.
I know who you are.
You do you?
You bet. You're Matt Dillon.
I'm guilty.
I knowed you right off. You was pointed out to me one day back home. Filler says you was the fastest gun thrower in Kansas.
Wyatt Earp wouldn't be awful interested to hear that, I'm afraid.
Filler says you was faster than Older. Faster than Wild Bill Hickok in Hay City and Bat Masterson or any of them. How many fellas have you killed?
You don't keep score, son. It's something you try to forget.
Not me. Someday I'll be famous like you, and for every filler I kill, I'll put a notch on my gun. People will see those notches, and they'll know they better not try.
Why'd you run away from home, bub? Don't you know your mother's likely to worry about you?
Oh, she won't worry. She's too busy working. You ain't gonna make me go back, are you? You wouldn't do that, would you?
Well...
Because it wouldn't stop me for long. I'd only run away again.
Oh, where are you off to in such a sweat?
Oh, Texas, California, Mexico. A fella can accomplish things there, not like living in old Cottonwood. If you let me go, someday when I'm famous, you can tell people you helped get me started.
Well, that's a pretty strong inducement. I'll have to think about it for a while. And, look, while I'm making up my mind, I want you to give me your word. Word of a man who'll be famous someday that he won't try to run away from me. Otherwise, I'll have to have Chester lock you up again.
Oh, I'll shake on that.
Good. Chester, I want you to go look for Clay's gun.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And on the way, stop off and send that telegram. You know?
Hmm? Oh, that telegram. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's Ziegler?
It's all right, Chester. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's that murdering dog? Oh, there you are, you...
Not a
nosebag.
single step further, Adam.
I want him, Dillon. He murdered Clay, shot him down without giving him a chance.
How do you know?
Because Clay wouldn't have let anyone catch him off guard except a friend. A friend. And now, Dillon, give me that Dutchman.
Try to take him.
It's like that?
It's like that.
And it's true what the fellas say. You made a deal with the Dutchman to give him the reward and to protect him if he'd kill Clay for you.
That was the deal, was it?
Yeah.
The fellas say why I'd make such a deal?
Dillon, it ain't no longer a secret around town that you and Francie want each other. But Clay was in the way. You had him killed so you could get his wife. Do you deny it?
No. No. It'll serve as well as any other crazy story. It'll work you up.
You think you're safe behind that star, don't you? Well, Clay had friends, lots of them. I'm coming back with them friends, and we'll get the Dutchman and you and anyone else who tries to stop us.
All right, Adam. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. You wait.
I almost seen something pretty just then, didn't I, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, almost. About another pint of whiskey ought to do it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment, but first, many radio shows win high popularity with the prizes and cash they give away, but there's one show that's tops because the head man gives away as little as possible. What other radio program could it be but the Jack Benny Show? So be listening. And now, with William Conrad starred as Matt Dillon, here's the second act of Gunsmoke.
Son?
You say something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, open that drawer in front of you there. You'll find a small bottle of oil in there. No, the one to the right. Yeah, that's it. Now, bring a little brush, too, huh?
Here it is.
Thanks, bub.
It's a right nice gun you have.
Yeah, it's not bad, but a little stiff. Just a little stiff.
Don't it have a trigger? I never seen no gun without a trigger before.
Oh, you remove a trigger or tie it back against a guard. And all you have to do is thumb a hammer. Hey, like that. It's faster. Yeah, that's better now.
Remove the trigger. I remember that.
What in the world for?
Well, I remember everything you told me. About the Texas holster and the spring holster and the double roll and filing off the sight.
It's just me, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any luck, Chester?
No, sir, not any. I went to the store first and asked Mr. Denton what kind of ammunition Clay Richards used to buy, and he told me Clay had a double-action 44. I scoured that riverbank a half mile each way from the ford, and not a sign of it. I got that telegram off. You know who ought to be here pretty soon. It's only 7-8 miles from...
Is that a fire in town?
Funeral services for Mr. Grinnell, the cashier.
So soon?
It's awful hot weather.
Yeah. Any of your guns need oiling, Chester?
I don't think so.
You sure? When Adam left, he said he'd be coming back with some friends.
I know. I stopped at the Oliver Gantry just now to rinse out my mouth. Adam was there talking mighty ugly and mighty big. He's got a sizable following.
When do you think?
Any minute now, Mr. Dillon. Want me to take Bub out of here to one of the hotels, maybe?
I want to see
No,
it.
I think you'll be safer here, Chester, behind stone walls and dodging about the streets rubbernecking.
You keep your head down, Sonny. You hear? There's a...
Matt, I gotta talk to you.
She ought to be in mourning. If she cared for Clay at all anymore, she ought to be in black.
Matt.
Oh, Lord, I find her more beautiful all the time.
Matt, have you heard what they're saying?
What are they saying, Francie?
That you and me, that you made Pete Ziegler kill him because of...
I'm sorry that got back to you, Francie.
It's all over Dodge. Adam almost strangled me before they dragged him off.
Francie, I didn't shoot Clay. Francie, I beg you, believe me.
Shut up, Ziegler.
Shut
Shut up or I'll club you to death. Francie, it's just one of those crazy stories. They needed one, and they made one up.
But, Matt, everyone believes it. On my way down here, people were pointing, whispering. Old women clucking their tongues at me. They believe it.
They'll forget it as soon as this is over. They'll remember that even if we once did go with each other, it was finished and done with even before the war ended, before you even met Clay.
No, they won't forget it. For the rest of my life, as long as I stay here.
Hold it a minute, Francie. Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh, am I interrupted?
What is it, Doc?
Our Topsy's finished. I examined his liver and lights his...
This is Mrs. Richards, Doc.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I'm sure I meant no disrespect for the departed.
Well,
Clay was shot all right, but from the nature of the wound and the coagulation of the blood, I'd say it happened sometime yesterday. I'd say the cashier's bullet didn't go wild after all.
How could a dead man gallop away?
Well, the wound wasn't what killed Clay. The ball hit the rib case and it bounced off. .22 caliber it was. What did kill him was the stab in the back, right through the spine, inflicted sometime this morning. Now, near as I can judge, by a small blade, 2 or 3 inches long. It could have been a Barlow knife.
Thanks, Doc.
Please accept my condolences, Mr. Richard. You call the inquest anytime you're ready, Marshal.
Chester, close the door.
You see, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
All right, then you stabbed him, maybe. You said you never carried a gun. Look, Francie, go home and give matters a chance to simmer
Matt,
down.
I'm going to ask you for something.
Yeah?
Turn Pete Ziegler out into the street.
What? Francie, they're itching to get their hands on him.
Let him have him. It'll prove that story's a lie, that you didn't make a deal with him. Please, Matt, I have to live here. Clear me, I have to live here. Matt? Matt. Don't look at me like that.
Go home, Francie. Go home or leave town or hang yourself or anything you like. Just go away.
Matt?
Away! Right now.
I bought me a bottle at the Alafragans, Mr. Dillon. Would you care for a drink?
No.
Guess the funeral's over.
There'll be others.
Funny. No, I missed that bell. Awful quiet, ain't it? It's just...
Just about on schedule. Are you ready, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd use a shotgun if I were you. It's more effective when there's a mob to be dealt with.
Oh, yes, sir, I aim to.
Ziegler, and you too, son. If trouble starts, lie down flat on the floor and keep your head down all the time. Don't gawk to see what's happening. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Dillon! Come out, Dillon! Come on!
Chester, I want you to stand here in the doorway after I go out, where you can cover the back door and me at the same time.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Open the door.
Come on now.
It's my duty to warn all of you that you're in the breach of the peace. I've sworn to uphold the law. I've killed men in order to do it, and I'm prepared to do so again.
Give us a Dutchman, Dillon.
Men! I ask you to be sensible and to leave quietly. But if you refuse to listen to reason, if you insist upon being fools, if you've already decided to act like wolves instead of humans, then there's nothing I can say to make you change your minds.
A Dutchman.
All right, you want Peter Ziegler? Well, he's not more than 20 feet behind me, so come on and get him, any of you. One at a time or all at once. Come on. Which one of you wants to die first? You? You, Adam? Well, what do you say, Adam? You let him here. Don't let this star on my coat stop you. Come on. There, I'm not wearing it now. Well, come on, draw, Adam, draw!
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Get his gun.
Man alive, I couldn't even see your hand move.
Marshal! Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell
Doc,
me.
you make one single funny remark and I'll knock you down. You just take him to your office and get to work.
Well, I never do mean to offend, Marshal. In my line of work, well, bodies, they're just so much lumber.
Make all the jokes about him you please, but not to me and not in my hearing. In my line of work, there's nothing humorous about death. Give him a hand, Chester.
No, I can handle it, Marshal. Thank you. Just the same.
Can you direct me to the marshal's office?
Yes, ma'am, right here. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I left Cottonwood as soon as I got your telegram. I'm Miss Bonnie. Where's my boy?
Oh, we have him, ma'am, safe and sound. Here, let me help you down. Hitch that horse, Chester. Right this way, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry he put you to all that trouble, Marshal. The truth of the matter is he's a wild one and no mistake. Takes after his father, one scrape after another.
He was no trouble at all. I enjoy children. I like to have them around. Bub, your ma's here. Son? Chester, where's the boy? Did you let him slip past you?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. He never got past me. Look, the back door's open.
He seen me and he hightailed it, the devil.
We'll round him up for you, ma'am. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know why I bother hauling him back. If he's run away once, he's run away 1,000 times. This time he ran because I wouldn't buy him a gun. He wanted a real one. That boy's just gun crazy, I swear. I got him a nice Barlow knife instead.
Barlow
I
knife?
reckon it didn't signify, and off he runs.
Barlow knife?
The kid. Chester, find that kid.
Marshal, has he done something bad with it? I told him to use it careful. He promised he'd use it careful.
No, never mind, Chester. He's got Clay's strawberry roan. We'd never catch up to him.
I try to bring him up right. I tell him to be good, but he don't listen. He just don't listen.
Now, calm yourself, ma'am. Just calm yourself.
Here's his little bundle, Mr. Dillon.
What? Yeah, give it to me. That's pretty heavy. Here, you're better at knots than I am. Open it, will you?
From the moment he was born, he's been nothing but tribulation to me.
Now, please, ma'am. What's he got in it, Chester?
A shirt, stockings, piece of sausage, and this.
44 double action.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. That's Clay's gun. Sonny didn't manage to keep it long, did he?
Well, if he wants a gun that bad, he's bound to get hold of another one somewhere, somehow. Chester, call Mr. Hightower over.
Hey, Mr. Hightower. Oh. Come on over. Mr. Dillon wants you.
Marshal, could I have, please, a drink of water?
What? Oh, Ziegler. I forgot all about you. Chester, where are the keys?
Yeah, right there on the desk.
Oh. There we are. It'll be safe for you to go home now.
I can go back by the farm.
Yeah, that's right. I'll send for you for the trial.
Oh, danke schön. Danke schön.
Watch where you're going, you dumb...
Bitte, excuse me. Bitte.
Yes, Marshal.
Mr. Hightower, it appears that we can do business after all. Get some paper and a pencil. I want some notices printed.
Fire away.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
What's the boy's name?
Bonnie. William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
Age 12. Height about 5 feet. Hair light, eyes blue. Mm-hmm. I don't suppose he's known by any other name.
I know. Everybody just called him Billy. Or the Kid.
Also known as Billy. The Kid.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Walter Newman, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, and Howard McNair, with Richard Beals, Paul Dubov, Georgia Ellis, and Mary Lansing. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Those longtime favorites, Amos and Andy, are rising to new heights in their CBS radio series on Sunday nights. Heard on most of these same stations, Amos and Andy find trouble as constantly as ever and make it just as funny and as human as they have for more than 20 years. Be sure to hear Amos and Andy this Sunday, won't you? Right after the Jack Benny Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's fast, funny quizzing on The Bob Hawk Show every Monday evening. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with the start of the big parade. Just a word now about the National Drive a Chevrolet Radio Contest, which still has well over a week to go. This contest features the giving away absolutely free of 30 new Chevrolet cars during April. So far, entries have been received from all types and all classes of people: taxi drivers, storekeepers, doctors, elevator boys, farmers, clerks, policemen, factory workers. And one of the most interesting things about the entries already received is the way so many people emphasize Chevrolet economy. Some talk gasoline mileage and mention figures of 20 miles to the gallon, 22, 24, often higher. Others write about Chevrolet's very low oil consumption. And nearly everybody entering the contest has something good to say about Chevrolet's dependability, its unusual capacity to stand up and take punishment month after month without having to run to the service station. Have you made your entry as yet in Chevrolet's radio contest? Have you gone to a dealer, taken a ride in the car, and written down on the entry blanks your own particular reasons for liking the new Chevrolet? If not, by all means get started now before it's too late. The contest lasts only 9 days longer, and the quicker you get your entry in, the better your chances of winning a new Chevrolet 6 absolutely free. Incidentally, later in the program, we shall announce the names of 7 persons who have been chosen as the winners of the free cars given away during the past week. Listen for this announcement. And now, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news events through the courtesy of the Friday Evening Poll. All the news that's print to fit, or flit to print, or fit to flit. The news that gets in your head comes to you by hair mail, telegraph, Gable, Beery, and Crawford. This is the April of Time talking.
You mean the March of Time?
This is April, Mary.
Okay.
All right, Frank, let's go. London, England, April 19th. George Bernard Shaw lands here today, and 2 stowaways leap from his beard. When asked what they were doing in Shaw's beard, they said, believe it or not, we're working on reforestation. You know, folks, taking out the old roots. Oh, well. Poughkeepsie, New York. Smith brothers say they will sue Bernard Shaw for copyright infringement and make him cough up. Mr. Benny, huh? Weekly report from Bombay, India. Mahatma Gandhi missing 4 days and found disguised as a chocolate Easter egg. April 19th. Baseball season starts here with a bang. Pitcher throws first ball into government building, putting 3 officials out. 2 hits, 5 run, and President's team looking at timetable. Nome, Alaska, April 20th. Cuban president arrives here safely. Local baseball news, Benton Harbor, Michigan. Barbers College, trim house of Davis team. Score 6-5 or 7-5 with hair time. Shanghai, China. Lace ball season opens here at Clue. First game held at Yangtze Stadium. Yankees beat 1 White Sox. Babe Ruth stocky home run. Glasgow, Scotland. Jigsaw craze rapidly catching on here. Local stores selling one-piece jigsaw puzzles. Hollywood, California. Greta Garbo arrived here today. When informed of new salary cuts, he laid off 3 chiropodists. Cannes, France. A little late with that laugh, fellas. Cannes, former mayor James J. Walker of New York wed Betty Compton, musical comedy star. Jimmy writes new song entitled, Will You Love Me in December as You Did in France? They will occupy a villa on the Riviera.
Oh, Jack.
What?
I know a song about Riviera.
What is it?
Riviera here, please go sweet, sweet, sweet. Out.
Rome, Italy. Italian aviator breaks airplane record by flying at the rate of 7 miles in 1 minute.
What time's it, Jack?
A man following him in a Chevrolet.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Howard. I got that one in, didn't I, huh? Yes, sir. Washington, D.C. President Roosevelt takes country off the gold standard. 3 goldfish turn gray overnight. But there's nothing to worry about, folks. It merely means that the money is being equalized all over the world. For instance, the French franc is now worth 4.5 cents, but the Coney Island franc is still a nickel. The German mark gained 1 point, while the 4 Marx brothers dropped 2 and are now on the air as a team. Now, the Swiss franc, if you care for combination sandwiches, has gained 90 pounds and is now 21 cents. But if you prefer a plain Swiss, it'll be 10 cents as usual. Of course, this condition will mean inflation. So the English pound will be $3.89, Sophie Tucker will be $2.65, and Paul Whiteman will be back to $2.90.
But the Chevrolet still remains $4.45, making it the best buy ever offered to the public.
You said it, Howard. Play, editor, play.
Speaking of the devil, played by Frank Black and his devil-may-care laddies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away from our regular program for just a moment and do something that really takes a lot of nerve. And this is on the level. In fact, I don't know whether I'm going to get away with it or not. But I had dinner this evening with a very dear friend of mine whom you all know, and I promised him that if he came up here to our broadcast tonight, I would not call on him, but the temptation is too great. Really, I can't resist it. So I'm going to ask this gentleman just to say hello to you, if he will. And anyway, it is with great pride and pleasure that I introduce to you that famous star of stage and screen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. Oh, come on, Eddie, now. No, wait a minute. Just for a second, you know. Mighty nice, huh? You nervous? You nervous?
All right. Back on your word. All right, Jack, but you lied to me.
I know. I couldn't help it, Eddie, really.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is as much of a surprise to me as I know it must be to you. Nevertheless, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say hello to my friends and to thank them for their good wishes on my having become a father.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Say, Eddie, huh? Say, Eddie, listen. Eddie, why didn't you bring the kid along up here? You could have done that, you know.
Oh, no, Jack. I'm bringing that boy up right.
Yeah, right.
And that little nursery of mine,
Yes.
I set up a shooting gallery.
Oh, I see.
And this is his hour for target practice.
Oh, already, I see. You're starting that already. Well, look at Eddie. Eddie, one thing you say, I want to ask, I know you're dying to sit down, but I want to ask you one thing. What character, I really want to know this, I know a lot of people do, what character do you like best to play on the screen?
Well, now, I'll tell you, Jack.
What?
You ought to see this kid of mine.
I know.
No, really. He gets up every morning.
I know, Eddie,
whimpering
really. I
on.
appreciate that, Eddie, yes. But look at what I meant to ask you, I mean, what character do you like to play on the screen?
Well, Jack, and this kid's bright. Really? Not because he's mine, but everybody that comes in contact with him will tell you the same thing.
I know.
You know, he spoke his first word yesterday.
Really? What did he...
And what do you think he said?
What?
Gaga.
No kidding. Huh? Really? Gaga? No kidding. I can't, huh?
Yeah, I know it sounds silly. It isn't the word, just Gaga, but it's the thought that he puts behind
I
it.
know what yes, well, yes, I can see that. There must be a very sweet thought connected with Gaga. Yes, I can see that, yes.
The essence of it.
I know, but look at Eddie. Oh, you're ad-libbing, eh? Now look at Eddie. No, wait a minute. I want to... No, really, but I'm serious about this. What character do you like to play on the screen?
What character? That kid can play any character.
I know, Eddie. Well, I got into this.
Well, I'll tell you, Jack,
What?
if you're going to pin me down to that,
What?
there's no character I'd rather put in the part of a father.
Well, I don't blame you, Eddie. And thanks very, very much. It's mighty, mighty sweet of you to come up here. And really, that was swell. Eddie, I want to tell you, really, this is the finest tribute that I've ever had paid. I really mean it.
Jack.
What?
Jack, was that Edward G. Robinson, the movie star?
Yes, Mary.
Oh, I think he's swell. You know, I saw him in a Shakespearean picture, Julius Caesar.
Mary, you mean Little Caesar. Little Caesar.
Oh, no wonder Cleopatra wasn't in it.
Sit down, will you, Mary, please?
Say, Jack. Oh, Jack, weren't you in Hollywood, too?
Oh, sure, Frank. I was there 2 years. You know, I made about 15, about 17 screen tests. Yes, I did. There were...
Well, didn't I see you in the Grand Hotel?
Yeah, but don't say anything. I was supposed to be at a meeting that night. You know what I mean? But Frank, I really did make a few feature pictures. And I was in one called The Hollywood Review, then I made a couple of others, too.
What? I never hear you talk about it.
Well, I'm modest, you know.
And I don't talk about it either.
Well, they're modest, too, Frank. But, really, I had an offer, Frank, to go back to Hollywood recently. They want me to work with Tom Mix. I want to sort of team up with him,
Team up with Tom Mix? What's the matter? Is Tony sick?
Frank. Oh, God. Frank, professional courtesy. You know what I mean?
Jack.
What?
The Mickey Mouse's new picture. Maybe you could play that.
Folks, the way we get by with these moving picture jokes is a cinema. Oh, Mr. Benny, please, I'm apologizing. Well, I must not tarry any longer. Now we're going to have a song by your old friend Jimmy. James Melton will sing L'amour, toujours l'amour. Is that it?
No.
By Rudolph Brimble. Say, Jimmy, that's a little French number, isn't it?
Yes, Jack. You don't speak French, do you?
Oui, Chevrolet Coupe.
That's not French.
I know, but it's time to mention our product, Play, Frank, play.
toujours l'amour. Love, now at last I found you. Hold me and hold me always. Thrill me and fill all my days. And weave your span on me. L'amour, toujours l'amour. Sing to me, love sweet, old story. Yearning, burning glory. L'amour, toujours everlasting. All my dreams will come Hold me and hold me always. Thrill me and fill all my days. And with your smile on me. L'amour, toujours l'amour. Sing to me, love sweet, whole story. Yearning, burning glory.
And now, folks, I know that a lot of you are sitting on the edge of your chairs waiting to hear if you won a car in the Chevrolet radio contest. So Howard Claney will promise not to give you a selling talk. You won't, Howard, now, huh? All right, I'll give him a minute to announce the names of this week's winners. Good luck, folks. I hope you win a car. Go ahead, Howard.
The names of the winners of the free Chevrolet cars given away for the period from April 12th through and including April 18th. Are you ready? Well, first, Center Port, Long Island, New York. Gordon McRae. Second, Frederick, Maryland. William D. Bowers. Third, Minneapolis, Minnesota. S. H. Peterson. Fourth, New Orleans, Louisiana. D. G. Dumas. Fifth, San Francisco, California. Mrs. William Liza. Sixth, Rosedale, Mississippi. Miss Patty R. Sanders. Seventh, Manistee, Michigan. Mrs. Elizabeth Dudley Matson. Congratulations. Now, all that you winners have to do is visit your Chevrolet dealers, pick out the body type you want, and your car will be delivered to you absolutely free with the compliments of Chevrolet. Next week, another group of winners will be announced. So if you weren't so fortunate tonight, maybe your name will be announced next week. Listen in and see.
Well, Howard, you made quite a few people happy tonight. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another big surprise for you. This evening, we are going to present that great heart-throbbing drama, the play that made your parents weep and your grandparents cry. That old masterpiece, Why Gals Leave Home. Now, we don't guarantee to make you cry tonight, but you will at least be sore. And as we cannot hand out programs, I will announce the cast. The part of Nell Weathersby, the daughter, will be played by Mary Livingston. Felicia, the mother, by Blanche Stewart. Mr. Zeke Melton will appear as the lover. Pete Claney, the villain, while I, Jack Lewis Stone Benny, the father. Now, the first scene is in the old homestead, a garden in the front, a garage in the back, and 2 letters from the landlord on the stoop. Before the play goes on, we will have a little overture by the orchestra. Okay, Frank.
Frank, all right. Okay, all right, Frank, never mind. All right, Frank, that's enough, Frank. All right.
It's been the first 2 acts, I think. And now for our play, Why Gals Leave Home. The first scene is in the kitchen of the Weathersby house. Wait till I get my wig on, folks. Mary, did you see my wig anyplace?
Yes, Jack, it walked away.
Well, never mind. Places, everybody. Music, Frank. Curtain.
The telephone is ringing, Lemuel.
Well, let it ring. It always does at the start of our plays, and I'm getting sick of it.
Oh, Lemuel, do you know what day this is?
Yes, Felicia, it's our anniversary. Our 20th anniversary. I think I'll go out and kill a chicken.
Well, why blame the poor chicken?
Oh, I see. Well, I was just thinking. Felicia, our daughter Nell is getting nigh on to 18, and she's still hanging around the old homestead. Why don't that gal get out like other gals do and forget us old folks?
Well, Nell loves her home, and she has no reason to leave here. And besides, what could she do out in the world by herself?
Well, she could go to the big city. A gal like her could always scrape up a glass of beer. And if she plays her cards right, maybe a pretzel, too.
Well, don't think she cares for pretzels.
Oh.
Besides, I spoke to her, and she won't leave home.
That's because you don't know why gals leave home. And she's getting at that age now where we got to tell her. Here she comes now. I'll speak to her.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
When they close all the nightclubs, there's no place like home. Oh, Nell?
Yes,
Nell.
Daddy?
What you doing?
Well, I just chopped some wood, and I'm going to scrub the floors and then go out and paint the old barn. Gee, I love this place.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I guess it's our fault. Sit down, Nell. We'll have a bite of dinner, then I want to talk to you.
What are we going to have for dinner, Daddy?
Oh, just some jigsaw lunch. Mother's putting the pieces of meat together now.
I just love hash.
Who's that?
Must be the landlord.
Well, tell him we don't want any.
Oh, Jack, just another thing I forgot to tell you about my baby.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, wait a minute. Listen, Mr. Robinson, please, we're acting. We're acting. We're acting.
Oh, well, I couldn't tell.
Oh, yes, I see. Hello? Hello? It's for you, Nell. It's that Zeke Melton. He's been calling you twice a year. I think he's stuck on you.
Hello. Oh, hello, Broken Hampton. Why don't you come up sometime?
Nell.
What's that? No, Zeke. I can never marry you. Never. Besides, I'll have to ask Father. Oh, Daddy, Zeke wants me to marry him.
Well, it's all right with me, gal. He's a nice boy.
Father said no, Zeke. What's that? You're coming right over? All right, goodbye.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Nell, anyway? Why don't you marry Zeke?
Because I'm Zeke and tired of him.
Oh, why don't I give myself those jokes?
Besides, I love this home, and I'll never leave.
Well, you might as well, because we'll all be thrown out next month. Oh, I see. Ian seems to be glad of that. Come in.
Hi there, folks.
Hello, Zeke. Got here quick. down. Sit down and have a bite of dinner with us.
No, sirree. I ate here once. Got sick as a dog, too.
Well, I noticed a resemblance. What's on your mind, Zeke?
Well, Mr. Weatherby, I'll tell you. I come here to ask for your daughter's hand.
Yeah?
I love Nell, and I want to marry her.
Yeah?
Now, do I get her or do I not?
Well, take her, Zeke, and good luck to you.
Uh-huh, so you're going to stand in the way, eh? Well, I'm going to fight till I get it.
Say, Jimmy, are you reading the wrong lines?
Lines or no lines, I love Nell.
But Zeke.
Now, listen, Nell. We'll have to elope. Be ready at 9 o'clock tonight, and I'll come to your window with a ladder.
You're supposed to whisper that.
Oh. Remember, 9 o'clock tonight.
Hey, you better make that 10. I go to bed at 9.
Okay. That's all right. Goodbye, Nell.
Huh. I'd rather marry Dracula than that Zeke Melton.
Well, you can't expect to get one of those movie stars, huh? You better go to bed, Nell.
We now go into scene 2 at the window of Nell's room. It is 10 o'clock and pitch dark.
Oh, Nell.
Is that you, Zeke Melton?
No, it's me, Hank Black. Zeke couldn't come tonight.
Did you bring your orchestra, Frank? Where are you?
I'm up here on the ladder. Hurry up. We've got to get away.
No, I can't leave home. I won't leave. Besides, you have to ask Father.
Where is your father?
I'm down here holding the ladder. Better hurry up, Nell, before Frank changes his mind. You know Zeke did.
Yes, Nell. Come away with me, and I'll make you happy.
No, 1,000 times no.
Better make that 200. It's a short program.
I can never marry you, Frank Black.
All right, then. Farewell. Farewell, cruel world.
What are you going to do, Frank? Kill yourself?
No, I'm going to kill Zeke. It's his gal.
Yeah? Looks like I'll never get rid of that daughter of mine. Who's that?
It's me, Pete Claney.
Hello, Pete. What are you doing here this time of night?
I love your daughter, and I want to marry her.
You too? Hey, Frank, get off the ladder and make room for Pete. Be careful there, Pete. Don't fall.
Nell.
Who is it this time?
It's me, Pete Claney. I've come to take you away from here.
No, Pete, I can never leave home unless I have a good reason.
For heaven's sake, Pete, give her a reason.
Love you, Nell. Isn't that enough?
No, love isn't everything.
Give her another reason, Pete.
I have money, loads and loads of it.
Pete, if she turns you down this time, I'll marry you.
I don't care for money.
That's only in the play, folks.
And another thing, Nell. I have a car.
What kind of a car?
Here it comes, folks. Here it comes.
A Chevrolet, the most dependable car in the low-price field.
Chevrolet, that's what I've been waiting to hear. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye. I'm going with Pete.
Another victory for Chevrolet. The reason why gals leave home. Goodbye, Nell. So long, Pete. That was Why Gals Leave Home. And next week we will play Why Gals Come Back. And now Mary Livingston Weathersby will sing It's Great to Be Alive.
Only 9 days left in Chevrolet's radio contest. Only 9 more days in which you'll have the opportunity to win a new Chevrolet 6 absolutely free. So by all means, get over to your Chevrolet dealers without further delay. And remember, if you buy a new Chevrolet during the period of the contest and then win a free car, you have your choice of accepting either the free car or its equivalent in cash. Chevrolet offers every motor car buyer and every winner in the contest his choice of 11 big 6-cylinder models priced from $445 to $565 FOB Flint, Michigan.
Sorry, Mary didn't have a chance to sing for you, but it's a little late now. And again, I want to thank Mr. Robinson for appearing on this program. I hope he makes me an offer for the picture rights of our plays. Well, let's go, Mary.
All right, Lem.
Jack's the name. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror in the very hearts of sharpsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the Temple Bells of Levi. Friends, if you want to be sure that the fuel you get to heat your home this winter is safe, healthy, and economical fuel, then by all means buy Blue Coal, the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. Remember, this superior quality anthracite has been colored a harmless fluid to mine so that you can recognize it at a glance. So take the guesswork out of your fuel buying. Get America's finest anthracite. Ask for Blue Coal by name. Order a supply tomorrow.
The bells, Shadow, the bells of Neva. They will reveal you.
Your third mistake, Sadi, and your last.
No, it is your mistake and your last. This is the end of your career as the Shadow.
Oh, Margot, we'll make this a large evening, a couple of hours at the Club Caliph. Does that intrigue you?
Lovely, but not too late. I have an appointment at 10 in the morning at the Women's Club. They're trying to get some action on this terrible narcotic situation.
Yes, I read about that.
The stuff's being peddled all over town. They found school children using it, society women. Why, it's already caused a half dozen suicides.
Yes, I know. It's terrible stuff.
Oh, it needs the Shadow to get at the bottom of it.
Yes, I know, dear, but for tonight I do enjoy just being myself. Lamont Cranston, dilettante. Let's be the Shadow only in real emergencies. You know, they tell me there's a lovely Indian dancer at this new club, Caliph.
Indian dancer?
Mm-hmm. You know, there's the place just there. Club Caliph, driver.
Yes, sir. Lamont, you are going to do something about it. You've started already.
Perhaps. Well, here we are. All right, driver. There you are.
Thank you, sir. Oh, that looked like young Jerry Gleason just going in.
Yes? I was that young man's father. I'd spank him and keep him home occasionally.
Spoiled son of a wealthy sire.
Here, let me have your coat. I'll check it with mine.
Good evening, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Miss Lane.
Your father and sister well? I haven't seen them lately.
Yes. I'm sorry, but I can't wait right now. I've got to see someone, and it's important. I'm sorry.
But Jerry.
Hello. What ails young Gleason?
I don't know. He seems awfully upset about something. He doesn't look well either. Pale and shaky.
You're right, he doesn't. Something curious about that boy. Well, let's go in.
May I show you to a table, sir?
Take this table by the dance floor, thank you.
Oh, there's someone getting up to speak. We seem to be just in time for the main attraction.
Well, aren't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, we take pleasure in presenting the fascinating and beautiful dancer of the Far East, Sadi Bel Ada. For our first number tonight, she will give you the dance of the cobra. Sadi Bel Ada.
Look, isn't she lovely?
Yes. Real thing, too. Real Hindu. It's odd, you know?
Goodness. Look, she's taking a snake out of that wicker basket.
A live cobra.
Oh, heavens.
You know, the cobra is connected with the old Indian mysticism, the most ancient of magic. See how she quiets the snake, makes it sway to the motion of her hand. It's a form of mesmerism. We've never improved on that with all our modern psychology.
I hope its fangs have been removed.
Well, they undoubtedly have. So, this is the one they call Sadi Bel Ada. Jerry Gleason with that strange look in his eyes. An epidemic of narcotic smuggling. Sadi Bel Ada.
Oh, how graceful she is. She keeps looking over here, Lamont.
Yes. It's coming this way. Well.
Souvenir for the beautiful lady, sir.
Oh, a bracelet. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, fair lady.
You know the tongue of Mother India, sir.
Only enough to make a small prayer. Only enough for that. Sadi Bel Ada.
It is good sometimes to know a small prayer.
Just in case of an emergency?
Yes. You are very wise, sir. In case you should meet someone who could destroy you, sir.
I see.
Cela.
Just what did she mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Funny sort of thing. She seems to know something about me. I'm trying to recall where I've seen that face.
What an exotic picture. Look, she's stopping at the table by the door. Why, it's young Jerry Gleason. She handed him something.
Good Lord.
He's going out with her. What's the matter,
It just struck me, Margot. That boy's face. The color of his skin.
You mean drunk?
Yes. The poppy of India.
Oh, but not Jerry Gleason. Oh, that'd be too awful. And our old friend Claire Gleason, his aunt, who's tried so hard to steer him straight since his mother died, it would just about kill her.
Come, Margot.
We must do something.
We're
Lamont.
going to. I did come here tonight with a vague idea that this Indian dancer might have some connection with the thing. With her veiled threats and Jerry's interest in her, I'm pretty sure now.
What are you going to do?
I think the Shadow will pay a call on Sadi Bel Ada in her dressing room. I think the Shadow can strike back.
Come in.
Sadi,
Yes?
can anyone overhear us here in your dressing room?
Oh, no. What do you want, Alex?
A message from the captain.
What then?
Tomorrow is the day. The police are getting closer. We sail tomorrow night at 8.
I am not afraid of the police. But there is somebody else I am not sure about.
You took care of Jerry Gleason?
I gave him his medicine and sent him home.
But you bring him tomorrow night?
Do not fear, Alexis. Jerry will be with me when we sail. I have a way to let him know.
Good.
But the air blows from that window. Close it, Alexis.
Too bad we have to terminate. The grand success of Sadi Bel Ada and The club, Caleb?
Yes.
But as the Americans say, business is business, yes.
And we still have a small business with the rich papa of Jerry Gleason.
No doubt the richest part of our business, sweet Sadie. The rich man will pay well.
Who laughs?
Where are you? Speak.
I am here, in the shadow. But I'm afraid you can't see me.
Speak. And say who you are.
Have you never heard of the shadow?
Oh, the shadow? So it is you. Have I not somewhere in the past seen your face and known your name? I think so. Did you enjoy yourself tonight?
I warn you, Sadi Belada. Leave the Gleason boy alone. The boy to whom you give the evil drug.
I have no fear of you, Shadow Side. I hold a greater power. I hold the power of the temple bells of Neban.
You command the temple bells of Neban, do you?
Yes.
Either you lie, or you desecrate a great gift.
Put your strength against mine, White Effendi, and you will see how I desecrate that gift. I can cast your little spells aside and make them nothing. I can kill you.
Kill me? The shadow, Sadi?
Yes. If you dare to come to me again. Will you come?
Who could refuse such an invitation? Especially when made by so charming a lady as yourself. Yes, I will come. And be sure you don't mistake my voice when I do come. Sadi Belada.
Well, what is it, Sergeant? Excuse me, Commissioner. Old man Gleason is outside and insists he's got to see you. Gleason? You mean Andrew Gleason? Sure, the big Wall Street banker, friend of the mayor. Shall I let him come in?
All this blamed efficiency where it doesn't do any good. I want to see you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Gleason. What the devil is this town coming to? Well, if you'll tell me what you're getting at... My boy is what I'm getting at. He's lying home there with the worst case of delirium tremens I ever saw. Spent the night sopping up liquor in these rotten honky-tonks.
Mr. Gleason, if you think the police department's going around playing wet nurse to all the spoiled kids in this town... Is this what you came to see me about, Mr. Gleason?
It certainly is.
Well, I happen to have more important things on my mind right now.
Then you better get this on your mind, because if you don't, I'll see to it that there's somebody here who does, and I can do it. Good day to you.
Well, seems like this was a busy day, sir. What with drunken college boys and millionaires.
This is another of those... Commissioner Weston speaking.
Why, you...
Don't lose your patience, Commissioner. The shadow has information that may help you. Young Jerry Gleason is becoming a drug addict.
What?
Yes. A victim of this flood of drugs being peddled on our streets. It might cost you your job. Are you interested, Commissioner?
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the shadow to return, I want to relay a bit of information I'm sure homeowners here in the New England states will find particularly interesting. When buying your winter supply of fuel, bear this in mind. Anthracite coal is unequaled for home use. It is not a flashy fuel that burns furiously for a little while, then dies down completely. On the contrary, folks, anthracite burns slowly, steadily, evenly all day long, and so enables you to maintain an even, healthful room temperature. That's why anthracite is called the solid fuel for solid comfort. And friends, remember this. Furnaces, cook stoves, and space heaters in this section of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. So, insist on anthracite, but get the best. Order blue coal. It's America's finest. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Company, the world's largest producers of Pennsylvania anthracite. To guarantee you the greatest heating satisfaction at the lowest cost, blue coal is laboratory tested for purity and uniformity of size. So you see, friends, there's no need to take chances on unknown fuels. Order blue coal today. You will find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
You hear, Margot?
Yes. As though they came out of nowhere.
The temple bells of Niban. Listen. 3 soft notes will strike, and then the spell will be broken.
They're gone. But how, Lamont? Here we sit in your apartment listening to weird temple bells. Where did they come from? How did you do it?
Not too difficult, Margot, dear. For those who've learned its secret based on the phenomenon of telepathy combined with the old science of the yoga, the same magic which gives voice to a shadow.
It's a very awe-inspiring demonstration.
If there should be someone who could command the temple bells of Naban, the shadow would cease to be a shadow.
You mean they could see?
Yes. At the last stroke of the bell, I would be only what I am. Lamont Cranston. My magic invisibility, so to speak, dispelled by this greater power.
And you think there is someone with this power?
I'm not sure. Years ago, in India, a yogi priest, keeper of the Temple of the Cobras at Delhi, taught me the ancient mysteries. He taught me the mesmeric trick that the underworld calls invisibility. There was a small girl, his niece, who used to sit and listen, staring up at us with her round, dark eyes. She was very clever. Clever. I've often wondered what became of her.
The Cobras. You don't mean the Indian dancer at the club camp?
I'm not sure, Margot. I'm not sure.
Oh, but this worries me, Lamont. Aren't you going into dangers too big for you?
Don't worry about me, Margot. Worry about the boy and all other poor, miserable wretches in the toils of this awful drug traffic. Is young Gleason safe?
Yes, his father made him go to bed. They thought he'd been drinking too much.
Well, guess it's time I got busy.
Have you found out anything else?
1 or 2 things. In Sadi Belada's dressing room, I found a note signed by a Captain Marlin of the freighter Albore Castle. I think there's some connection there. I'm going to find out. First, though, I'm going to the zoo.
The zoo?
Yes. Yes, I want to borrow a decorative little reptile from my friend the curator. He's usually very obliging. Who opened that door?
Look.
snake.
Don't touch it.
It's all right. It's a dead one. A note with it. So, she's not bluffing. She does know who I am.
Oh, Lamont, I'm frightened for you. What does it say?
It says, dead cobras are better playthings than live ones. Was I mistaken?
Then it's not a bellada. Oh, Lamont.
Margot, it's a challenge.
But the bells. The bells of Nebon. Oh, I'm afraid the shadow this time will get beyond his guess.
We shall see, Margot. We shall see who is stronger. Sadi and the bells of Nebon, or the shadow and the snake.
I'll show them. They think they can keep me a prisoner in my own house. Putting me to bed as if I was some half-grown kid. What's that?
Jerry, you hear me?
Is it you, Sadi?
Yes. My voice in your thoughts. Listen, Jerry. Come to me at the dock where we met before. Your medicine is waiting.
Yes.
Go aboard the ship I told you about. The Elbora Castle. You and I, Jerry.
Yes.
I am waiting, Jerry.
But they've locked me in.
Go through the window, Jerry. Come now.
Yes, Sadi. The window.
Margot Lane, stand by for orders. Jerry Gleason has escaped from his house, but I have followed him to the waterfront, and I know where he's going. Get word to Commissioner Weston. Time is short. I accept Sadi's challenge. Send harbor police to the freighter Albore Castle, which lies in the harbor just off Bay Ridge shore, ready to sail. Hurry, Margot.
Depressing here in this cabin, Sadie Bell.
A little. Why do you tremble so, Annette?
I wish we were far at sea, on our way to Rio.
Oh, be patient. There are some notes was delivered to Papa Gleason?
Yes.
What was that?
But there is nothing.
Oh, it's you, Captain. We are leaving, Captain?
Yes, we're getting underway now. We've got the boys stowed safely below decks.
And the rest of the medicine?
We got rid of that. What was left of it. A nice clean-up for all hands, not counting this Gleason job. That'll net us another 100,000, or nothing. Well, we're fixed whichever way the dice roll.
And after that, we live like kings, without a care, yes?
Not even a conscience to bother you.
What?
Sadie, he has come. I was afraid.
Who said that?
I did, Captain.
Shadow.
So you're the one with your trick ghost talk and magic, eh? I'll make a shadow out of you soon enough.
Not that way, Captain.
No? Here, lock that door, Alexis. It is locked, Captain Malin, but the porthole...
No one can get through those, not even a shadow. Save your laugh, whoever you are. We've got you. You're in this cabin somewhere, and this ship is outward bound. Laugh that off.
I think you may have made 3 mistakes, Captain. One too many.
Yes?
Yes, Captain.
But I do not make mistakes, sir.
That remains to be seen, Sadi Belada.
Then you will see. Hand me the wicker basket, Alex.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Yes, Daddy.
I call the temple bells of Niban, Captain. The shadow has the power to blind your eyes, a trick he learned in India from a yogi who was my uncle. But I have a better trick. When the last bell sounds while the sacred cobra dances, you will see the shadow only as a man. Be ready to shoot, Captain.
I'm ready.
And now, my cobra, to dance with the bells of Niban.
I wouldn't open that basket if I were you, Sadi Belada.
You watch my pretty cobra, sir. He may find you even before the captain's bullet. You will die just as quickly.
Dead cobras are better playthings than live ones.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Make your small prayer, sir. And now, my pretty one, begin to dance.
Be careful, Sadi Bell. The cobra moves towards you.
My own pretty cobra. He knows me. You hear the bells, Shadow? The temple bells of Niban?
I hear them.
When the last bell strikes, we shall see our prisoner.
And I am waiting for that minute. But Sadi, the cobra!
Look out! He's going to strike.
Alexis! Captain!
Quick! Drop the basket over Alexis. Kill him!
Sadi!
The shadow warned you, Sadi Belada.
You take credit for this too, do you?
No. Sadi should have known it was not her cobra in the wicker basket. It was mine.
He's dead.
What's that? Who is it?
Captain Malin, the police, the border. No, please, Captain Malin, you do not shoot.
Stand back here!
Drop that gun. I'll fix him.
Oh.
Put the bracelets on both of them, Sergeant.
Right.
Huh. Dope smugglers, kidnappers, and from the looks, murderers. This time the police were too smart for you.
Oh, decidedly.
Huh? Who's that?
Thanks for coming, Commissioner. You were very helpful.
And now, before today's adventure with the Shadow comes to a close, John Barclay, Blue Coal's own heating expert, is here tonight to give us another of his practical talks on automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. Last week we discussed the importance of uniformly heated homes in avoiding cold. I told you how home temperatures could be kept uniform and automatically controlled with a Blue Coal heat regulator. I explained that the cost was only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. Now for a word about the convenience of this Blue Coal heat regulator. With one of these automatic regulators in your home, It is no longer necessary for you to adjust dampers by hand. The regulator eliminates need for frequent attention to the furnace.
What do you have to do, Mr. Barclay?
You simply tend to your furnace once in the morning and once at night. Just think of that, friends. You can enjoy the comfort and convenience of an evenly heated home, and yet you can come and go all day long without a thought or worry about the fire. Is it any wonder I'm so enthusiastic about the blue coal heat regulator? And two, although it costs only $18.95, it does about everything that the elaborate and much more expensive equipment does that many of your friends have. So, folks, why not get to your blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him more about this blue coal heat regulator? At the same time, if you have any heating problems, discuss them with your blue coal dealer, too. He is the best-informed heating expert in your community. With the assistance of his John Barclay trained serviceman, he will be able to save you money and help make your home more comfortable this winter than ever before. I thank you.
The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow Magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Extra! Extra! Hear all about it! Next week, same time, same station. The Shadow's latest adventure. Extra! Extra! Hear all about it. Next week, same time, same station. The Shadow's latest adventure.
Your announcer, Arthur Whiteside.
The Blank Company presents... Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! The Adventures of Superman, eighth wonder of the modern world. Marvel of physical strength and endurance beyond anything humanity has ever known. Miraculous visitor from another planet, moving on Earth to aid the weak and helpless, rescue the suffering, bring help to brave and devoted men who serve their country. And if you too would be a Superman, and now, Superman. Yesterday we left Superman in desperate straits. Agents of a strange and foreign power are conspiring to blow up the Y-boat, newest of American submarines, which the Navy plans to launch at exactly noon. Gagged and bound, Commander Richards, USN, in charge of construction, has been spirited away to a tidal cave to await death at high water. As we continue our story today, an amazing figure hurtles through space, faster than a bullet, in a series of tremendous bounds. Red cloak streaming out behind, yellow shield on his breast catching the light of the sun, Superman heads toward the submarine base with Commander Richards in his arms.
You're all right. Perfectly safe.
Who are you? Where are you taking me?
Never mind who I am. I'm taking you back to your submarine.
But how? There isn't time.
What time is the launching?
Exactly noon.
It's now 11:45. 15 minutes to go, Commander. Don't look down.
I can't believe what's happening. It's insane. Not possible.
Thousands of miles an hour. That's not 100 miles to go, Commander. Hi, it won't take us a minute. Look, I'm slowing down already. Slanting toward the sea.
Hold on. Don't drop me.
Don't worry. If I did, I'd dive after you. Look, Commander. Slowing down. Know what I'm going to do?
What?
Circle around and see what's doing. If you're right, your friend the shark is planting his stuff for the big blowout.
If that's the case, speed up again.
I thought you were afraid.
I am. But I'm more afraid of what'll happen if we don't get to the submarine base by noon.
You're a brave man, Commander. And that's why I'm helping you. Look, up there ahead. Know where you are now?
Hey, it's the base. At the head of the inlet.
Right. The submarine base. 9,000 feet down. Hang on this time, Commander. We're going to dive.
Oh, it's killing me. I can't breathe.
Wait. Turn your face this way. There, how's that?
It's better, but...
Tell me something, quick. Is that the Y boat there at the dock?
I don't see. It's too far off.
It is. There are people waiting. Men coming off the deck.
That means they're ready.
Not much time to go. You hear the shark say where he'd be?
Aboard. In the battery room. Till the very last minute. They're going to wire the controls. And when the bottle swings against the bow...
I understand. It fires the atom bomb. And by that time, the shark and his friends will be out of the way. Look, Commander, that boat's in the water.
Only part of it. The rest is on the ways.
Quick. Is there an entrance underwater? Torpedo lock, porthole, anything like that? Quick, man.
Yes, but why...
We've got to get there. Get there unseen and destroy that bomb. And you know how we're going to do it? We're going to swim. We'll be torpedoes ourselves.
You can't. There's an observation window, but it's locked.
How big is it?
3 feet square. At a foot thick. That's no use.
Think not? Just wait, Commander. Wait and watch what happens. What is the window open on?
Stern torpedo room.
Can we close it off? We break in, so will the ocean.
There's the bulkhead. But you can't even reach the submarine. They won't let you pass.
I said we were swimming. Both of us.
Oh, wait. Stop. You'll drown me. They'll smother.
No, you won't. Not with me. Superman's friends don't drown. We're diving down and swimming to that boat underwater, Commander. And here we go. Down. 1,000 feet. 800. 400. 100. Hang on, Commander. We're hitting the sea.
That should do it. Almost ready, I think. Good, my Fritz. Excellent. So when these Yankees bring down their champagne, their X-boat or Y-boat or whatever they call it will be no more. What is the time? 5 minutes to 12. In exactly 5 minutes it will be noon, Fritz, when the launching will be made. With champagne and what else? Very good, sir, but what about us? We walk off at the last moment in our dungarees, my Fritz. 2 workmen applying the finishing touches. And how true. And stay on the dock to see what happens? No. There will be no dock in Brazil. No dock, no Y-boat, and even very little submarine base. You and I will leave at once by motor, then by plane. Wait. What was that? I heard nothing. A scraping sound outside the hull. The boat moving on the tide against the dock. Yeah, no doubt. And speaking of the tide, about now our good friend the commander should also be moving to a higher and we trust more ornamental sphere. He will drown in his cave. Assuredly he will drown, my Fritz, for being too clever and finding out too much. One minute gone, hurry. That's it, sir. Apply now the contact. So, one moment. Touchy things, these atoms, with a force of 1,000 10-inch shells. Not so far. If it should explode now. Be easy, Fritz, be easy. To explode, this bomb needs to be toasted in champagne. Will it truly work? Perfectly. When the bottle hits the bow, the firing pin makes contact with the wire. The spark here in the battery room leads to the bomb, and boom. Another minute gone, Pierce, and so are we. All finished. Out, Fritz, out. 3 minutes to make the dock. Enter our motor and be off. Sharp work. This way, sir. Stop. Lock the door as you leave. What for? No time. All right, look out. Again, I hear that scraping outside. Nemo, don't stop for dinner. Right, my Fritz, right as always. Come along. 2 honest workmen in their dungarees. And may the Yankees enjoy their lunch.
breaking through that observation window and getting the door shut? Is it watertight?
Absolute. Water in my windpipes. Be all right directly.
Better be soon, Commander. No time for that now. Which way we go?
Battery room up forward. Through the corridor. Quick.
Lead on. I'll follow.
What's the time?
2 minutes to 12. Make it fast.
If they lock the door behind them. Look, it's closed.
That's the battery room? Where we saw them working?
Yes, that's it. Oh, it's locked. What do we do? Can't get in them.
Think not. Just step out of the way, Commander.
You can't do it, I tell you. It's sheet steel, 2 inches thick.
Wait, one time.
It's giving. It's giving away.
Told you it would. One more will do it. Watch this, Commander.
It's off. You pulled the door off its base.
Get in that room, quick.
Where is it? I don't see anything.
Where are the batteries?
There, in those racks. But which one have they used? I can't make out.
Pull them down on the floor.
No, don't do that. If it's nitroglycerin, you'll touch it off. Look for wires.
The whole room's full of wires. Which ones don't belong?
I don't know. Can't tell without a blueprint.
Time for blueprints now, Commander. Look at the clock.
1 minute to 12. 1 minute to go.
You've got to find the right wire, Commander. The one leading from the valve plate where the bottle will strike. Can't afford to miss it now.
Check what you can. Hurry. Where are you going?
Do what you can. If you don't find the connection in 30 seconds, it'll be too late.
Come back here. Don't run out.
I'm not running out. There's just one more chance. A chance we can stop the shark at the last second. Listen, Commander. Hear that? It's the chime at headquarters. Bell for the hour. Find those wires, Commander. Find them now.
There we are, Miss Nichols. That's what we're waiting for.
I'm so excited. Is that the hour, Admiral?
Almost. The chime goes off a few seconds before the hour. But you'd better get ready.
I'm ready, Admiral. I've been to launchings before, though I must say never to one quite so select as this one. My gracious, what was that?
What, Miss Nichols?
I thought I heard something down there inside the boat.
No chance of that. It's deserted. Those 2 workmen you just saw were the last men off.
I could have sworn I heard a noise, Admiral.
Impossible, really. Now then, Miss Nichols, all ready if you are.
Admiral, look.
What?
The boat, the submarine. It moved. I saw it. It shook.
Never mind that. It's just a wave. Now, here's the champagne. Remember to swing it down hard, high up over your head, then down.
I christen you... What? What's happened?
What's going on here?
Admiral, the boat! Look, Admiral, look!
On a high road overlooking the submarine base, a long gray car screams to a halt. The shark leaps out to gaze down in unbelief and shouts wildly to his companion. And on the dock itself, a scene of sudden shattering confusion. The bottle upraised for christening, fate trembling in the balance. In the submarine, Commander Richards, waiting grimly for the final moment, stares death in the face as the fatal wire remains unfound. And Superman, where is he gone? What has he done? For the next installment of this thrilling new radio serial, tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station. And in the meantime, here's a final word. If you enjoy hearing about Superman, don't forget that you can follow his adventures each month in the pages of that exciting comic book, Action Comics, on sale at your local newsstand. Remember, tomorrow, same time, same station, the makers of Blankarine will again bring you... Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Here's Meredith Wilson with his chiffon arrangement of If I Loved You. we look in at the Burns home today, we find George and Gracie discussing the problems of their next-door neighbor, Meredith Wilson.
So, Meredith is going to drop over, George. He has a date tonight, and I want you to give him some advice about women.
What? Again? Why doesn't his father have a talk with him?
His father is even shyer with women than Meredith.
Oh, so he got a shyness from his father.
Yes, and it not only affected Meredith, but his 10 brothers and 14 sisters.
Well, I don't think I'm the one to advise him about women.
Oh, I bet you know plenty about women, George Burns. I wouldn't be surprised if you used to be quite a ladies' man.
Me? Oh, a little, maybe.
You handsome rascal. I'll bet you were plenty of competition for Francis X. Bushman.
Yeah, took plenty of dames away from George Hollis, too.
Well, don't tell me you don't know anything about women. I knew the first time I kissed you that you'd been kissed before. You were dynamite.
Really?
Sure. You kissed almost as good as I did.
Thanks.
So you will have a talk with Meredith?
Well, I guess it is sort of selfish of me to keep all my vast knowledge about women to myself. They didn't used to call me Volcano Lips for nothing.
Why, you've forgotten more about love than most men ever knew.
Yeah, I guess I have.
I wish you could remember a little of it.
I'll try.
Oh, this must be Meredith. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Hello, Meredith.
Gracie tells me you have a date tonight, Meredith.
I surely have. Her name is Peggy, and I'm awful anxious to make a good impression, so I thought I'd like to get some advice from the old master himself.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Yeah, I know Bill Goodwin usually drops in.
Meredith, it's possible that I can tell you some things about women.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but you probably just heard the same rumors I have.
Well, listen, Meredith. No amount of talking about women is going to take the place of experience. You ought to get out and rub elbows with them.
Is that fun?
It's keen.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, Master.
Hi, Meredith.
Say, Bill, I've got a date with a girl tonight, and I wish you'd please give me some
Now,
advice.
some other time, please, Meredith. I've got a big problem of my own right now.
But, Bill,
Meredith, I'm sorry. I've got something on my mind right now beside women.
See him later, Meredith, when he's thinking normally again.
Well, okay, I'll drop back.
What's up, Bill?
Yes, it must be pretty important if you refuse to talk about women.
Gracie, I don't think only about women. I think of my career, too. And that's what this is about. I want fame and success and lots of money.
Well, of course you do.
Sure. Look at the women I'll be able to get.
Bill, suppose you tell us what this is all about.
Well, George, there's a part open at my studio that I'm dying to get. It's in a picture called Love in a Cottage. And who do you think I'd be playing opposite? Ingrid Bergman.
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine Ingrid Bergman and me playing opposite each other? What an opportunity. What a chance to become the biggest picture name in the country.
Well, sure.
And, of course, it'll help me, too.
He's murder, isn't he?
Well, Bill, what's the matter? Can't you get the part?
Well, I don't know, Gracie. You see, the producer, Mr. Sherwood, is one of these guys who believes in realism. The part is a married man, and he feels only a married man could play it.
Well, there's only one answer, Bill. Get married.
Well, sure, pick out one of the girls you're engaged to and surprise her.
No, I thought of a better way, Gracie. I told the producer that I was married, that I already have a wife.
What?
Well, yeah, I've even invited him to dinner tonight, so now I gotta produce a wife. You don't know where I could borrow one, do you?
Well, no, I'm afraid I... come in.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Miss Postman.
Did I interrupt the family conference?
Well, no. We're trying to help Mr. Goodwin. He wants to borrow somebody's wife.
Oh, but Mr. Goodwin's is sort of a wolf. If he borrowed a wife, he might keep her.
No, I wouldn't.
Darn it, I was going to lend you mine.
No, thanks, Mr. Postman.
Not even if I threw in a week's salary?
No.
My government pension?
Nope.
No matter what shape she's returned in, I won't ask for a refund.
No, we'd better forget it.
I don't understand you, Mr. Postman. If you're that anxious to get rid of your wife, why did you ever marry her?
Oh, I was young, and it was spring. The hollyhocks were blooming, and the chickadees were singing.
I see.
Since then, I've been arrested 12 times for pulling up hollyhocks and throwing them at chickadees.
Well, Mr. Postman, I'd like to oblige, but you know how it is.
Yes, I know. I'm stuck with my mail bag and that female, too. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, Bill, I guess you'll have to look somewhere else for a wife.
Well, I was sort of hoping that you'd play the part, Gracie.
Me?
Well, yes, we could invite the producer here for dinner.
I don't think much of the idea.
Oh, neither do I, Bill. Oh, you better forget it.
Okay, Gracie, I just picked you because I wanted the producer to think my wife was as charming as Ingrid Bergman. Well, I'll be running along.
As charming as Ingrid Bergman?
Oh, yes. And just as beautiful. Well, I'll be running along.
I'm as beautiful as she?
Oh, sure. And even more talented. Well, I'll be running along.
More talented than Ingrid Bergman, me?
Well, easily. Well, I'll be...
Oh, sit down, Bill. What's your hurry?
Then you'll do it?
Well, yes. You can call the producer and invite him here for dinner.
I already did. Well, I'll run home and get dressed. See you later, wifey dear. Here's Meredith Wilson and his chiffon arrangement of that top tune, Till the End of Time.
Be done. You let Bill flatter you into it. Imagine going for that line of poetry.
Well,
Anyone who falls for flattery is a dope. Besides, what'll I do while Bill is your husband? Hide in the attic?
Well, no. You can be our butler.
Butler? Nothing doing.
Oh, all right, dear. I just wanted to show Bill that you're a finer actor than Charles Lawton. That's all, but forget it.
Me? Finer than Lawton?
Oh, yes, and much more convincing, but that's all right. Forget it.
More convincing? I am?
Well, of course. No one could play an English butler like you could, but forget it.
Don't try to talk me out of this part. Blimey, Governor, the bloomin' dinner is served. Shall I toss the tomatoes?
Oh, Oh, then you'll do it?
Quite, old bean. Frightfully amusing and all that sort of rot.
Oh, how you're cute. Now, Bill, if you hope to convince this movie producer that you're married, you better have some lessons in how to act like a husband.
Oh, Gracie, I don't need any lessons.
Well, I better try you out. Now, I'm your wife, and I say, do you love me, darling?
Yes. Yes, my beautiful queen. I love you deeply, devotedly, tenderly, passionately. And I shall always love you.
You're the singlest man I ever saw. Now, I'll show you how a husband answers that question. George is in the den reading the paper. George?
Huh?
Do you love me, darling?
Uh-huh. Close the door.
See what I mean?
Gee, the little man's a ball of fire, isn't he? Are all husbands like that?
Oh, no, not right away. The first year, they sit across the breakfast table and tell you how beautiful you are. That lasts until the first anniversary.
Oh, I see.
I think that's why they call it the paper anniversary. From then on, they'd rather read the paper.
Say, what time is the producer coming to dinner?
Well, Mr. Sherwood will be here at 7:30, George, which means you'd better hurry and teach Bill how to act like a husband.
Well, it's very simple, Bill. Now go outside and come in like you're a husband coming to dinner.
Okay. Darling.
Dearest.
Here's a big hug and kiss from your loving husband.
We better run through that again.
Here's a big hug and kiss from your loving husband.
Once more.
Gracie, I don't like this.
How do you know? You've never tried it.
Never mind. Get on with the scene. And, Bill, try to remember that you're a tired, hungry husband coming home after a hard day's work. Don't be so agreeable.
Oh, okay. What do we got for dinner, wife?
Oh, we're having the most wonderful dinner, dear. First, there's caviar.
Now you're working.
Then, turtle soup. Then pheasant under glass. Then crepe Suzette.
Okay, that's enough rehearsal. Come in.
I've been waiting in the little old car for an hour now, Dimples, honey. Dimples, honey?
Well, that's me. I'm sorry, baby. Folks, I'd like you to meet the one and only girl, the girl I really love. Miss, what's your name again, kid?
Cynthia Lou Culpepper.
Oh, that's right.
Glad to meet you, Cynthia Lou.
Oh, the pleasure's mine, sir. I've always wanted to meet Bill's father. And this charming lady must be Bill's sister. Oh, no, I'm his wife. His wife? Well, just temporarily. You see, I was George's wife until Bill came in. And now I'm Bill's wife this evening. But tomorrow I'll be George's wife again, and Ingrid Bergman will be Bill's wife. But when they finish Love in the Cottage, maybe you'll be his wife. Just remember, this is Hollywood.
Well, it certainly is living up to its reputation. I'll see you later, Mr. Dimples Goodwin.
Wait, Cynthia Lou.
Unhand me, you Yankee.
Holy smoke, now I am in trouble. What a mess.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you're still here, Bill. Will you give me some advice now, will you, Bill? Please,
Now,
Bill, will
later,
you?
Meredith.
Bill, please?
Later, Meredith, later. I'm busy.
Bill, just tell me the first thing I should say to Peggy tonight.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Gee, why couldn't I have thought of that?
Better hurry up and get dressed, Gracie. That producer will be here any minute.
Oh, yes, dear. Give me a hand with this girdle, will you, dear? It's so tight.
Okay.
Oh, one more pull. There. Oh, darling, it makes you look wonderful.
Well, I knew it was the only way I'd ever get those tuxedo pants to fit me. Have worn them for 10 years.
How about it? Can you get them fastened?
No, they don't quite reach.
Well, here, I'll help you. Pull in your tummy.
Okay.
No, pull in your chest.
Okay.
No, pull in your tummy.
Okay.
No.
Why don't you make up your mind?
Well, I can't tell which is which.
I should never have agreed to do this. I'm worried about the part of the butler.
Yeah, me too. The part that won't fit into these pants. Now, take a deep breath, dear. Let's try it again. There, I got it. But for heaven's sakes, George, whatever you do... Oh, dear, that may be Mr. Sherwood already. Slip on your coat.
But what do we do? Bill isn't back yet.
Oh, that's perfectly right.
How do you do? I'm Lawrence Sherwood, the movie producer.
Oh, how do you do? Come right in, Mr. Sherwood. I'm Mrs. Goodwin. Burns, take Mr. Sherwood's hat.
Yes, madam.
Oh, how clumsy of me. I dropped it.
I'll pick it up. Uh-oh.
Oh, you ripped your pants, sweetheart.
Did you call the butler sweetheart?
Oh, I meant Burns. Excuse me, Mr. Sherwood. I'll have to take him in and put some different pants on him.
I wonder if Bill knows about this. Well, that was a delightful dinner, Mrs. Goodwin.
Mrs. Oh, yes. Well, thank you. You may clear the table, Burns.
Very good, madam.
Hubby, dear, take Mr. Sherwood into the living room, and I'll have Burns serve the coffee in there.
All right, lovey-dove.
It's a charming place, yeah.
Well, George, the dinner went off without a hitch. Now, bring in the coffee and some brandy, too, into the living room.
Now, wait a minute. I've only got one bottle of brandy, and I've been saving it for 10 years.
Bring it in, dear.
But we never save brandy after dinner.
Maybe you Burnses don't, but we good ones know how to live.
Well, I'm not going to let those two guys drink up my precious brandy.
But look what's at stake, dear. A part opposite Ingrid Bergman. And just think of her, George. Beautiful, luscious, divine Ingrid Bergman. Now, how about the brandy?
Bergman can have a drink, but not those two guys.
George, have I ever forced you to do anything against your will?
Yes.
Well, I'm still at it. Bring in the brandy.
Yes, and I'm really settled down. Yes, sir, Mr. Sherwood, there's nothing like being a family man.
Oh, you're right, Bill. And if I may say so, you've a mighty pretty young wife.
Well, of course you may say so, Mr. Sherwood. After all, you're a guest.
Thank you.
But I'm not really as young as I look. I'm way over 20.
Really?
Oh, yes. Weeks and weeks. Burns, we're waiting.
The brandy, madam.
Well, don't just stand there, Burns. Offer some to Mr. Sherwood.
Yes, madam. You wouldn't want any of this brandy, would you, Mr. Sherwood?
Why, I wouldn't mind a little.
I wouldn't take too much. It's lousy.
Why, Burns, you let Mr. Sherwood have some of that brandy.
Certainly, and take all you want, Mr. Sherwood. There's nothing cheap about us Goodwins. Hand Mr. Sherwood the bottle, Burns.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Well, don't you want any, sweetheart?
Certainly I do, but he'll drink up all the brandy.
I was talking to my husband.
Oh, beg pardon, madam.
Don't you want any, sweetheart?
Well, I'll have a drop or so, lover. When Mr. Sherwood has had his, I'll finish the bottle.
What?
Burns, bring us a box of cigars.
Cigars?
Yes, they're in the sideboard in the dining room, the second
I
drawer.
know where they are.
Rather odd sort of fellow, that butler.
Well, yes, isn't he, though?
I notice you and he keep referring to each other as sweetheart.
Yeah, oh, that. Oh, well, you know what you have to do to keep health these days.
Now, Mr. Sherwood, about that picture, Love in a Cottage.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, Bill, when you told me that you were married and settled down, I didn't believe it. You see, I had heard that you were a wolf.
A wolf? Lover, what's a wolf?
Oh, he's so innocent. A wolf, Billy boy, is a man who stands on street corners and whistles at girls.
What for?
Well, darling, so they'll get in his car and he can hug them and kiss them.
Oh, any man who'd do that should be run out of Hollywood.
Well, it would be a pretty dull place with just women.
Yes, yes, you wouldn't want to be the only man left among thousands of women.
Oh, no, of course I would. I have never looked at any woman except my dear, sweet wife.
Come in.
Bill, you just got to give me that advice. It's getting late.
Oh, not now, Meredith. We have a guest.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need Bill's help. You see, he's got so many girls.
Girls? Bill?
Didn't Bill tell you about our girls?
No, darn it, it slipped my mind.
Well, how many have you got?
2.
4.
How many?
4.
2.
Well, just don't let him kid you. Now, Bill's got a whole lot more than that.
Really? And how old are they?
Well, most of them are around 18.
18? Mrs. Goodwin, you just said that you were barely over 20. How could you have daughters 18?
Well, once we got married, we decided not to wait.
Yeah.
Say, I don't exactly know what's going on here, but I just came to get some advice from the biggest wolf in Hollywood.
And just who is that?
Cigars?
There he stands. Burns the homewrecker.
Huh?
Mr. Wilson wants some advice from you, Burns. But take him out of here, you lady killer. I don't want my husband to hear that kind of talk.
But you... Quickly, Burns. Take him out. I don't want my ears soiled.
Okay.
That butler is such a wolf.
Yeah. So now you understand what Mr. Wilson was talking about.
All but one thing. Those grown daughters.
Oh, well, they're not really grown. One's 2 and the other's 3.
But Mr. Wilson said there were 18.
Oh, well, they're a little large for their age.
Where are they now? I'd like to see them.
Well, we have them in boarding school.
Yes. We feel that every child should learn how to board.
Yeah.
Well, 2 children. You really are settled down, aren't you, Bill?
Oh, you bet, Mr. Sherwood. Now, about that picture, Love in a Cottage.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you mentioned it. Now that I see you're really happily married, I think that...
Come in.
Now, looky here. Poor little old me has been kicked around. All poor little old me can stand.
Uh-oh, poor little old us.
I demand that Dimples marry me right away.
Dimples? Who's Dimples?
Cigars?
Well, really, Burns, this is too much.
Huh?
You take this girl right out and marry her.
Marry her?
Now, see here.
Get going, Dimples.
Okay.
Oh, what a mess. Does this sort of thing happen often?
Oh, constantly. Why, Burns is responsible for half the women on Mr. Anthony's program.
Yes. Really, dear, you must fire that awful chaser. He may lead me astray. Now, about the lead in your picture, Mr. Sherwood.
No, it's all settled, Bill. I've found the perfect leading man.
Oh, good.
And, who is he, Mr. Sherwood?
Cigars?
There he stands, Burns the butler.
Huh? But I thought I'd get the lead in Love in a Cottage.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Bill. We're not making Love in a Cottage. Instead, we're doing a picture called On the Prowl, the story of a wolf. And Burns is just the type.
Oh, no. I'm going to be in pictures?
You'll be the new Van Johnson, the heartthrob of every American woman.
You mean he'll be making a movie star salary from now on?
Until he's too old to walk before a camera.
Oh, George, what a wonderful year we have ahead of us.
Did you like my water bag?
Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet. Adventure, words, and music. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Let successful radio, talkie, and recording artists show you the glamorous road to fame and fortune. Write the words and music for a song hit. Let the 3 J's, Joe, Jack, and Jim, do the rest. We publish and distribute. We guarantee to put your song in the hands of leading movie producers, orchestras, and radio stations. Get out of the rut. Write a song. How's that sound for an ad?
Joe, you ought to quit music publishing and go in for ad writing. That'll get them.
Sounds good, Joe. But you ought to have something about send for our free booklet and full details. Oh, I got that here, right down at the bottom. Now, the idea is that we'll run this in all the cheap magazines with a blank to be sent in. We've fiddled around with this racket long enough. Now it's time to branch out.
That's the idea. Get into a nationwide business.
Hold on, Jack. Maybe we should get a lawyer to look things over. We'll be using the mails, you know.
I talked to the lawyer, Jim. We aren't breaking any laws.
What about that line, submitting songs to radio stations, dance bands, and all that?
We will. We'll submit them. If they toss them in the wastebasket, that's not our worry.
Okay.
Another thing the lawyer said.
What's that?
We ought to protect each other. I got some contracts here, see?
Contracts for what?
We all sign them. It's a partnership agreement so as we don't break up.
Break up?
Yeah. Suppose one of us lands a job with a radio sponsor or something.
None of us could. You know that, Jack. We worked as a harmony trio. We're washed up as far as that stuff goes.
Maybe your pipes were never good for solo stuff, but Jim can do a good tenor.
No, not me. I'm for the publishing racket. There's big dough in it. And we don't have to worry about commercial contracts running out.
Just the same, we should have an agreement. If one of us pulls out or dies, the other two get his share of the work.
That's fair enough, Jack. Sounds all right to me.
I thought it'd be okay with you two. If we're going into big business, we might as well be organized right.
And what about this ad? Is it okay with you two to go ahead and run it?
Sure.
The sooner we get started, the sooner the dough will begin rolling in. The advertising for the 3 J's was widely circulated throughout the country. And a few weeks later, cash came pouring into the publisher's office with every mail delivery. Hundreds of hopeful young people awaited the verdict of the racketeer trio, just as Waldo Fielding did.
Any mail for me today, Mother?
Yes, Waldo. There's a letter from that song publisher.
Where is it? Gee, I can hardly wait to hear what they say about my poem. Wouldn't it be swell if they put music to it and publish?
There's the letter, Waldo.
Gosh, if I could just get the start. Why, look at what some people make out of songs. I heard that sometimes a guy makes as much as... Ma!
What is it, Waldo?
They'll accept my poem.
They will?
Yeah, they like it. They'll have one of their best men write the tune, and then they'll publish it and see that it goes to all the radio stations and the movie studios and the dance bands. Oh, boy, I knew I could do it.
But, Waldo, won't they expect a lot of money for doing all that?
No. They say here that they'll take the chance on royalties. If I don't make anything, they won't make anything either. All I have to do is pay for the copyright and the printing cost and mailing.
But how much is that?
Well, I suppose it'll seem like a lot to you, Mom. It's about $50.
$50?
But that's not much, really. Why, I'll bet a lawyer would charge almost that much just to get the copyright for me. And it might bring me in as much as $500,000.
But, Waldo, $50. We haven't got that.
Well, I'll get it. I'll sell my camera, and I can get something for my banjo. The chances are that Steve will pay a little for my shotgun. I'll get the money. Don't you worry about it, Ma. You just wait. I'll be rich one of these days. I'm going to start on another song poem right away.
Several more weeks elapsed, and Joe, Jack, and Jim found a veritable gold mine in their venture. They expanded in their advertising, moved into larger offices, and then one day...
Hey, Joe. Jack.
Yeah, Jim?
The better business people have been checking up.
So what?
They don't like our way of doing business.
Oh, they don't, huh? Well, isn't that too bad? What are they going to do about it?
They'll probably publish some warnings about us.
The suckers that send lyrics and tunes to us won't listen to warnings. They're so convinced that their stuff is good, they'll believe whatever they want to believe. That's the psychology of this business.
Well, just passing on what that bird from the Business Bureau told me. He claims we're running a racket.
It isn't a racket at all. We take a certain fee for publishing a song, agree to secure copyright, furnish a tune or lyric, whichever is required, and have a certain number of copies printed and distributed.
And we do all those things.
Certainly. We fulfill our part of the contract to the letter. There isn't a law in the country that can touch us.
But it won't do us any good to have newspaper ads calling attention to our way of doing business.
Well, we can't stop it, can we?
Well, I thought if it was agreeable to you two, I'd make a few promises and stall things off for a while. We're really just getting a foothold.
An ad in a paper in one city isn't going to hurt us much. Our business is nationwide. Let them advertise. Can't hurt us.
Okay, Jack, it's up to you. And Joe?
I agree with Jack. Now, what about the tunes for this batch of stuff that came in today?
You got it all sorted according to meter, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's have it. I'll rap out a few little jingles and give them some music.
Seems to me it's kind of risky using the same tune for half a dozen different songs.
Nah, the stuff never amounts to anything. Nobody will ever hear it. What's the difference? I can't think of 150 new tunes every day.
You keep the stuff pretty well scattered, though, don't you, Jim?
Sure. For example, I'll use that tune, Moonlight Love, on the poem of a guy in New York, one in St. Louis, maybe one in Omaha, one on the West Coast. That saved me writing 4 different tunes, see?
It'd be kind of tough if the fellas ever got together and found they had the same tune.
Fat chance of that.
Well, what would happen if one of the songs became a hit?
A hit? That's a good one, Joe. How can any of this stuff ever be a hit? We'll see to it that it isn't.
I wanted to speak to you.
We're in conference.
What do you want here?
My name is Fielding. Waldo Fielding. I sent you a song a few weeks ago. Remember the name?
Sorry, Fielding. We're in conference now. We can't be disturbed.
I've been trying for 4 days to see you. I spent all my money.
What do you want to see us about, kid?
My song.
Did you get your copies of it?
Yes, sir, but I wondered if there hadn't been some sales made.
Where are you from?
Simmons Corners.
Well, what are you doing here in the big city?
Well, I thought my song would be selling, so I came here. I thought I might be able to do better if I was working closer with you.
You see the girl in the outer office and ask her to check up on the sales of your song. But I doubt if it's had any sales yet. You know, it takes time to put the new things over.
Well, I thought I might make a personal appearance with an orchestra or something.
Well, we'll send for you when we want you for that, kid.
I did speak to the girl.
What'd she tell you?
She said that there hadn't been any sales yet.
Well, that's the answer then. Why don't you go back to Simmons Corners or wherever your home is and stay there till we send for you?
Well, Look, there must be some sales. If you sent that song out to all the people you claim you did, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I got to have some money.
Well, what do you want us to do? Dish it out of our pockets? We're running a publishing house, not a traveler's aid.
Yes, sir.
We sent you 50 copies of the song. Why don't you go out in the street corner and try to peddle them or something? That's one way to drum up business.
Yes, sir. Do you want to buy a song? Say, mister, do you want to buy a copy of my song?
Not today.
Buy a copy of my song, lady.
Get out of my way, please.
Look, mister, do you want to take a copy of the newest song hit home?
Hey, you. What are you doing there blocking the traffic?
Oh, officer, I didn't mean anything.
What's this you're trying to peddle? Music?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to sell a song.
Maybe you'd better find out something about the laws of this town. You can't stand on street corners interfering with pedestrians, peddling music. Got a license?
License? No, sir, I haven't.
You'd better come down to the station house with me, I guess.
No, please, I didn't know.
Come on, kid. You can't get away with this sort of thing. Hey, suffering catfish, the kid's passed out.
What have you got there, Doyle?
Lowry, why is it that you're every place I am?
I learned when I first started in as reporter for the Sentinel, Doyle, that if I keep close enough to you, I see things happen. Yeah, what's the matter with the kid? You crown him with your nightstick?
No. I just started to take him in for peddling music on the street, and he passed out cold on me.
The kid looks half starved.
He does at that.
How long is it since he's eaten?
I don't know. Here, Lowry, stay with him till I call the wagon.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a story here. This looks like human interest stuff.
Ed Lowry, the star reporter of the Daily Sentinel, came into the office of the young publisher Britt Reed a couple of hours later. Miss Case, Reed's secretary, said,
Mr. Reed's not in now, Lowry.
But I gotta see him about a special story.
He's still out.
Where?
How the dickens do I know where he goes? I'm the last one he tells. It's discouraging.
Discouraging? Hey, now listen, Casey. Don't get ideas that the boss is interested in you. He travels with the 400.
Don't be idiotic.
As far as Britt Reed is concerned, you're just part of the office furniture.
But I do wish he'd settled down long enough so I could write to his father with some feeling of confidence.
What's the trouble?
Oh, just as soon as I write Mr. Reed and tell him that Britt's taking an interest in the Daily Sentinel, he disappears.
Lady, if I had his dough, I'd never come to the office.
During the past week, he's been out to some affair almost every night. He's bored with the office again.
Well, he'll get his fill of nightlife and then settle down again.
Yes, until he gets his fill of the newspaper business again.
Oh, here he is. Say, boss, I ran into Doyle, the big cop, today.
Oh, yes?
And he had a kid in tow. The kid had passed out from hunger. But when Doyle spotted him first, he was trying to peddle a song he'd written.
A song?
And it ties right in with the racket we've been working on.
What racket was that, Lowry?
Music publishing. You know, those wildcat publishers that call themselves Joe, Jack, and Jim, the 3 J's?
Who are they?
A broken-down vocal trio that hit a good racket. I got a first-hand story from one of the victims of the racket. The poor kid got just enough encouragement from them to quit his job and leave home. Here's the song he wrote. I brought a copy for you.
Well, leave it with Miss Case. I'll take it with me when I get home.
Well, what about my story? I got pictures of the kid.
Well, speak to the city editor about it. He's paid to handle that sort of thing.
But maybe there's editorial meat in it.
Gunnigan's the best judge for that.
Oh, hang it all.
What's the matter, Lowry?
Well, look here, boss.
Take it to Gunnigan, Lowry.
Okay. I'll take it to Gunnigan. There's the words and music.
Mr. Reed.
Yes, Miss Case?
I'm going to stick my neck out again. Isn't there something we can do to make the office more attractive for you?
Oh, no, it's quite all right, Miss Case.
Then why can't... Why won't you...
Oh, I understand, Miss Case. You're concerned again because I'm spending too little time around here.
Frankly, I am, Mr. Reed. I hate to keep writing your father that you...
I'm sorry. But you'll have to admit that newspaper work hasn't a great deal of adventure.
It might have.
Oh, yes, Miss Case, it might have.
There was plenty of excitement while the Green Hornet was so active.
There was, wasn't there?
I wonder if the Hornet has been killed.
Killed? Well, why, Miss Case?
We haven't had a story about a Hornet adventure in quite a while.
That's true.
He may have been killed, or he may have, retired.
I doubt if the Green Hornet would retire, Miss Case.
Well, perhaps then the police and public have been so greatly aroused that the Hornet doesn't risk making another appearance.
That's quite possible.
I never saw you more interested in the newspaper than while the Green Hornet was running wild.
Well, you must admit the Green Hornet furnished news.
He certainly did. Mr. Reed, there's just as much excitement in everyday life if you could only realize it.
For example?
For example, that lad that Lowry tried to tell you about. Waldo Fielding. Now, there's human interest. Poor chap that falls for racketeers, quits his job in the little home community, comes to the big city, goes hungry, is misled and victimized by these fake music publishers.
Isn't there something the law can do about publishers of that sort?
If there were, the law would be doing it. But they stay inside the law, Mr. Reed. According to Lowry, they have a contract, and they fulfill the terms of the contract. So the law is helpless.
I've heard about the racket, Miss Case.
Aren't you going into your office?
No, I think I'll leave for the day. It's after 4.
But, Mr.
I'll take
Reed...
the song along with me just to satisfy Lowry.
Very well.
See you sometime tomorrow.
You will stop in then tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I'll probably stop in.
If the Green Hornet would only start up again, and perhaps Britt Reed would become interested in the publication of news.
curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Britt Reed went directly from his office to his apartment. He was uneasy and restless, and only Cato, his faithful valet, realized the real cause of the uneasiness.
You're right, Cato. I do feel handcuffed, hampered, tied down. If there only some way the Hornet could get at this music publishing racket, I'd go out.
But the risk, Mr. Britt.
Risk be confounded. There's a risk in anything, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I can't find any way it can be broken up. Not even if we do use the role of the Green Hornet to get at them.
Is it big?
It's nationwide. Those three crooks, Joe, Jack, and Jim, have thousands of people all over the country sending money to them. Money that won't bring a thing except false encouragement and heartbreak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at tonight's Sentinel. Look at that warning from the Better Business Bureau. They wanted to buy a few inches. I gave them a quarter of a page. But do you think that'll stop people from being made victims? Not on your life. I even ran one of the songs, a typical song, copyrighted and published by Joe, Jack, and Jim, to show the stuff they called good. Cato, why haven't it just occurred to me?
What is it?
I have an idea, Cato. Life's going to be exciting after all. This may be the entering wedge. Maybe this is what the Green Hornet's been waiting for. The ad for the Business Bureau, Cato. It shows a typical song published by that firm of Joe, Jack, and Jim.
Yes, Mr.
And the music for this is the same tune that was used by that young chap Lowry brought in a story about.
It is?
It definitely is. I don't know a great deal about music, but I do know that much. Do I have an engagement for tonight?
May I call, Mr. Britt?
Cancel it, then. We're going to make other plans.
What are they?
This may give me the lead I need to smash that publishing firm. Joe, Jack, and Jim. Eh? Well, we'll see if they're staying within the law.
Well, what can you do?
Go to the office. I want to look around there for a while. And if my suspicions are correct, we'll hold a meeting of the firm.
The firm?
Joe, Jack, and Jim. Come on. We're taking out the Black Beauty.
Britt Reed went through a secret panel in the rear of his clothes press, and then by means of a passage between the walls of the apartment building, he reached a small door that opened into the loft of an old, supposedly abandoned livery stable. It was here, unknown to everyone, that the sleek black car of the Green Hornet was housed.
Is the car ready, Cato?
Yes, sir.
All right, get in. Mask?
Here, in Confronting.
Gas weapon?
Here.
Good enough. I want to telephone Joe, Jack, and Jim, but I can do that from their own office later on this evening.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get going. There's the night watchman, Cato. Standing at the entrance to the building.
Yes, sir.
You take the car onto the rear. I'll handle him.
What are you going to do?
I'll have to knock him out and get him out of the way. Can't take chances on him. Take the car now. You know where to meet me?
I know.
Hat brim pulled low over his eyes, almost hiding the mask, the Green Hornet approached the entrance of the office building where a man stood smoking a pipe.
Offices are all closed now, mister.
I don't want to hurt you.
What have you done, Hornet?
That'll hold you for an hour. If I need more time, I'll give you some more gas.
Dragging the unconscious form of the watchman inside the building, the Green Hornet left him in a corner, then ran the elevator to the 10th floor. Half an hour later, the three Jays had a phone call at their apartment.
I suppose that's just another one of these would-be writers calling for information on his song hit. Answer, Jack.
Hello?
I wish we'd given that Fielding kid a little dough. Oh, stop harping about him, Jim. They're passing out in the street like he did. Hunger. That won't do us any good. Well, it won't hurt us any.
Yeah?
For the love of Pete, forget him. He just won.
Yeah.
He should have come to the city in the first place. Maybe you're right, Joe.
That'll be swell.
Who's he got on the phone?
I don't know.
Looks as if it's something pretty good.
Yes, sir. Right away. Hey, fellas, we're set to really go places.
Who was that?
A publisher. Publisher? Magazine publisher. One of those cheap picture mags. He's in town for the evening and wants to talk to us about running a picture story of our business.
Yeah? Hey, that would be swell publicity.
Wouldn't it, though?
That'll offset what the Sentinel Light has done.
Won't offset it. It's a national magazine.
When do you see him?
Right away. He asked if I couldn't meet him in our office tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, and let him see what sort of picture story could be run.
Good, we'll go with you. Yeah, come on, let's start.
This is the break of a lifetime.
Joe, Jack, and Jim rushed in a cab to their office building and found the front door open.
The watchman must be on the first floor.
Yeah, that'll save us waiting for the elevator.
Hey, Larry! Where are you? He isn't on the first floor. The elevator just coming down now.
Shouldn't leave the front door open like that.
Don't worry about it. Well, Larry, you're covered. What in place?
Mass, the Green Hornet.
One of you can run this elevator. Get in there or I'll fold you up where the night watchman is.
You killed him, murder.
Get aboard.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. Well, what are you after?
Up to your office. Get going now. Your 10th floor, you know.
Stop waving that gun around.
I'll stop by letting you have it at the first sign of any rough stuff.
Now, take it. Oh, Jim.
Let that warn you two.
Oh, shot him in cold blood.
Yeah. How do you like it? Leave him right where he is. You open that door and get to your office. What are you going to do? You'll find out. Step along there.
There's a light there.
I left it. You needn't think about the magazine publisher because I was the one who phoned you. I took the liberty of using your own telephone.
I have keys.
You won't need them. I've unlocked the door and everything else that needs unlocking.
Now what?
Sit down in there.
What's all this stuff?
Your so-called song hit.
Yeah, I see.
A couple of them have possibilities, haven't they, Jack?
Why, sure they have.
Suppose the Green Hornet were to steal one of them. Let's just suppose there would be a lot of publicity about the Green Hornet shooting 2 men, maybe more, to get possession of one specific song. What would happen to the sale of that song?
Hey, that's right.
It would become the hit of the week. Every band would use it, every radio station would be featuring it on a song and bring thousands and thousands of dollars in royalties.
Maybe we can make a deal.
Before I finish talking to you crooks, you won't want that sort of thing to happen.
What?
Why not? Look here, Hornet. You two are going to be broke. You're going to be smashed to a finish.
Broke?
Smashed? I've already addressed a few envelopes, and I'll see that the rest are addressed. There they are. Take a look at them.
I don't understand.
You will. Take a look at those 3 sheets of music I've laid out for you.
What about it?
Who wrote that music?
We did. What of it?
And who secured copyrights?
We did.
Every one of these songs can be made into a hit tune with the right promotion. I think I can see that it gets that promotion. I've already explained how.
Well, a hit is what
we can't afford a hit. Suppose, for example, this number becomes a hit. What do you suppose the authors of these other songs with the same music would do? They'd sue, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd probably sue.
There were probably a dozen other poets who've been given the same melody for their song. They'd all start lawsuits. You two'd be dragged through every court in the country. Your whole racketeering business would be laid out in the open. Can you stand having a sensational song hit?
I don't know.
You know you can't. That's why I came here.
It was a mistake.
That's it. It was a mistake. Mistake?
The printers made a mistake. They got the words and music.
That's truth, then. I could go through your files and show you plenty of the same sort of mistakes. Sit down at that desk. What do you want? Money, lots of money. There's your checkbook. I happen to notice your bank balance there. You can write a lot of checks.
Checks?
I said checks.
For who?
Make out the first to Harvey Dale, D-A-L-E. According to your records, he's paid in $150. That's the amount you'll send him.
And who else?
Start writing.
I'll do it.
Oh, no, we'll have Jack do it. He's the one whose signature makes those checks worth something. Go on now. Start writing.
Now, you see here.
Right.
How far are you going?
As far as your bank balance will allow. There's 200 to go to Mrs. Hacknew, 100 to each of the people on this list, 75 to these people. And there's a list of those who'll get $50 each.
I'll be broke. I can't afford all that.
You can't afford not to pay up. You'll afford it a whole lot better than these people who contributed to your success. And there's another thing, Jack.
Rob and steal.
Shut up. I said there was another thing. We may have to overdraw your bank account considerably.
I can't.
You better convert some of the bonds you hold to cover the checks you make out tonight.
I can't.
You might even have to trade in some life insurance. If you don't cover those checks, you'll mighty soon find yourself not only in court, but eventually in jail. What would a jury made of people who read all about your racket in the magazines and newspapers give you? Take your choice, Rat. Go broke and stay free, or go broke and go to jail. And make out checks until you get the writer's cramp. And see that those checks clear the bank.
By first one threat, then another, the Green Hornet compelled the publisher to make out checks to refund money. And then...
That's as far as your cash will go. I'll see to it that these envelopes are mailed.
You can't get away with it.
No? Now, let me explain that I can still make one of your songs a hit. The song that Jim gave his life to keep from the Green Hornet. A song that has some hidden significance to the Green Hornet. One small bit of the song torn and found in the clenched fist of the latest victim of the Hornet's weapon.
Jim.
I'm taking him with me. I know whether or not those checks clear the bank. If they don't, Jim will be found with this emblem plastered to his forehead. The mark of the Green Hornet. And this part of this song clenched in his fist.
Wait. If we don't stop payment, if those checks go through...
Then you'll have nothing but poverty to worry you. And don't try another racket like this one. The Green Hornet can make one of your songs a hit at any time. Only the next time, it might be one of you who furnishes the clenched fist.
Leaving the two racketeers in their office, the Hornet took the elevator to the first floor, dragged the still unconscious man to the rear door of the building, and put him into the car.
That'll do, Cato.
What do we do with him?
We'll have to keep him under cover until these checks clear the bank. And then, Cato, we can let him go.
Lowry, have you heard the news?
Which news? That Fielding kid got a refund from Joe, Jack, and Jim. That's news.
Yes, and the mark of the Green Hornet was on the letter that went with it.
Yeah, that's a page one story. The Hornet has stepped out again. I wish I had all the details.
But that's not the biggest thing. Mr. Reed was in bright and early this morning. He's a newspaper man again. He's been working like a Trojan all day, trying to run down some leads on the Hornet from what information he gathered.
He is?
Yeah, but it won't last. I'm certain that he'll lose interest again if the Green Hornet goes back into seclusion.
But what if the Green Hornet was to be captured?
I'm afraid Britt Reed would lose interest in the Sentinel in that case, too.
Pepper! Green Hornet mails check! Exclusive Green Hornet story! Green Hornet not large, but
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
is the legend of a man and a horse and how they met. The story of the Lone Ranger and his great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were trailing the worst outlaw in the West. His name was Butch Cavendish. They had followed his trail for many weeks, until finally they noticed that the hoof prints of the outlaw's horse were fresh.
We're close to Cavendish now.
Yes, Tonto. He can't be far ahead.
Him outrun us last time. Maybe better we shoot in sight.
No, I want to take him alive. That shot.
Look out.
Steady there, steady, boy.
Over there. Killer in ambush. Him right way.
Tonto, he missed me, but he shot my horse. Get after him.
Get him up, fella.
Tonto's horse was tired and no match in speed for the animal Cavendish rode. The outlaw escaped. When Tonto returned from the futile chase, he found the Lone Ranger standing beside his dead horse.
A good horse, Tonto. Loyal, faithful, and brave. But my next horse must be faster. I wish that... Tonto, we've heard stories of a wild horse, a fiery white stallion.
Him seen near valley over there, where Cavendish go.
We'll be on the lookout for the wild horse while we follow Cavendish.
Tonto's horse carried the Lone Ranger's saddle, his saddlebags, and bridle, while the masked man and the Indian continued on foot along the outlaw's trail. When they reached the top of a hill...
Look, Tonto.
They halted suddenly and stared at an awe-inspiring sight far down in the valley. They saw a great white stallion in a death fight with a giant buffalo. The horse was plunging, rearing, charging, and dodging wildly, and the sun flashed from his coat as from a coat of polished silver. They realized that this was the legendary white stallion, the one ranchers and hunters had talked so much about.
Tonto, we must have that horse. I'll try to shoot the buffalo.
It's too far for pistol shot.
I'll get closer before it's too late.
As he ran downhill, the Lone Ranger watched the battle. The sleek white stallion was nimble and courageous, but his strength began to wane. The buffalo charged again and again. The splendid muscles of the white horse were slower in responding, then too slow. He was caught by the buffalo's charge. Wet crimson stained his pure white coat. Another charge. The white horse saw it coming, and he couldn't dodge. He staggered and fell. The monster drew back and lowered his head for the death charge. And then 2 shots rang out. The buffalo shuddered from the impact of the masked man's bullets. For an instant, he stood motionless, then fell. Cruelly battered and bruised, the white stallion lay quietly as the Lone Ranger bathed his wounds. During the next several days, the masked man and the Indian cared for the injured horse. Then the wounds were closed, and the horse's strength had returned. There was once more fire in his eye, a spring in his step, and his head was lifted proudly.
Tonto, he's himself again.
Him plenty strong, plenty good horse.
I wonder if he'll take a saddle. Let's try. Steady there. Steady, boy.
Me get rope. Him run away.
No, Tonto, wait. Let him go. I'd like to have that horse more than anything in the world. But he deserves his freedom. He fought for it.
Him stop.
He's turned to look at us. See how the sun reflects from his white coat.
Him look like Silver.
Silver. That would be a name for him. Silver! Look at him. Silver! Hey, Silver! Tonto, he's coming back. It's just as if he knew what I said. Silver! Silver, you beauty. Hand me the halter, Tonto.
As the mighty stallion felt the halter, he trembled as if from a chill. Every instinct told him that he must flee at once to preserve his freedom. And yet he stood his ground. It wasn't gratitude that kept him there. It was something stronger, some mysterious bond of friendship and understanding. He heard the man's voice, and he liked it.
Silver. Silver. We're going to be partners.
Him let you use halter.
Now, Tonto, the saddle.
Oh, no horse like that. Take saddle.
There never was a horse like this. Now, Silver,
We're going to work together. The horse was wild and unused to the ways of men and the weight of a saddle and a rider. But the masked man was a kind teacher. He was gentle yet firm, and Silver was intelligent. The stallion seemed to sense the desires of the Lone Ranger and did his best to cooperate. He learned quickly, and after several days of training, he was ready.
Follow me, Tonto. I'm going after Cavendish. Come on, Silver!
No hoofs had ever beat the plains like those thundering hoofs of the great horse Silver. During the past few days, Cavendish had gotten far away, but the masked man and Tonto trailed him relentlessly with only a minimum of rest. It took days to cut down the outlaw's lead, but at long last, Cavendish came into view.
There he is. Come on, Silver!
The mighty stallion responded with a new burst of speed. Cavendish fired wild shots over his shoulder until his gun was empty. His horse, so powerful and fast, was no match for the charging Silver. Fear and panic filled the outlaw's face. He heard the hoofbeats ever nearer. Then the masked man shouts,
I want you, Cavendish!
The masked man's avowed mission was accomplished. The last of the Cavendish gang was captured to be tried by law and punished for his crimes. But there were many others whose criminal plans were to be challenged by the Lone Ranger, his faithful Indian companion Tonto, and his great horse Silver.
Summed up, he wants you to keep your trap shut. Why, he couldn't say that instead of going through that long Megillah there. Don't worry, they have.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't tell anybody, but the secret word tonight is foot.
Really?
I was going to spell it again.
I didn't know you could, huh? Okay, give us the footnotes.
All right.
Again?
Again.
Thinks he's on Colgate.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't tell anybody, but the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin American, creators of America's most beautiful compact, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, present Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Is that guy still around? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fanneman was first to try for it.
We invited some movie fan club presidents and some movie fan mail clerks to the show. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Verlee Gross from Universal Pictures and Miss Barbara Ring, president of the Dana Andrews fan club. And here they are. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts, girls. And if either of you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you each win a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A studio mail clerk and a fan club president, eh? Verlee Gross, you're the girl from the studio
Yes, I am.
fan mail department, huh? Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Not married, You're not interested in ordinary men after working around all those movie stars, I suppose, eh?
Oh, but I am interested in ordinary men.
Are you? How old are you, Verlee? That's kind of an odd name. What is that?
It's Verlee. Accent on the
It's
last
what?
syllable. Verlee.
Verlee?
French.
Oh. It's French.
Yes.
Like Rudy Verlee? Is that...
No. I don't think Rudy'd be happy.
Oh, Rudy's always happy. How old are you, Verlee?
36.
36. Well, you don't look it.
Well, thank you.
I thought you were going to say 26.
Thank you very much.
And Barbara Ring, what fan club are you president of?
The Dana Andrews fan club.
Mm-hmm. How many members do you have nationally, I mean?
900 nationally.
900?
Mm-hmm. 150 here in Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. Now, why did you pick Dana Andrews? Why didn't you join the Groucho Marx fan club?
Well, I didn't know there was one.
I'm not sure there's a Groucho Marx. The fact is, I have a very devoted fan club, Barbara. They send me thousands of letters every month. Credit managers all over the country. Barbara, would you like my autograph?
Yes, sir. I'd like 5 of them.
5 of them? Why?
Well, if I have 5 of your autographs, I can get 1 of Dana Andrews.
Well, I'll give you 10. You can get 2 of Dana Andrews. What does this Andrews chap have that I haven't got?
Oh, he's got a good physique. He's got brown wavy hair.
He's got what?
Brown wavy hair.
Brown wavy hair.
He's got just beautiful eyes, and he talks with his eyes. And I like the way he throws his women around.
You like the way he throws his women around? Well, stick around. I'll throw you around. That sounds pretty imposing, that lineup. Now, tell me, what have I got that Dana hasn't got?
You're witty, you're charming, you're intelligent, and you put on a good quiz show every week. You give away free money.
All right, I don't need a house to fall on. I may not be the glamour type, but just remember, I had one of the first fan clubs in America. I received so much mail, they had to add another pony to the Pony Express. Now, we have the perfect gifts for each of you, for Burley and for Barbara. Elgin America's stunning red compact trimmed in bright jeweller's bronze.
Oh, they're beautiful.
They're exquisite. Thank you so much.
Now, Miss Gross, as a studio mail clerk, about how many letters does your studio average a day?
Well, I would say around 3,000.
Mm-hmm. And who gets the most mail?
Well, Yvonne DiCarlo, who's appearing in Crisscross here.
Yvonne DiCarlo gets
Yes,
the most mail?
That's right.
Why is that?
Well, I think she has a certain exotic appeal for men, and...
Appeal, I think it would be closer.
Oh, she doesn't.
I used to know a girl peeled for men. She got 4,000 letters a week. You know, you can also get an orange to do that. You know. Yvonne DiCarlo, huh?
Mm-hmm. And then I think that the women identify themselves with her and like the way she walks so slinkily in those long gowns.
Mm-hmm. And who among the male stars gets the most mail?
Well, Howard Duff gets a terrific amount of mail.
Not nearly as many as this slinky.
No, well, after all, she has an appeal, you know.
Yeah. Well, couldn't he slink around and get 3,000?
I don't think he'd look nearly as well.
I'll slink around for you after a while. Now, why do most people write fan letters?
Well, the majority, I would say about 90% of the mail we receive is asking for free pictures.
Mm-hmm. And do you send out free pictures?
Oh, yes.
How much do you charge for free pictures?
10 cents to $1.
10 cents. Well, that's pretty cheap for a free picture. What other mail do you get besides the ones asking for pictures?
Oh, we get letters from proposals for marriage to the women stars and to some of the men stars, too. And then we receive letters requesting money and help. And then we get letters from crackpots.
Did you ever send a crackpot?
Oh, we never answer them. We don't encourage it.
Oh, I thought they asked for a crackpot. I didn't know it. What kind of letters did the crackpot send?
Well, I think probably the best example would be the fellow who wrote in and wanted the gum that Dick Powell had chewed in a picture.
Probably a beech nut.
Probably.
Well, what did they do? Did they go out under the seat in the movie house and get this gum? Or?
No, I had to chew all day.
And you sent this on?
Mm-hmm.
And it does seem to make him...
We never heard from him again.
He probably chewed himself to death. Huh? Now, what's the oddest letter you ever got from a movie fan?
Well, I think probably the woman who had seen The Life of Riley, and she wrote to us and she asked...
You had seen the whole life of Riley, or just...
She'd seen the movie picture.
Oh, just the movie,
yeah.
huh?
And she
Just
asked,
coming out now, huh?
And she asked us for William Bendix if we would send him, and she sent $10 to cover the charges.
And he wouldn't go?
No, he told us to send back the $10 and send a big picture that he autographed to her personally.
I listened to Benny Goodman the other night, and he sent me. Do you still receive many letters from GIs overseas asking for pin-up pictures?
Oh, yes, they're always asking for pin-ups.
Uh-huh.
And then we had the young chap, this probably happened a couple of years ago, who wrote in and asked for one of our stars, shall we say, unmentionables. He said that he was he was making a hobby of collecting
Let's
them.
not say unmentionables, huh?
Well,
but just keep within a reasonable confine. Lingerie?
Well, yes, and he said he was collecting them. It was his hobby. He had
Well,
over
was he
100.
collecting them filled or empty?
He didn't say, anyway.
He didn't say whether he wanted them on the half shell or...
No.
Now, Barbara, let's get back to your fan club. As president of the Dana Andrews fan club, you have quite a responsibility, I should say.
Oh, yes, I have.
Just what do you do?
Well, the girls elected me their president, and I generally run the whole darn show.
Did you get a new balcony this year? You run the whole show. Well, what does the show consist of?
Well...
What do you do when you meet? How many of you meet approximately?
Well, each time we meet at a different girl's house.
I should think so.
And I preside over all the meetings.
You preside over it regardless of whose house it's in?
Yes.
And?
But the girl's always the chairman. And I just preside over the meetings and pound the gavel.
Yeah. And and then what do? You just sit there and pound the gavel all the time? That must sound like a meeting of woodpeckers, doesn't it? What happens after you pound the gavel? Can you really get silence with a group of girls just by pounding a hammer? You crack them over the skull with it? Or... All right, now you pounded the gavel. Now what happens?
Now the minutes are read from the last meeting.
The minutes are... You haven't had enough of that other meeting. You got to read the meetings again, huh?
And then we have the treasurer's report.
Treasurer's report?
And then we get on
how
with
does
business
that go?
at hand. Well, she just reads off... It's a girl, by the way. She just reads off the number of dollars we have in the treasury.
Uh-huh. And what do you have, approximately? In the way of loot?
$350.
$300? Well, how do you get that money?
The girls... We take pictures sometimes of our star, Dana Andrews, and the girls write in and ask for pictures. And then we have monthly dues, which are 20 cents a month. And we put out a journal monthly, Data on Dana.
And is there sufficient material to fill a whole journal?
Oh, yes. We have 5 or 6 pages every journal.
You do, huh? Could you give us an approximate idea of some of the subjects in this journal?
Well, we interview new stars every week, and...
Oh, this isn't just confined to Dana Andrews, huh, this journal?
No, we have some honorary members.
They bring their own gavel, I suppose. Well, how much do you know about Mr. Andrews?
Well, he was the 3rd son of a minister. And as a child, he never liked much to go to dances because he was rather shy. And
how much?
Well, I've heard he had a nice fat wallet.
He had a fat wallet? And?
And his hobby is boating, and he never lets his children. He has 4 children, and he never lets his children go on the boats because he's afraid they'll fall off. He wants to wait till they're a little older. He and his wife go out boating.
And they leave the kids on the shore?
No, they leave the children at home.
Oh, at home, huh? And who takes care of them?
Oh, they have a housemaid, naturally.
Oh, I thought perhaps one of the fan club went up there.
Babysitter?
Cracked them with a gavel, huh? Well, could you give us a little more detail about about Dana Andrews? Other than the fact that he doesn't want his children to go in a rowboat? How do you get all this information?
Oh, I read all articles that are written on him. And if girls find something that they think we haven't read, they just send it in. And then...
Now, why do you go to all this trouble? Are you actually infatuated with this man? Here's a man, a father with 4 children. Huh? Are you trying to horn in on his territory?
It's my hobby.
How do you think his wife feels about this, huh?
She maybe knows. I don't know. she's probably just
You're a very
raving jealous.
attractive-looking girl, you know.
Thank
and,
you very much.
He's out there with his wife in that rowboat. Does he always take his wife?
No.
Have you ever met him personally?
Oh, yes. Twice I met him.
And were you impressed?
Oh, very much so. The last time I met him was on the set of The Bishop's Wife, and he'd been introduced to me before, so I think he remembered me. I wasn't sure, though. So I just introduced myself, and he said, "Oh, you're the president of my fan club." And
Did you have the mallet with you?
well, right now we're conducting a contest to find the name of a fan club. We haven't got it yet.
You have no name for this club?
Just the Dana Andrews fan club, and we're looking for a cute name or something.
What about the Mary Andrews?
That's his wife's name.
That's his wife's name? Well, use that. Use his wife. Does his wife belong to the club, too?
Oh, yes, she's an honorary member.
I see. Well, that's very nice of you. Do any of your members collect items that your hero has touched or worn or used in any way?
Oh, yes.
What are some of these items?
Well, we had one girl that she went up and asked the star, Dana Andrews, if she could have a few pieces of hair out of his head. And he complied.
She didn't want the whole head, huh?
No. Should have liked to have it, but she
Just
couldn't.
some locks, huh? She could have got that at the delicatessen. She wanted to pluck some hair, is that right?
That's right.
And
she got it. He let her take some hair off of his head. And
cut it off.
No, she just took hold of it and
Pulled them out.
pulled it out.
Well, it's certainly a nice way of spending the morning, huh?
There's another girl that collects old cigarette butts that he's thrown away.
What does she do? Follow him around with a garbage can?
Well,
This doesn't seem like a very romantic relationship that you have, huh? Collecting old cigarette butts and pulling his hair out doesn't... I wouldn't consider a very fancy romance. However, you probably have your own thoughts about this thing. Now, as president of a movie star's fan club, what's the biggest thrill you ever had?
Well, meeting the star and seeing him work on a picture.
And what's the most embarrassing moment you ever had?
Well, on Vine Street once, my mother and I were coming out of Brown Derby, and we saw this car, and it looked like Dana Andrews. So I went up to him, and I said, "Mr. Andrews, may I please have your autograph?" And he turned around at me and he said, "Well, I'm sorry, but I'm Cornell Wilde, but you can have it anyway." So he signed Dana Andrews
He
on
was
it.
sorry he was Cornell Wilde?
Yes. Then he wasn't very big.
And then you told him that you were president of the club with the hammer and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Do the fans ever send gifts to their heroes?
Yes, they do.
Vale.
But it's usually to the heroines.
Oh, to the heroines. The heroes get nothing, huh?
That's right. Just love letters.
Well, if I find time, I'll send Andrews a toupee. He probably needs it by this time. What sort of gifts do they send?
Well, it's usually jewelry, and it's probably because it's easy to package.
And steal. And what was the oddest present that any of the stars ever
Well,
got?
last Christmas, we received 2 fruitcakes baked by a girl in Australia, and in them she had placed various...
Kangaroo, I suppose. No?
No, she placed various good luck coins, but nobody knew what they meant, and they were all worthless. And we did eat the fruitcake, though.
Yeah.
It was good.
Well, you got a pretty penny out of that, anyhow. Well, you make a very interesting team. Now, let's see how well you can work together for $2,000. In just 1 minute, you're going to play the Elgin American game, You Bet Your Life. First, George Fenneman is going to offer some invaluable advice. Go ahead, George.
Have you looked at your compact lately? One look now can save your reputation in accessories. If that look shows you a compact that has seen its best days. Remember, your compact is the one accessory you use most, that other people see you use. And it either adds to or subtracts from the smart impression you want to make. Compacts are such important fashion accessories today that every woman needs 3, one each in the correct mood for her daytime, sports, and evening clothes. Only Elgin American offers such a thrilling variety of designs, shapes, and sizes for every apparel need. And in such a wide price range that every woman can have an Elgin American compact to reflect her good taste in glowing terms. Look at your compact tonight. And tomorrow, get the compact fashion prefers. America's #1 compact. An exquisite Elgin American.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they won't know what goes on until it's their turn.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Comic strip characters.
Comic strip characters. How much of your $20 will you bet on the first one?
10.
10? Okay. Mac and Mr. Simpkins are characters in what comic strip?
Tilly the Toiler.
Tilly the Toiler is correct.
Well, we're off to a great start. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to bet this time?
20.
20? All right. In what strip do you find the little Indian lonesome polecat?
Little Abner.
Little Abner is correct.
They now have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to go for?
40.
40. Certain you get along fine. And what comic strip is Hot Shot Charlie? Hot Shot Charlie. Take a stab. Any answer is better than none. I'm sorry. It's Terry and the Pirates.
They now have $10.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 are you going to bet?
10.
10. All right. Alexander and Cookie are children in what comic strip?
Blondie and Dazzle.
Blondie is correct.
And they wind up with $20.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Don't go away now. You're still in the running for the big question.
And perhaps the next couple will say the secret word, Groucho. It's foot. F-O-O-T. They've been in a waiting room off stage. Okay, boys, bring them in. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected an airline hostess and a traveling salesman. And here they are, Miss Mary Bullock and Mr. Joe Budd. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts, folks. You know about the secret word. Here's a clue. It's a common word, something you have always with you. You might say it at any time we're talking. An airline hostess and a traveling salesman, eh? Miss Bullock, what's your line?
TWA.
And where do you live now, Miss Bullock?
I'm living in Manhattan Beach at the present time.
Mm-hmm. And salesman Joe Budd?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from, Mr. Budd?
Georgia.
Georgia? Whereabouts?
Whereabouts? Well, Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta. Well, that's a good stab, huh? Peachtree Street?
Right near it, East Lake Drive.
That's where the Bud's open, huh?
Yes, sir.
Peachtree. Now, what do you sell, Mr. Budd?
Ophthalmological instruments and supplies.
Mm-hmm. Would you mind clarifying that?
Ophthalmological instruments are instruments which are used in refracting or examining the eyes and determining the proper vision of the patient's view or eye. The eye doctors use them for that purpose.
Well, don't let's overdo it, huh? I used to be a top salesman, but I resigned. Nobody wanted to buy any tops. Mr. Budd, are you married?
Yes, sir. Well married.
You're married, huh?
Yes.
How'd you meet your wife? Was she a farmer's daughter?
No, she wasn't a farmer's daughter, but her father was.
Her father was a farmer?
And my father-in-law...
That's quite a trick if you can do it, huh?
Father-in-law married the farmer's daughter, huh?
Your father-in-law married a farmer's daughter?
Yes.
Well, now you've got me confused, huh? Stewardess, Mary Bullock, huh?
That's correct.
Are you related to the department store downtown?
I haven't been able to trace it yet.
Well, try. They'll load it, huh? They've got money on every counter, huh?
Yes, they have.
How old are you, Mary?
I'm 32.
32? I thought you were 22. Huh?
Thank you.
That's pretty low mileage. It'll be a long time before you're brought in for repairs. Tell me, an attractive girl like you, why aren't you married? Do your male passengers consider you too flighty?
I don't have time to start burning any fires.
Burn any
I'm
fires?
not in any one place long enough.
I see. Sometimes that makes the ideal marriage, you know.
Well, I'll think that one over.
Do your bosses object to hostesses getting married?
Yes, they do. We can't be married and fly because they think we may be too worried about our husbands and what they're doing and not give our passengers good service.
You mean they're afraid that you'll be thinking of your husband flying around while you're flying around?
That's right.
Well, would you like to get married someday and settle down to Earth?
Yes, I do want to be married.
Could I make a reservation with you for tomorrow night?
Sorry, I have a flight.
You can leave your plane at home, you know. You fly tomorrow night?
Yes.
Oh, you're with a fly-by-night outfit, huh?
TWA.
fly? A DC-6?
Constellation.
Constellation. Just one word of constellation. Mr. Budd, as a traveling salesman, do you ever fly?
Oh, all the time.
Fly all the time?
Yes, sir.
Could you fly around the studio? How's business, Mr. Budd?
Well, business is rocking along pretty well. The ophthalmological replacement service at the present time, however, has been restricted somewhat due to the California climate. Prevented our flying around and stirring it up. Have to look for it all the time.
I suppose it never rains in Georgia, huh?
Now and then. Now and then.
And where's your home office? And I mean all of it.
New York, 118 East 28th Street, R.C. Garvin Incorporated.
How much of the time are you away from home, Mr. Budd?
About 2.5, 3 weeks out of every month.
What does your wife do to keep occupied while you're away?
Well, she stays at home to keep the home fires burning. We have 2 little buds that are blossoming now, and she has to take care of them.
You're sure of that, huh?
Oh, yes, she told me so.
Now, answer my question. You're sure of that, huh?
Definitely.
Well, where do you go on your trips? I wasn't implying anything. Where do you go on your trips, Mr. Budd?
Well, I travel the West Coast at the present time, but I have worked throughout the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, how long do you spend in a town?
Well, it depends naturally on the size, but anywhere from
the size
30
of
minutes to
or
3 or 4 days.
30 minutes? What does that mean if you're in a town 30 minutes?
Well, occasionally.
It means nobody wears glasses in that town.
That's right. There might be one man who is all fixed up.
Mm-hmm. He probably gets them in the 10-cent store. Now, before we pry into any more secrets, I have a handsome cigarette case for our traveling salesman. And for our airline hostess, a smart round compact, both in 2 tones of jeweler's bronze. And here they are by Elgin American. Miss Bullock, how do you like it?
Oh, it's lovely. I have an outfit it'll match exactly.
I think any outfit you wear would match. With that compact, you'll always be able to powder your nose at 20,000 feet, Miss Bullock. That is, if you can reach your nose at 20,000 feet.
I'll try and let you know.
Miss Bullock, what qualifications do you need in order to become an airline hostess?
Well, the age is from 21 to 27 years of age, and height from 5'2" to 5'7".
Miss Bullock, you said it. You said foot, and that's the secret word, so you each win an Apollo 16-millimeter sound movie projector. And not only that, but you can also walk out of here tonight with over $2,000. Now, let's settle down to business.
Thank you, Miss Bullock.
Now, you say you have to be 27, from 21 to 27 to be an airline hostess?
Yes.
Well, you're an airline hostess. You said you were more than 27.
But I've been with them 10 years. There's no limit to how long you can go.
Oh, but you're not allowed to come down on the ground, is that it?
No.
Stay up in the air. Well, obviously, I could never be an airline hostess. I hardly know which way is up. Now, how did you happen to become a hostess, Miss Bullock?
Well, I was nursing at the time, and I got restless and wanted to get out of town.
What kind of nursing?
Operating room nurse.
That's not the kind of nursing I thought you were going to say.
Are you disappointed?
No, I'm not disappointed. I'm a little astonished. Now, Mr. Budd, what makes a good drummer?
A good drummer?
Yeah.
Well, to
begin with, why do they call salesmen drummers?
Well, frankly, I couldn't tell you unless they're always beating their way around the country.
Oh. I thought it was because they're in the sticks most of the time.
That's true. That's good.
It's true. It's not very funny, but it's certainly true, all right. Now, what makes a good salesman a good drummer?
Well, a good salesman should know his line and have the proper approach.
Well, I mean, give us a kind of a sample approach. I mean, you have to be relentless on the for the kill.
Well,
you mustn't get discouraged too easily.
Well, that's true.
Suppose you go in a place and the man says we don't need any lenses.
Well, you try to, shall we say, bring his way of thinking without making it too obvious around to the point where he will buy. In other words, make it easy for him to buy.
I see. That doesn't mean clubbing him to death or anything.
No, hardly.
Do you have a pretty good stock of jokes to keep your customers in a good mood?
Well, we usually carry a few around.
You start off with a wow of some kind?
Now and then, occasionally.
Could you give us a sample wheeze just so we can get an idea? I mean, let's see, you're walking in the store now.
In the present company, it might be a sample wheeze, as you term it, but, well, have you heard this one? Did you hear the one about...
off, you don't just open the door and say, have you heard this one, do you?
Quite right. Top of the evening to you, Dr. Marks. Have you heard the latest?
Oh, is that it?
The latest
Top of the
story?
evening. Well, suppose you're in the morning. I mean, you don't say top of the evening.
Well, quite often it's difficult to see them in the morning, and you have to arrange appointments for an evening escape. But have you heard the one about the mate who rushed up to the captain of the ship?
No,
Said, Captain, the crew is revolting. Captain said, my, they certainly are.
Well, I guess business is lousy all over. Now, seriously, have you ever clinched a sale with that joke?
That particular one, no.
That isn't. I guess that wasn't a very good example, but that's a pretty good joke.
The equipment house sell is the finest, so
well, I
that's
suppose
the
that
saving
takes the
grace.
place of the jokes. As an airline hostess, just what are your duties, Miss Bullock?
Well, our main duty is to keep our passengers comfortable, give them good service by offering them magazines and newspapers in flight, giving them writing
You mean
material.
if they're sick to their stomach, you offer them a magazine?
No, they don't get sick.
They don't get sick?
No. Smooth flying.
Smooth flying. Talking to a fellow who's flown quite a lot. Yeah, how many passengers does your plane carry?
51.
And do you load the passengers on your ship?
Yes, I do.
Do they ever come on loaded without you?
If they do, we unload them.
You unload them? Well, how do you know if they're stewed or not?
Well, they...
Do you give them an alcohol test when they come up the gangplank?
No, you sort of sniff around. You can smell it.
You mean you go running up and down the aisle? Sniffing at the passengers?
No, you don't have to do that. Just stand there. You can smell it.
You mean you can tell if a man is intoxicated just by looking at him?
Yes, usually.
Well, you've got considerably more talent than I thought you had. Do any of the passengers ever try to make a date with you, to put it nicely?
Yes, they do.
And what do you do? Go fly a kite, you tell them?
What
do you tell them? Huh?
I usually say I have a flight tonight or be busy.
Busy?
My boyfriend's waiting for me at the airport.
And does that usually cool them off, the boyfriend?
Yes.
Do you actually have a boyfriend that's waiting for you at each end of this line?
Well, it's a good story to tell them.
I don't think they trust me when I get on a plane. The first thing the hostess does is always strap me in the seat. And there are times when that's rather inconvenient. Now, drummer boy, does your wife ever accompany you on your trips?
Oh, yes, occasionally during
does,
summer
huh?
vacations.
And they both with Dana Andrew?
No, they take care of the rear seat when we travel by car.
They go with you, huh?
Yes, occasionally.
And do you bring the children in and show them to the fellow in the store to kind of break down his resistance, huh?
That would be a very immediate resistance breaker downer.
Yes, it would.
That's a good idea.
You
I'll
should try
remember
that
that.
sometime. It'd be no charge at all for that. My wife insisted on going one trip with me, and I finally had to take her. It was her honeymoon, and she figured it. How many miles a year do you estimate you travel on business?
Oh, about 75 to 80,000 miles a year.
Does all that go on your expense account?
Oh, yes.
What else goes on your expense account?
Well, entertainment, occasionally.
Well, what?
Well, occasionally we have to put a bottle of, shall we say, customer coercion lotion on the expense account. Something along that line.
Yes. And that's all now, huh? Just
oh, yes.
A little drink.
Mm-hmm. That's about
it. What's the most embarrassing experience you've ever had as a traveling salesman? Well, there must be more to it than that.
There definitely is. I flew up to Chicago once from Atlanta to attend the American Academy of Ophthalmology meeting, and had
You
my
have meetings too, huh? Just
Well,
like
definitely. They have a yearly
Lovely.
convention.
You have a mallet, the fellow up there with a mallet?
That's right.
You pluck out each other's hair?
Now, this is an eye convention, but you leave the eyes
You
in.
pluck out each other's eyes, I suppose.
Somewhere en route, why...
Well, pardon me, anyhow, you were on your way to Chicago from Atlanta to attend a convention.
That's right.
When you were so rudely interrupted.
I a heavy weight was put on my bag, and as I walked into the Morrison Hotel, people were looking at me, and I wondered why, and I finally realized that my sample case was dripping all over the lobbies. And there I was trying to make a good impression, and dripping up the place, as it were. Big Drip Bud, I was known as.
Were there many people following you?
When I got off the elevator on the 32nd floor, everybody on the elevator followed me off, yeah.
I imagine you did a land office business up there, huh?
Right so.
Now, what's the biggest mistake you ever made on your airplane, Miss Bullock?
Well, my biggest mistake wasn't on an airplane. My
wasn't?
biggest mistake was not getting married when I was 25 years old.
Why, Miss Bullock, you're still a young girl. You have many opportunities to get married. I'm sure on every trip you had chances to get married.
But I'm afraid I'm getting a little bit choosy now. I find one person with nice quality I like and another one with nice quality, but I can't find them all in the same man.
But you'll find out after you're married to one of them that none of them have all those qualities. Don't set your sights too high, Miss Bullock. You're doomed to disappointment if you do.
All right.
Now, Gabby, let's see how good it's...
Yes.
That's you with the dripping bag. Let's see how good a salesman you are. Pretend I'm a customer and you're selling bathtubs. Now, you knock on my door and start selling me a bathtub. Now, why? Okay, now, I'm the housewife.
The housewife?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't make a difference.
Good morning,
It might to the husband, but it doesn't to me.
I'll knock on the door first.
Okay, knock on the door. Be sure you do, because I may be dressing.
And the door opens?
The door opens, yes.
Good morning.
Open sesame, huh?
Good morning,
We have a small dog named Sesame that opens the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Frandangle.
The door is ajar. No, how could the door be ajar? Isn't that silly? The door is a door. Let's leave it that way, huh? A jar is a jar, and let that stay in the kitchen. Okay, I'm now standing arms akimbo.
Good morning, Mrs. Frandangle. I would like to interest you in...
What is my name?
In your hypothetical case, Mrs. Frandangle.
Mrs. Fandangle, huh? That's certainly an improvement over the one I've got. I may acquire that permanently, Mr. Bud.
May I take a moment of your time to interest you in the world's
certainly
latest
may.
development in the way of a bathtub?
What is it?
A bathtub. It's a
You want
device...
to sell me a bathtub?
I would like to show you the merits of this latest development.
I see. Do you have it with you?
I have one out in the car. I can very quickly bring it in and install it and give you the full advantages. Or rather, tell you about them, not give them to you. But to list a few of these, why, this is a fur-lined bathtub for
Fur-lined bathtub?
which also has a new patented feature. You're acquainted with the pleasure that you get in a bubble bath, and you have the bubbles all flowing up and above, and occasionally they overflow and go over the side onto the floor.
That's right.
However, we have a new patented feature. It's an air intake valve that surrounds the upper edge of the tub, so that as the bubbles come up, why, they go right into that magnetic flame. And this tub, by the way...
Well, I'll take a half a dozen of those and a cheesecake, huh? You're a pretty good salesman. I'll take 2 of those tubs because I may want to take more than one bath. And that fur-lined tub really intrigues me. I may have the Dana Andrews Club come up and pluck the hair out of that tub. And now then, you're going to play You Bet Your Life, the Elgin American game. If you run your $20 into more than our other couples, you get a chance at the $2,000 question later. Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. What question category did you select?
Famous horse racing tracks.
Famous horse racing tracks. Something you're quite familiar with, I imagine. Flying over them all the time. All right, here's your first question, and how much are you going to bet?
$10?
10's fine.
10 is fine. All right, in what state do you find Belmont Park?
Belmont Park?
Belmont, that's what I said.
New York.
New York is correct.
They're off to a good start. They have $30.
You now have shot up to $30. How much of this swag are you going to bet on this one?
Shall we try 25?
Let's try 25.
25. She's a high flyer. In what state? In what state is Hialeah? Hialeah. I'm not a betting man myself, so I don't know anything about this. But put me around a pyramid club, and I'll show you some money. Hialeah, huh?
Miami.
Miami, Florida.
They now have $55.
You have zoomed up to 55 smackers, and here's your third question. How much of this 55 are you going to risk?
What do you think? Shall we try the 50? Leave 5 to play with?
Sure, let's try this.
He wants 5 to play with. Here's your third question. Any man that can play with 5 is certainly a fine fellow. Here's your third question. You're going to bet $50. In what state is Arlington Park?
Arlington Park, Illinois.
Illinois is correct.
They now have $105.
All right, you're coming around the rail now. Is your last chance to beat the other couple, Thomas. Bananas on the rail. How much you going to bet on this one? You've got $105. How much you going to let go?
Shall we bet the C note? $100?
A C note, I presume you mean 100 smackers, huh? In what state is Monmouth Park?
Monmouth Park?
Monmouth Park. Take a stab at it. Any guess is better than nothing, you know.
New Jersey.
New Jersey is correct.
And they wind up with $205.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the crack at the $2,000 question. Fenneman, what's on your mind? Fenneman, what's on your mind? Fenneman, what's on your mind if you have one, huh? Mind what's on your Fenneman, huh?
Want to do it now?
Doesn't make any sense anyway.
Every man and woman will agree that it's much smarter to carry matching accessories. And every man and woman can have that smartness with Elgin American cigarette case and lighter sets. They contribute handsomely to a man's well-dressed feeling. They lend glamour to a woman's smoking. Every lighter is precision made. And for women, many an Elgin American compact can be matched to its own cigarette case, lighter, or to both. See how pleasantly all these sets are priced. How proud you'll look and feel with a stunning cigarette case and lighter to match by Elgin American.
Well, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money tonight and get the chance at the $2,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the traveling salesman and the airline hostess are leading with $205. And here's our final couple, Groucho. They've been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is foot. F-O-O-T. Okay, boys, bring them in. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Bates, a manicurist, and Mr. Mac Wise, a blacksmith. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the Elgin American program. And if either of you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you each win a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you will always have with you. A blacksmith and a manicurist, eh? Where'd you do your manicuring, Dorothy?
Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
Mm-hmm. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
You are. Huh? Don't be so defiant about it. Many people are married. Something we don't discuss publicly. How did you meet your husband, Dorothy?
I met my husband at the Gay Blades roller skating rink in New York City.
You met him at the Gay Blades? Was he skating?
Gay Blade.
He was skating?
Uh-huh.
And you were skating?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened? Did you fall and he picked you up, or how did you meet him?
Well, he asked me to skate.
And you've been going around ever since?
Yeah.
He asked you to skate, and?
We've been going around together ever since.
I just said that, but how did you meet him? You were skating, you said.
Uh-huh.
And he was skating?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened?
Well, there was a couples only, and he came over and asked me to skate.
You admired his skating?
Yes, I did.
He admired your skating?
Mm-hmm.
Swinging with rhythm, I suppose, huh? Do you remember what music was playing at the time?
No, I don't.
And you'll never get a chance to say, they're playing our song. How long have you been holding men's hands for a living?
For about 4 years now.
4 years, huh? Why do you keep holding them for 4 years? You afraid to let go?
Oh, I love my work.
Yeah? Oh. Blacksmith Mac Wise is your name? Weiss? Weiss or what?
Weiss.
Weiss, huh? Where you from, Mr. Weiss?
Oklahoma's my home.
Oklahoma City?
For Guthrie, Oklahoma.
Guthrie, huh? Mighty hot down there in the summer.
Yes, it is.
Are you married, Mac?
Yes.
I'll just call you Mac, yeah? Never mind this formality, huh?
Yes, I'm married.
You're married, huh? Any patter little hoofbeats around the house?
Yes, 2 of them.
Are there many blacksmiths around these days?
Well, automobiles kind of got them on the run, but there's 2 classes of blacksmiths. One is working iron, but I'm a horseshoe.
You're a horseshoe. You shoe horses, huh?
That's right.
Do you ever shoe flies?
Well, I let the horse do that.
You let the horse shoe the flies, huh? Well, that's a likely tale, huh? Now, where's your shop, Mac? Is it under the spreading chestnut tree?
No, the modern blacksmiths got it on a mobile truck, and we just go around.
Mobile truck? You said you were from Oklahoma.
That's right. Oklahoma mobile.
Oh. And Dorothy, where are you from?
New York City.
You're a very pretty girl, Dorothy. Has anybody ever told you that?
No, Groucho, you're the first.
You're not only a manicurist, but a liar. But you're a very attractive prefabricator, huh? It's quite easy to tell you're a manicurist. You're very cuticle, Dorothy. Now, Dorothy, I presume most of your customers are men.
Yes, they are.
Do any of them ever ask you for a date?
Occasionally.
And what do you tell them?
I tell them I have a steady date. My husband.
And does that fend them off?
Usually.
Usually. And what about the unusual cases? who refuse to be held off by that kind of an evasive answer?
You got me.
Well, I've got you, but have they got you? You just tell them that you're married and...
Usually, yes.
And that they cease firing, huh? Now, Anvil Chorus, tell me, what do you tell your customers when they want a date, or don't they want to horse around at all? How do you shoe a horse, Mac?
Well, the first thing I do is bend over.
Yeah? Is that safe? Huh? you make quite a target in that position, Mac. Have any of your clients ever kicked about the way you fix them?
Pretty hard, too.
Yeah, pretty hard, huh? You still think horseshoes are lucky?
Yes.
Well, suppose a horse doesn't want to have new shoes. How do you sell them on the idea, huh?
Well, that's where the blacksmith has to be a little lover, too. The first thing
you talk to him?
You just walk up and pet him, and you say, whoa, honey, just stand up here. That won't hurt you. Easy, baby.
You say, whoa, honey?
That's right.
Even if it's a male horse, huh?
Yeah, they have to call him honey, too.
Oh. And what your wife? Doesn't she get jealous?
Well...
This baby talk here with all these nags?
Well, I have to have that.
I've heard of baby talk to hags, but to nags I've never heard. And that keeps them quiet when you mollify them like that with these honeyed expressions, huh?
It usually does.
This dewy talk, huh?
Usually.
Very interesting. I'll bet if Dorothy talked to her manicure customers like that, they'd jump clear over the barber chairs, wouldn't they? Well, since we've got a manicurist here, I better show my hand. For our blacksmith, we have Elgin American silver finished cigarette case. And for Miss Dorothy... And for Dorothy, the silver finish compact by Elgin American. Here you are, Dorothy.
Thank you very much.
How do you like it, Mac?
Thank you very
really
much.
Beautiful.
Really beautiful.
That isn't filled with any cigarettes, but I presume you can take care of that yourself, huh? Now, what's going on here with you? Mac is not only a blacksmith, but a gentleman, huh?
I can't hold on to anything.
Now, Dorothy, what is the average size tip a man leaves after he's held hands for half an hour?
75 cents.
75?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I only give a dime. Well, who gives the largest tips, old men or young men?
Usually old men.
Why is that?
Well, they usually have more money to spend than a younger fellow.
And? You feel this is probably their last contact with life, huh? Do you have any special methods that you use to wangle a big tip out of a customer?
Well, you treat him extra specially. Nice.
Well, I mean, what does that consist of?
Well, you...
You call him ho, baby, and whoa, baby? You say stand still, honey?
Well, you give him a nice massage and...
You give him a massage, too, huh? No wonder they get 75 cents, huh? Where did you say you were located, Dorothy?
Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
I'll send my hands over in the morning, huh? Can you tell anything about a customer simply by looking at his hands?
Yes, you can tell if he works hard or if he's neat or if he bites his nails or what he does.
Well, take a quick glance. What can you tell by looking at my hands?
Oh, looks like you need a manicure.
That's not true, Dorothy. They may need washing, but I don't need a manicure. Now, suppose I came into your parlor and laid my hand down on your table. What's the first thing you'd do?
I'd file your nails.
You'd file them?
Mhm.
Alphabetically, I presume. Do you ever get tired, Dorothy, sitting there all day holding a man's hand and looking him in the face?
No, I don't.
No. Mac, do you ever get tired looking... Oh, never mind. Well, you make a very interesting couple, although I'm not exactly sure which one of you I should go to for a manicure. Now, let's see how you can work together for $2,000. You're the last couple to play the Elgin American game. You beat the other two couples, and you get the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select? Songs that ask questions. That's right. Now, here's your first question. You got $20. How much are you going to bet at this 20? Now, you can consult with Dorothy. You can talk this over together.
$10.
$10. Does that suit you all right, Mac? Okay. Mac is a very agreeable chap. Give me the title of this song. Okay, Stan.
How are things in Guatemala?
How are things in Guatemala?
And things are off to a great start. They have $30.
Sure, Miss Bates, you hit that right on the old nail now. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight now. How much of your $30 you going to bet on this one? 20? All right, here it is. The title of this song asks a question. What is the name of it?
You ever see a dream walking?
Did you ever see a dream walking is right.
They're on their way. They have $50.
Here's your third question. You got $50. How much you going to bet? How much, Mac?
20.
20? Is that all right with you, Dorothy?
Yeah.
All right. What's the name of this song? Play, Stan.
How deep is the
How
ocean?
deep is the ocean?
They now have $70.
Dorothy did not spend her time in skating rinks for nothing. I can see that. Now, you've got $70. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70 are you going to bet?
50.
You're going to bet 50. All right. Is that all right, Max?
Okay.
What is the name of this song?
What is this thing called love?
What is this thing called love? It's correct.
And they wind up with $120. And that means the traveling salesman and the airline hostess are the winning couple and get a chance to win $2,000. Years of the finest designing, engraving, finishing, and craftsmanship have put Elgin American Compact, cigarette cases, and lighters in a class by themselves. Beautiful and durable to use yourself, memorable as gifts for any occasion. See these exquisite accessories in rich colors, silver finish, jeweler's bronze, and sterling silver at any leading jewelry store, department store, or specialty shop. And you can put your cigarette case, lighter, and compact confidence in Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, the traveling salesman and the airline hostess.
Well, back again to try for $2,000 of Elgin American's money. Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you and talk it over thoroughly. And no help from the audience, please. Here it is for $2,000 in cash. The United States was a young, struggling country in 1778, and European nations refused to recognize us. What was the first European country to officially recognize the United States? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
France.
France is right. right. Congratulations. You win $2,000. You had the right answer. What are you going to do with the money? Dorothy? Mary?
Well, I don't know.
Don't know? Well, I'm sure you'll find some good use for it.
I think I will.
And Joe, where's your part of the swag going to go?
Well, I have a few financial obligations I'd like to clear up, and I'd kind of like to give my mother a trip to the coast. She's never been out here, and she hasn't seen her grandchildren in nearly 2 years. And...
Well, you're going to split about, I don't know, $1,100 apiece, something like that. Buy yourself a new joke book with that $1,100.
Thank you very much.
Well, here it is, $2,000 from Elgin American Compacts. You certainly cleaned up tonight. Not only did you win the $2,000, but you each won a 16-millimeter sound movie projector, plus $205. You earned the total of $2,205. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan. Editor, Bernie Smith. Music by Stanley Myers. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?